Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C. pattern of conduct, the ongoing real-time documentation of what is the criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is the pattern of conduct underway by a public entity, that is the state of California, that is engaging in federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California. So this is group conduct. And this is the practicing of what are the criminal elements of monitoring amongst what is the demon possessed. And so this is what is documentation of terrorism as it is underway by a public entity in concert with the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government as this criminal system is in ceaseless operation. And as the state engages in this demented group conduct, this is revealing how the public entity, that is the state of California, that is in the United States of America, how terrorism of an American citizen plays out, what that looks like, how that is facilitated amongst a people, amongst a government, how it is public corruption in plain sight, and not only that, how you formulate policy and how you prosecute that which is demonic conduct, it's demonic activity, but that which is in no way impervious to prosecution in federal court, and being subject to ratification into federal policy. This is the P.O.C. Thursday, November 11th, 2021. This is P.O.C. It is 8:18 a.m. Federal stalking at the intersection of Euclid and Holt Boulevard, where I am, where the state's environment is present. 7LFF 115. And the entity is engaging in the facilitation of that environment. They're in directed light. They're under the fake sun, which the state is following with, and the state is also stalking with the use of sirens. Fire department in front of me at B Street, ongoing sound of sirens behind me, and directed light molesting. 2825048 at the Indiana plate of this AA side call LLC truck. That's AASYDCOL LLC, the California, US.2548836. And that is AMR in directed light. License 6SUU946. 7TVC 614. 46909J2 and AMR engaging in terrorism, touching with directed light across the street from me. 8SQA387. As they drive in the shade, just as I've shown you. 8HXB138, that's American Medical Response. 7VZA415. 40540Z2, that's hooked on towing. All right, license. An American Medical Response on traffic cameras at 8:19 a.m. going north. They're not going anywhere. They're stalking the path, engaging in demonic activity, and touching with directed light while they are on the opposite side of the street and in the shade. All right. License 7XZH476, 6ROW462, 5TDT624, 6NID026, 651VG. Handicap. Coach U.S.A. is crossing path, bus 66629. Driving west on Holt and turning north on Euclid Avenue at 8:20 a.m. That's Coach U.S.A. in relevant position, creating activity, monitoring with communication devices, group stalking as well, using that commercial vehicle to do so. The demon-possessed riding on that bus, the demon-possessed driving that bus, engaging in the same exact criminal system. All right, it is currently 8:21 a.m. 8581802, 18D2, excuse me. KJX 4419, that's a van. 6EKV 417, let's see, 5507 282, 7LCD 543. See, 8BES 456, 8SX, I can't really see the rest of that one. 8XBP 091. 5ZSL244, 6UAT042, 7XXJ136, 7XZH476, I think I read that one, 5407, 9R1, 6T03897, BATMAN, I believe, 8SSK463, and that's a demon. You hear that truck, the exhaust on that truck? That's a demon that's stalking with activity. My hand is in my pocket, so I touch my leg, the new movement, same time you creating noise. That's a demon. 7NOD960, a demon that's stalking under the fake sun in directed light, stalking via a traffic light, engaging in the same ongoing pattern. It's not a coincidence that they create noise at the same time I make a new move. Even that which is inaudible to the human ear, you cannot see with your eyes. These are demons. And those demons that engaged in that cooperative surrounding ambush-like conduct are the demon-possessed driving the Ontario Fire Department vehicle, creating sirens in front in relevant position, lights. Understand that's the flashing light and the engineered light. All right? Directed light covers the ground. You're a flashing light. This is what stalking with light is. Using the state vehicle of Ontario Fire Department vehicle to do it. And AMR ambulance, who is not also using those vehicles to engage in that demonic activity and criminal facilitation of federal stalking. 7RXR 296, 42232D3, I believe. But you have what is also the appearance of what is directed light, just like you saw with UPS yesterday that drove by me under the fake sun while it's over the Ontario Town Square townhomes. And you see on the driver's side of that vehicle, the UPS, substantial directed light that just reaches out toward me. It's almost like an arm of light that reached out toward me while UPS was driving by. That's exactly what American Medical Response is engaged in. That's a demon-possessed stalker. This is demonic activity, and that's terrorism. All right, and this is also while I'm being molested with directed light. So this is exceedingly sexually violent conduct. They're molesting while they are all together attacking and stalking and monitoring with communication devices. That's American Medical Response. 5DRS 610, 8EJK 997, 6NDP 107, I believe. Can't really see that. That's exactly what American Medical Response did while I'm over here on the side of 150 East Holt. 5NKT321, 7CCB 283. And as you saw that, while that's occurring while a UPS vehicle is driving by me, 8TQM 088, 6PEX 934, you're witnessing what is the face of Satan. All right? Not based on the type of vehicle that Satan is using to engage in that targeting conduct. This is demonic activity, all right? Not based on the face that Satan is using, 8T51098, for example, all right? Instruments of Satan. This is demonic activity, and demonic activity is criminalized because they're engaging in criminal conduct, all right? And you need to know that these psychopaths are not just demon-possessed, they're criminals and violent sex offenders, all right? License plate. 7UNM 496. Sicard Pool and Spa. Sicard is spelled SECARD. The 61 to Fontana, that's the Omnitrans in relevant position. 6TWP 860, I believe. Can't really see that clearly. 8MYF 991. And that very picture, I have substantial documentation of that very nature showing the demon possession of such companies engaging in what's terrorism. That picture of that directed light reaching out toward me, absolutely impossible light activity, terrorizing in its image, 1370395, occurring over and over again as the demon possessed as one group are engaging in that same exact, absolutely unnatural conduct. That's not happening while you're driving by. You are stalking. You're in an environment for that purpose, engaging in that conduct, and you are engaging in terrorism and sexual violence in doing so, and they're intentionally present. 6RHD 619, 8MYF 991, 04932F2, 10704D3, 7NRM 740, 6NER 452, 7ZAJ, I can't see the rest of that one. 7XPM 362, 51622D1. And that's exactly why UPS and companies as such that I have consistently documented are going to be prosecuted, and many will not survive. 7XEW 694. This is a revelation as to what the government is engaging in and who it's doing it through. 7PSY 692, and what is wrong, inherently wrong with the people engaging in it. All right, that's going to have implications not only as far as punishment, implications as far as whatever it is that their daily lives that they're doing, what they do as a living, what they think that they've been able to do as a closeted psychopath, a demon-possessed stalker monitoring systematically with the government. All right, 7CHE 544, 4XLP 526. Driving around in commercial vehicles, presenting a threat to society as opposed to any benefit providing any service. All right, that's what these commercial actors are revealing. And laws are going to change with regard to that, because the ordinary targeted individual has a right to not be subject to it, and while they do it in concert and on behalf of the government. All right, so you're breaking off the ability for the government to seamlessly facilitate such threatening and terrorizing conduct in concert with the people and in concert with such companies who want to do business in America, want to make a buck and terrorize and sexually violate. 8 VAC 611, 3 RTH 065. 674734, 6KUE 494, and they're all under the fake sun, which is remaining over the intersection right over me. I've already established this. All right, so I am documenting the demon possessed, identifying the demon possessed, and I am documenting what is criminal conduct that I remain subject to. License plate. I'm documenting sex offenders. Understand? License plate. I read those already. MTH 437-3427D handicap NPTY MND, excuse me. 7A84. I can't really see that one. Kelly paper. Directed light all over the ground while Kelly paper, a commercial actor, is used as a means of crossing path toward me under the fake sun and in directed light. All right. It is currently, by the way, 8:28 a.m. Capturing images of what are the federal, what is a method of federal group stalking monitoring. This is a demon-possessed stalker, an operation of a communication device. You're looking at the directed light all around her on the street. That's the same directed light you saw at the Ovid Family Community Library while the Ontario police immediately arrived. That's called stalking with activity. They were literally engaging in demonic conduct and hopping out. And what's their from? Hey, can I call somebody for you? That's Satan, okay? That's what that is, and that's what she's doing. 8MWR681, 7RUCO76. And let me be clear, Satan, standing on the opposite side of the street, knows exactly what I'm saying about her. All right, let me get an image of her aiming her phone at me. Satan knows exactly what I'm saying about her while I'm on the opposite side of the street, and you can possibly hear, but understand, these demons know exactly what I'm saying, okay? So she can listen to this. You're a stalker. You're a demon-possessed one, and I'm going to prosecute you. License plate. She's a psychopath in operation of a communication device. 23179W2. 6CKA940 while the state is flying over in direct light and under the fake sun. Let's get that. There you go. That's a picture of Satan, the people of the state. All right, that demon-possessed stalker over there that's stalking me in an unnatural environment shows the psychopath that she is. License plate. While the state's flying over, I took pictures of that. 83773A1, the Ontario Fire Department, the demon-possessed stalkers. That's P.O.C. Guess what? Smoke in the sky is not formed for stalking under the fake sun, and that's what the Ontario Fire Department is engaging in while the state's flying over. The same exact P.O.C., the same exact directed light. There is no form, all right? And this is what you're understanding. This is demonic. 7YMB814. 7SFS201. And I mean like clockwork. As soon as I speak about this devil that's on the other, opposite side stalking, she's a stalker. She's a demon-possessed stalker, and she is surrounded by that which is not sunlight. She's underneath that which is not the sun, okay? She is in relevant position while you've got supposedly sunlight that's like lasers bouncing off of their cars. No, this is a demonic environment, and she's a demon-possessed stalker. And the moment I speak of her, she turns directly toward me while she's engaging in what is passive-aggressive stalking and knows the moment that I begin speaking about that particular demon-possessed stalker across the street. All right, this is the same with all of them. This is why you have UPS engaging in that documented act of aggression with which I'm going to prosecute that whole company, the people of the state and that company. 6HKR830. That's why you have that. The Satan knows exactly what I'm saying about it as I say it. 8XBP081, and that's the psychopath. That is the psychopath. That's the sex offender. Listening to you talk about the fact that you're a violent sex offender, you're stalking somebody in the bathroom, and that's exactly what you're doing. And then that sex offender engages in even more of that sexually violent and perverted and absolutely demented conduct. Okay? That's the sex offender, that's the psychopath, that's the stalker. All right? And that psychopath over there across the street in front of the pawn shop in directed light in operation of a communication device, documenting herself as she gets on an Omnitrans venue, is in P.O.C, engaged in P.O.C. 18347H3, 7VOV754, 7LBJ645, 4CZX376, 4V24029, 21359W2, 7L29790, 8RNU804, 7SFS201, 84255S1. All right, capturing images of what I'm documenting. This is an ongoing orgy. This is a molestation in multiple ways. A1 oil, 8LWL873, 7JDM674, 42104A1. Let's see, 7VNZ9, I can't really see that one. 13345B1. 8V09371, 58693T2, 8888, 682, 6LKN369, 8DDY536, okay, that's a serious psychopath. 6776, 3F3, and guess what the condition is? This is not 7 CIW 344. Let me be precise with my terms. This demon possession, this is the cause of it. All right. It is some outward appearance of normalcy, and this is what demonic activity is: the outward appearance of normalcy. And this is in direct conflict with how, for example, demonic activity is depicted on television and in movies. By the way, it's obviously weird, looking like some freak creature. But in my opinion, you look like a freak creature when you're in this environment and you're stalking clearly. You look like the freak creature that you are, all right, which is not hidden underneath your skin anymore. 8PQD231. But you're talking about what is a demon-possessed stalker, and that's a psychopath that is literally focused on you. And outwardly, this is the whole impetus of this entire system, that it's normalcy, that the targeted individual is hallucinating, making it up. 6HGA398, 7WAG822, 8QKY862, 5NVJ605, 89224W2, 7LVG615, 8VQX417, 8MIP003, 85575D2, 7RQA336. And they are literally shown to be psychopath. Ontario Police crossing path at where Fiesta Motors is. Driving from, turning onto Fern from what would be, I believe that's Laurel. That's patrolling, essentially a U-turn. Turning from Laurel down onto Fern from Holt in relevant position, 8VDH577, all right, the demon possessed. And that psychopath across the street that knows that I'm talking about her is monitoring with the Ontario Police, with the Ontario Fire Department, and all these demons in directed light. She's a psychopath. 8KRU959. I love to speak the truth. License plate 6XCJ138. An Omnitrans bus 1270 is loitering in relevant position with hazard lights on. You understand the mode that takes. The flashing light on the building across from the museum, the hazard lights of the demon possessed in their cars and in commercial vehicles. It is occurring in engineered light. The same engineered light you see this psychopath standing in across the street. Omnitrans is engaging in that. Omnitrans is heavily documented. That company's not going to survive. It's going to survive, period. You're not running a business line, you're stalking. And not only that, you have what is at 8:36 a.m. when I'm on that bus and in different cities on that bus. The fake sun is in the window of that bus. 29189C2, whatever bus that is that I'm on. 7PVC337. All right, that company's, yeah, they're done. AJ22701. 23548T2. 98187M2. PFC 9782. That's Texas. 6W54949. And Omnitrans is coming now. Southbound. Excuse me. And this demon-possessed stalker in operation of her communication device. Documented on that camera as well. Alrighty. License plate 1545873. That is bus number 2353. And Satan is saying something over here. Bye. That's P.O.C. She's getting on camera. License 7UZX519. License 88780B3. And that Asian female entirely focused on me. All right. Starts raising her voice as I point my camera in the general direction of her on the directed light. Latino male gets off the bus with a t-shirt on, gray t-shirt on and blue jeans on, with a face mask on. And and that female gets on the bus that's armed with surveillance cameras. 7BCR808. 8N62320, I think. 230, excuse me, 8TQM088. And that's what these demons are driving through. What she's standing in front of, an operational communication device, these demons I'm documenting are driving in that directed light. It's what Omnitrans is loitering in relevant position in front of. All right, license 7ECD798. License Chico's Auto Glass 02051V1. 24549V2. 8RLU447. BLKHBRN. 7NXJ217. 8WTJ915. Okay, this is documentation of what is harassment. You're talking about terrorism, a demon-possessed entity represented by that one demon-possessed stalker. All right, she represents an entity. She is in the environment. She is engaging and monitoring, operating a communication device in that environment. All right, and then you have what is documentation of what is harassment by entity. Okay, describing what is the ongoing occurrence and based on and describing one pursuant to what is the conclusion upon the documented conduct. 6VSN223. 8JJX000, 7KJW736, 7VYJ040, 4GNM806, 8KYL244, 8UKF557, 7JHS577, 6NBZ697, I believe, 8EYA179, 7522121. You have what? Oh, 72615D3. That's a truck. And the back plate 4LP8. I can't really see that one. 6YBV999, I believe. You have what is harassment by a psychopath who was stalking me. All right, and doing so, monitoring with communication devices, engaging in terrorism, and demonstrating demon possession. That's terrorism as well, and that's documentation of that. And then you have the psychopath admitting by her hostility, 7KYS612, that is unfounded, while she's across the street, 8HOP630, engaging and raising her voice, which is audible activity. Understand the elements are maintained. All right, that's documentation of a psychopath that is stalking you. That's what you're going to prosecute for. All right, 6EKV417. Satan is not going to first of all engage in the system and then be hostile and harass and engage in more terrorism while you document it. And that is the demented one. No, we're going to prosecute for that as well. And that's what came out of her mouth. That's Satan that got on that bus, which is driven by Satan, which is occupied by Satan. They're all demon possessed, monitoring together in an entirely demonic environment. Psychopaths. 8YNN351, 8D478L3. 34456K2, 4YPE339. All right, showing how much of a freak weirdo you are in an absolutely unnatural environment. 7RGM146, like to stalk people with 3 and 4 shadows all around. You are out of your mind, okay? All right, and not out of your mind in a way that removes any criminal responsibility. I'm going to drag you for the psychopath, stalking sex offender that you are. You're going to learn to watch your mouth while you want to stalk with the government. That's what the point of this policy is and shall be, and that's exactly how it's going to be executed. 7B58590, 8SHN975. That's exactly how it's going to be executed. 7FJT582. And let me be clear, she's monitoring with Omnitrans. Union Pacific. XP79997. That's Omnitrans, loitering in relevant position, directed light reaching across the street, license 1545833. All right, P.O.C. 6VSY653, 8CAY931, 8GTE522, 7EHD852, 8AXH230, 8LLG279, 6TFM776, 5SUJ666, 7ZXL, I can't see that one, 8DIX946. Alrighty, it is 8:42 a.m. And you'll recall where I was yesterday at this time. I'm capturing the fake sun that's directly over the edge of Shiro's Liquor while I'm in front of it, 8EJB679. I'm showing you what is the state's fake sun that is beginning over the museum. The state's fake sun is remaining right here because I'm at the intersection. I've already established this. And that's how I'm capturing what is a psychopath that's stalking via a bus stop. All right? And XP77997717647F1, 7XLK181, 7SKP555, 08689C3, P937WO, 8WKH509, 7BNE312. And these are all group stalkers stalking via traffic. And that's why the fake sun is not over Shiro's Liquor, 8E248A0. It's not over Shiro's Liquor, not over B&G Plaza, 8HBH139. License BT49A78 paper. All right, and let me show you something because it's utterly irrelevant and you're talking about demonic conduct. 71764E1. Directed light while that large truck drives by, that's what I'm taking image of, and that's what they're all doing. They're molesting. They're psychopaths. 8GOC914. So you have a demented psychopath, a demon-possessed stalker in that environment threatening and terrorizing you, and then going off at the mouth while you document it? I think not. You're going to drag in federal court, and you shall be subject to what is also federal prison. When I say you're going to shut up when the government is monitoring, that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. This is CENTAS Crossing Path, 6XDD118. 8PYV361, no nonsense, no tolerance for the government monitoring, AWOU753, and everyone posing a threat, everything that's coming out of your mouth, every syllable, 8AFB555, you shall be prosecuted and you can be subject to what is federal prison, all right, because you're posing an awful threat. This is terrorism and it's not a joke. All right, then this is why I'm showing you what is the face of Satan. 8F45882, 7WON118. 7NIJ803. You don't have any valid point to make when you're stalking with the government. 7HVZ397. When you are a demon-possessed stalker who doesn't even like your life and somebody's documenting how you're violating their rights, how you're some freak weirdo stalker. 55124U2. You better not say a word if you know what's best for you. 7ZVW036. 7PBZ689. 27427C3. You ought not say a word if you know what's best for you and the entity that is equally subject to every syllable that you speak, because these are demons monitoring together. That's what happens when you're monitoring with the government. Everyone's going to be prosecuted for that, and you may very well be subject to federal prison because this is terrorism. 7GVJ122. 8XBF941 in a Porsche molesting. 7KHC194. 6HYU926. 5CWT427. 7HMM074. 7RUS115, 7XIN067, 8RKB780, 8XBC294, 7SHD119. All right, sex offenders. All right, that's what's wrong with them in California. Surgically enhanced, driving around in nice cars, and you're a demon-possessed, stalking psychopath. You're a sex offender. All right, you stalk with somebody. You're portioning in the parking lot, and you going in the bathroom and stalking somebody. Monitoring with communication devices. A freak weirdo. License plate. 7TTM625. They don't drive a nice car. That's not their issue. 67059F3. 7V34294. But the equal focus on the superficial. Okay, while inside all screwed up. 8BZP040. 8FJD376. BD59189. 8WBX161. 7XBN444. 8:46 a.m. State's fake sun right here over me at the intersection. Not possible to be over the B&G Plaza. Already shown this. These are sex offenders molesting together and stalking, intentionally present in that environment that's being maintained around me. 8SKM546. License 1302446 Omnitrans. 7KBG195. 5UMK829. DU749 handicap. 8VPA684. 8CSG572. 8GKJ403. 8XDC463, 6MYG781, 8CJL390, 8TYW898, 7FZS544, BD59189, 8CJZ177, 8H81314, 7R00751, 077XV handicap, ILN8IV. All right, what is so hilarious, all right, as in pathetic, 5GMZ546. You have what is, I am on the this is a large intersection. I'm on the opposite side of the street. How? No, I'm asking a question that I already know the answer to, and one paying attention should know as well. 4YCU692. How do you know I am speaking about you? All right? How do you know I'm speaking about you? In their twisted reality where monitoring is not ongoing. Why? How do you make that? How do you raise your head and you immediately start hollering across the street at me? 8SKE142. I'm going to tell you how. 7BUL256. 17NW644. 0327921, 8ARW014, 6TJD951, 8JNX935. Every single last one of them, the faces of Satan, knowing exactly what I'm doing, who I am, and what I'm saying, as I'm saying it. 5SGG025, 8GSZ854, 7GRW931, 8C75942, 8VOX720. 8R84231, 8RIH747, and the pure numerosity of third parties that I document is going to their prosecution for what is terrorism. All right, knowing exactly who I am, knowing exactly every syllable that I utter. 8ABG443, and engaging in molestation by omnitrans, paper BT50462, and engaging in what is a determined stalking conduct, which is an unlawful threat. That's terrorism. Monitoring with the kids 6CNF079. And what is that? Molesting my body, engaging in sexual violence and terrorism with the government with a kid. All right, you are including that child in that violence. You very well likely lose that child. 8LZJ174, regardless of the fact that that child is very well likely demon possessed as well. All right, this is the reality. 7FZX198. And this is the prosecution of what is the sexually violent stalking psychopath that is an entity, and all the ways in which they're engaging in that conduct. You're going to prosecute it, and you're going to recognize all the ways they're doing so. You want to sexually violate with your kid. You and your kid are touching, all right, and you don't have any permission to do that. You are cloaked in the government's presence, in the government's environment, including 15164D, Ontario Police, license 7RQL784. All right, 7TXX239, 5JWW488, 8FRU405. And why are you doing that? Because you are in an environment that I have revealed is present and is always present. It's ubiquitous. 7KSC490, which is terrorism. So you are present in that environment intentionally, and you are therefore in the shoes of the government. And that is the government touching all over you and everyone else who's with you in relevant position doing so, and intentionally. That's why you're in the environment. You're going to prosecute. That's sexually perverted. 8LKE890. All right, you're going to prosecute like any other orgy that you would not include your children in. You should be including your children in. All right, you're a sex offender who needs to lose possession of your children if that's the case. You're not going to do it with the government while you're monitoring either. All right? All right, so this whole system is based on, oh, you can do it however you want because it's public corruption. Nobody knows what you do. That was yesterday. It's a new day. 7BBJ372. You're going to be prosecuted as a sex offender, not only the target individual, but your own children. 8SLZ038, because that's how the government engages in sexual violence, touching with this engineered light in an absolutely unnatural environment. 7ZFB095, 8U23172, 8HDZ065, 8RYT341, with the simultaneity of what is crossing path, the habitual group stalking conduct. 8PXL783, touching with kids. 4ULZ251, that's how you're going to prosecute that. 7EAS404, 26444P2. 8TIX046, 4YTU078, 6VEG785, 8PTR283, 8KHC100, 25900F2, 45209K1, 8KQG345, 8CPC425, 9G12377, that's trail code, 6WVH5, I can't see that one, 6JCV450, 7XHC090. All right, it's 8:52 a.m. I'm going to show you what is the remaining fake sun. And you remember yesterday, as I don't go any direction toward the west, I've already shown you this, all right? This is ongoing documentation of showing what is a psychopath. And that psychopath that was group stalking at the bus stop and then mad because Satan can hear the words that I'm uttering, all right, while you're stalking me, all right? And I documented that as well. All right, license 6KWY993, 8XBC294, 8POX575, 26275H1. And this is the remaining of its light source, nowhere near B&G Plaza, as I'm capturing right over my head. All right, and that is going to the entirety of the documentation, but go to just yesterday, and that's how that documentation works. It's cumulative. That's impossible. That's not the send, and this is an ongoing stalking pattern. 59295K2, 8RES036. Let alone you are not anywhere in the city of Upland. All right, if that's the send, how are you remaining right here? How are you ever captured over me at 630 North Fern, over the house, over that venue, aiming inside of the car, okay, to touch with the sex offender 7GWJ561? All right, how are you hearing that train activity while you're touching with that light? That's the same environment that Union Pacific is engaged in facilitating. All right, Metrolink crossing path on these Amtrak train tracks this morning as well. I want to document that. 6NPX 803, 8HIL 894, and it was going westbound on the Amtrak train tracks right here. License 7WQL 373, 7LGP 873, 8LKU 363. It's 8:53 a.m. and this is the state's fake sun, which was captured remaining over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library after 1:14, because I made a vivid illustration on purpose. And I've already documented what is the state's fake sun, which is at the same time all over this street, directly over my head. And so that's how you know what I have already established and who I am documenting. Stalkers, all right, and demon-possessed ones who are sex offenders, all right? 25904L2, 8WEH336, 8RQZ 297, VSTAHOE. All right, and that's exactly what is wrong with Starbucks. All right, and while I was there and I documented them, and they know that I documented them, that's why you've got that hostility. This is what I've documented. That's going toward the policy. 8MKV855, you're not distracted while Satan is engaging in a show of hostility. That's what these demons are doing every day. Though that demon is naming itself Starbucks 05624P2. Hello. That demon is naming itself Starbucks. And I documented that stalker at the Starbucks in Pomona, all right, off of Temple, while I was living in my car. The state's fake sun was remaining over that Starbucks off of Valley, where I was living in my car. The state's fake sun remaining over the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. The state's fake sun remaining over the Starbucks at 706 West Holt, all right? 6EQB125, 7LLB594. T-Mobile stepping out of the store to engage in P.O.C. Just want to make sure I document that. 5KHM258, license 6ZXW033, 8ADZ658. And you have what is 7DFF284. You have what is the presence of the state's fake sun remaining at this portion of the street. In other words, not only that, the state's fake sun is supposedly remaining over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library while I'm inside of there. That's what I showed at 1:14 p.m., giving you that vivid illustration. This is the state's fake sun that proceeds to remain over me while these stalkers remain around me in maintaining presence with that government. This is demonic activity. Their entire universe centers around me, as the entity is nothing but cockroaches remaining around me everywhere I go. In the environment, they're contributing to the environment, and they're stalking all around. That's what group stalking is, and it's a demonic system. 7XMT248, 5KFX467, 7PAB698. All right, and that's how you will have what is the fake sun, because that's not the sun, 7ZRY949, 10008H3, 01509C1, 5TEC925, 8YAB435, LIZJELI. While you'll have in T-Mobile, by the way, that's an employee. He's in his attire in operation of that communication device. That's what I documented. All right, at 101 Euclid Avenue. You have what is 8X19846. The impossibility of that light source that's remaining over my head. You have what is the directed light while the demon-possessed are crossing path. You have what is the maintenance of that environment while I'm at that end of Holt Boulevard, okay? In direct conflict with being anywhere in Fontana, in Rancho Cucamonga, all right, in Upland, okay? And those are just some examples. Paper plate AC63M56 paper, 4WVP463, 7LNA729, 60085G2, 33738C3, 8DGN730. It is 8:57 a.m. 8ESE870. 6XYY069. 8GQW274, 7EQY496, 8VYR824. BSZ9164 Washington 8LLN 556. 90239Z2 82438G2 SC Fuels. U851PX, that's out of state. 8WJT915. 85120V2. 7DTX126. 7KGD926. 9023972. I wrote that one. 5DNW159. 5XYK199. 7SBP127. 7Y33192. BJSF 596. And so you want to understand with regard to what these demons are doing. Understand the focus with light. This is entirely demonic and this is predatory, okay? In the same way, at nightfall, they are waiting at stoplights, waiting to touch, all right? Engaging in any method of touching in the engineered light with any method of light. This is the combination. This is why you're stalking with flashing light, stalking with using your headlights, your brake lights, etc. They're in engineered light, in the directed light. 7JKP591. He looked like he's ready to be shipped out of this country. 6WQZ398. The same. All right. 8UN461. And in the daytime, what is the state doing? The state is molesting. They are in the same predators that are crossing path under that engineered light, maintaining light activity in that engineered light, and they are the same predators that are maintaining presence, okay? Understand the touching with light is ongoing day and night. All right, and that's what I'm revealing. That's what they are doing, okay? 6VKC764, 6UYR973. This is important to understand, not only for what is a demonic activity. All right, you're talking about, and that, why is that important? Not because you need to have a tutorial about Satan. Satan is an inferior creature, not equal to God, not the equal opposite, not that he's inferior. And all of the minions together does not make one strong or smart. They're inferior, and they're all going to be prosecuted together. I'm going to drag them. I'm going to stomp Satan in court. 8PKH660, and I'm going to embarrass them. License plate 37995M2. What it shows you, though, this is relevant for prosecution. This is terrorism, and that's why it needs to be understood to that extent, to that end. 5LUK956. What is the criminal intent behind what they're doing and how they do it? That is why it is relevant. 1SY919, Oklahoma. 71910Z1. That's why you are understanding what is the demonic intent while they are engaging in criminal activity, all right? 8MOG927, and how they are accomplishing that on a ceaseless basis in concert and on behalf of the government, all right? 6CYZ402. 1017532. Omnitrans directed light sweeping across the opposite side of the street on the buildings, the storefronts. I'm at 123 West Holt. That's the state facilitating venue of U.S.C. And directed light while that bus 2352 crosses path driving west. That's P.O.C. License 7FPU041 and 8WMD455. It is currently 9:01 a.m. That's a demon stalking with noise, okay? Riches, second jury and loan, 8WZN698, 6UJZ074, 7XKL455, sitting in his car being a stalker, stalking in the path. I showed you that, and I'll show you the fake sun, because that's exactly what he's doing, stalking in the path. 8USN224. All right, that is Satan acting through a person. The Satan is acting through an entity. And that's exactly what you're prosecuting the stalker engaging in, molesting. Because while they're stalking all together as a group, i.e. group stalking, doing on behalf of a government that is monitoring, this is the government's pattern of conduct, and acting in concert with the people of the state, 5TUE314. You're prosecuting for what is a sex offender, 13979D3. That is Bell Cab engaging in P.O.C. at the Ontario airport as well, and in traffic, but they have piles of them at the Ontario airport. That's supposed to be a venue where you're not going to suspect, all of that is irrelevant. The environment is present, and they are present engaging in P.O.C. and using a commercial vehicle as well. 5 TAS 913, I believe. But I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. 7 VNH 020, 8 REC 030, 97027 Z1. I can't really see it. That was SoCal Gas, though. 5ZXG 062. All of them engaging in what is an assault with directed light. All right, that's terrorism. While this directed light is sweeping in front of you. All right, threatening you. Okay, frightening because you're knowing this is not sunlight. What the heck is it? That's exactly what you saw in video with UPS. All right, it's reaching out toward you. That is absolutely terrifying to the ordinary target individual, while all of them are engaging in this at the same time, every single time that they're driving by. All right, and this is how you have what is a system. There is no reasonable question about the people of the state. There is no question about what they are doing and what they, with knowledge, are participating in. That's absolutely impossible light activity, and it's occurring every single time that they are doing what is called crossing a path in that environment. That's exactly what you saw UPS doing. That is an egregious level of terrorism, and that's what they are all doing over and over and over again. And then the state is also touching you with this unnatural light. That's P.O.C. 8 CQS 591, 8 SO 6766, 63130 Z2, primary care. 7 VBL 034, 345 ZZW, touching. And who's touching? All the stalkers at the Holt Boulevard car wash. All right, they're all monitoring while that substantial light just appears on the wall and the sidewalk while that Volkswagen Bug drives by. 7 THY 258, 6 RDL 980, 8 CSG 572, AS 434, handicap, 8 DDA 082. License 7XMK047. Alrighty, these demons on, let's see, what street is this? Fern, where Ontario PD was making a U-turn. 8 LSB420. I will document them. 7 RMG 146. The fake sun is on their street, right here at Transit and Fern. All right, I don't even come in this direction. How is it ever going to be captured over my head at the Ontario Town Square Townhomes in the City Hall? 6 EWE 6357 MBA 426. Alrighty, and I'm showing you what is the absence of the light source that's directly over that group stalker that was stalking in the path at the United States Postal Service, at the post office at 123 West Salt. It's moving as I move, keeping in alignment with me, and you see what is stalking in the path and using their vehicles as light, crossing path. They're representing communication devices. And not only that, this is common sense, where you have what is light that's bouncing all over the place and touching all over your body, which is no kind of sunlight. It's not happening when you're driving underneath the sun, okay? Let me be clear what Omnitrans is doing while I'm walking in the shade, crossing path. And this is that shooting, that directed light conduct. This is predatory conduct. Omnitrans Route 61, crossing path on the traffic cameras at Vine and Holt Boulevard at 9:07 a.m. License plate 1545945. The same directed light that I've showed you in video after video, appearing in the shade along the passenger side of the bus while they're driving in the shade. All right, and they're doing so at the moment that they are while I am walking in the shade. All right, it's not coincidental. It's not, that is the stalking in the path and using a bus line to do so, maintaining that light. E36270, and you're understanding the psychopath because were I to hold up my camera, the state does not engage in having that light appear, but I have caught it many times. 6ZBP243, but the state engages in trying to immediately stop that conduct as I pull out a camera. All right, I'm going to document this venue where a third-party group stalker is on the grounds, crossing path with directed light while I'm being molested with directed light as a four-eyed freak. with the license plate 4VZD954 in operation of his communication device is driving up, and you have what is directed light shooting toward me while he is in the shade approaching the intersection of Vine and Holt Boulevard. All right, recycling and shedding, U.S. 265-937, 907-54P2 is the license plate, and FedEx is stalking in the path on Vine. All right, FedEx is loitering in a relevant position while I'm being touched. Understand that's the same creation of light, the same method. I'm sorry, not the same method, the same objective, while FedEx is stalking in the path at what is, looks like, I want to say Brooks and Vine. You have what they're sitting in the car, and that's how they're able to just step on the brakes and pull off while I'm being molested. All right, they're stalking in the path. License BZ771, handicap. All right, peculiarized light at the Den of Demons, First Christian Church. It's not a real church. You have what is demonic activity, flashing lights in front of that venue, directed light across that venue under the fake sun. It's a venue. And that is the location right now where peculiarized light is being maintained. Understand also, FedEx loitering in relevant position. You have another third party engaging in the same conduct that I'm documenting FedEx and such carriers engaging in. It's the same conduct. It's maintaining presence. All right, so you've got FedEx in relevant position and another third party right here on this side of the street with their hazard lights on. FedEx is engaging in the same stalking conduct. 8AZY074, 8FNC 370, 8DGN 730. And I'm going to document this venue. You've got a group stalker that's coming out of it with their communication device. At the same time, I'm being molested. They're all monitoring, but I document where you want to use that venue in particular to engage in monitoring me. I'm going to make sure I publish it, 8TYJ958. And this is 112 Vine Avenue. All right, walking off of the property of that while I'm being molested, and the state's fake sun is directly over it. All right, that's P.O.C. License 8JZB459. All right, license 8T30828, driven by what appears to be an Asian male. A white van driven by an Asian male. 39420H2. 1285, California 448102. That is the California number on that vehicle, driven by a Latino male who's stalking with light. He makes a U-turn on the traffic cameras at Vine to reverse into the property of L&R Auto Repair, a third-party facilitating venue. All right, P.O.C. license plate. GE005. Yeah, that's a handicap. AGLH920. 5AAE074, 074. L&R Auto Repair is a third-party facilitating venue. I have documented them before, also engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon while they were monitoring. I published this already. License 9F59781, California 0357442, US.209-2669, I believe. License, what is this? Chico's Auto Glass. The license plate is 02051V1, and directed light across the asphalt while they're in the shade, touching me with that. All right, Chico's Auto Glass, and that is the state flying over. State flies right over me, very particular, very precise with the corner that I'm standing at. Flies diagonally over my head, while Chico's Auto Glass is engaging in a molestation with directed light over my body while they're in the shade at the stoplight. This is a mode of stalking. And molestation 8NKR903. And L&R Auto repair, like I was stating. You have what is this third-party facilitating venue engaging in what is on behalf of the entity assault with a deadly weapon, acting like they cannot see me while I'm walking on the sidewalk, engaging in a threat with hitting with a car, 6UKJ 307, which the entity engaged in on purpose. You have, first of all, they're monitoring. But second of all, the entity engages in this as an ongoing threat while, for example, in 2019, when I was filing my writ petition, after the San Bernardino Superior Court evaded service of process, which is criminal obstruction of justice, a criminal act, 8D56082, it's a criminal act because federal stalking is ongoing. They're going to be prosecuted for that. And so while I am delivering the writ to the sheriff's department, all right, the same sheriff's department that engaged in kidnapping, all right, this is how you have to deal with that entity, but I document all of that. People are going to federal prison, that's fine. 6 VYG 517. As I'm delivering the writ to the sheriff's department, the entity hits me with a car, all right, intentionally engaging and acting like she cannot see me. I have the right of way. I'm walking in the crosswalk, and this third party acts as though, and you are acting. First of all, the entity is monitoring. You're not ignorant. Second of all, you are talking about a blatant negligence, gross negligence, 6HGA 398, even in their twisted universe where monitoring isn't ongoing, all right, where monitoring is not occurring, it is gross negligence, all right? I have the right of way. The light is green for me, and she is intentionally engaging in looking around the opposite way while she's at a red light in order to act like she's ignorant and hit me with her car. While I was delivering the writ petition to the sheriff's department, 7KPZ056, and after this happens, understand what the entity engages in, recommunicating this same threat over and over again, especially as I document more and more. That was a method of threatening by L&R Auto Repair, which I believe I documented and published already. And if not, it's going to be published, but that occurred, and that is, I'm pretty sure I documented the license plate. But nonetheless, this is a venue also subject to documentation with the Den of Demons First Christian Church, where the state was keeping its fake sun literally over this fake church. The state would keep its directed light on the staircase, keeping it there all day long, where I was documenting also on the traffic cameras, which after I document on the traffic cameras for a series of days, all of a sudden the state comes through and changes those cameras. They did something to the cameras after I documented on those cameras. But anyway, it is 9:15 a.m. and I just want to document that venue. That is where that third party that's stalking with peculiarized light looks to be a Latino male, 46316Y1. Those are those that are engaging in an ongoing demonstration of why an entire population is going to be deported out of California. This is public corruption, and California is going to clean up shop a lot. All right, rampant corruption, 27789W2, and many are going to be deported out of this country. All right, because you're talking about the multitudes. My documentation is showing you how prevalent this is. There is no exception. So this is demonic activity that has been masked for a long time, and this is demonic activity that is actually criminal. All right, and they are engaging in egregious criminal conduct, and then additional criminal conduct to try to cover up that fact. All right, so you have what is monitoring with the kid, operation of a communication device while doing so, and touching with directed light. AGLV 836. Let me give you another bad commercial for UPS. Stalking at the intersection of Vine and Holt at 9:16 a.m. under the fake sun, just like they were yesterday under the fake sun at the Ontario Town Square townhomes, where directed light is reaching out toward me, MNDSLVE, and engaging in what is the ongoing molestation and terrorism with the rest of the entity, all right, P.O.C. And I took an image of what is that operation of their communication device by a minor, and that adult driving that vehicle is engaging in federal stalking using a child, all right, 7FJJ961. That kid is operating the communication device. They're in the environment. This is monitoring together. This is the public corruption that's criminal facilitation. This is also sexual violence that you're engaging in with one who is underage, neither of whom have any permission to touch me, and that's what you are doing as you are group stalking. The state has combined this molestation with the crossing of path. All right, and that's exactly what you're engaging in. And understand that this is the ways in which that a government is going to molest your body. The government is acting through the people. And you're going to prosecute the stalker for every method of touching. And you are touching in this method. You're touching while you are doing so with kids in your car while you're engaging in federal stalking. That's what that third party is engaging in. 8KVY622, 8SMJ101, 81A2JC is on the back of that plate. Those two plates together, Arizona on the back. 5HUK292. And not only that, what else are you understanding? UPS, a commercial actor engaging in federal stalking, is monitoring with kids, engaging in terrorism and sexual violence with kids, engaging in it with the people of the state, engaging in targeting an American citizen, sexual violence on a corporate manner with the people of the state who are acting with children, contributing to the delinquencies of minors, contributing to what is engagement in sexually violent conduct with minors. That's what UPS is documenting itself as engaging in, all right? Because they're right here at the same corner, monitoring, okay? Under the same fake sun, molesting with the same directed light. 7NMD147, 6WHE211, 6EQS281, 8XEP536, 8XFB108, 38413G3, 7VYV015, interstate batteries, 05065X2, 8TAR825, 8D04163. And third parties such as Starbucks, who have been documented engaged in multiple acts of criminal summoning, sexual violence, that is federal stalking in the bathroom, a sexually violent pattern of conduct, engaging in what is harassment by entity, and ongoing terrorism at their venue while they are maintaining knowledge based on the crime of monitoring, aware of every word that I'm saying and showing you based on what is the demon possessed, know every word that you're saying, know what you're doing in the bathroom. All right, you have what is in no way avoiding documentation. This is exactly what Starbucks is engaging in on the grounds of those properties. And let me be clear, Starbucks is monitoring right now while I'm at Vine and Holt. They're in relevant position. 7XRF162, and I don't have to be on the grounds to document them. I have continuously documented them while I'm in Fontana, while I'm in Upland, all right, while I'm at the opposite end of Ontario at the Ontario Open Family Community Library, the B&G Plaza, 5FJD253, while I'm on an Omnitrans bus that is crossing path right now. And this stalker is crossing path again, 7VZD954. 1404974, that's Omnitrans bus 1330. All right, it is 9:19 a.m., that is P.O.C. Let me get these license plates real quick. 8GWF398, 6G44524, 48053L2, 7FVE552, AKK6743, POC. FedEx is crossing path, coming out of the driveway of what looks like American Stereo Masters, 533 Holt Boulevard, crossing path, and driving west on Holt right now at 9:20 a.m. License plate 2ZGJ850. $7GWM572. 6CJR070, 6MJH858, 5DGL176. 7CWP883, and they are all touching, including FedEx that is stalking in the path via a traffic light at Holt in San Antonio. 14682G3. BWS4508, that's Arizona. 76194D3, 6YYH336. Lacrosse Smog and Tune at 546 Holt Boulevard, monitoring. 8NTT340. CHAROLT, I believe. Let's see. Yeah. It's 9:21 a.m. 65764B2, 78GW264. 40017L2, 7LDY193. Let me show you the fake sun at this opposite end of Holt Boulevard over the American Stereo Master, Ontario Village Dental and Dentist office, where I am across from Lacrosse Smog and Tune, approaching the Ontario Village, nowhere near the vicinity of the B&G Plaza, where the state's fake sun, remember, till 10 a.m. I showed you a video that 10 a.m. it's remaining over the B&G Plaza where I am. This is POC. Alrighty, I took an image of what is La Crosse Smog and Tune. They're stalking with activity 7SUT435. As I am speaking of the fact that I'm about to take a picture, you have them using their ignition, starting their ignitions. That's audible activity. They're in relevant position. They are under the fake sun. That is over this plaza and impossible to coexist with what I captured yesterday. The state's fake sun remained over me at the B&G Plaza, way at the opposite end of the street. 5FBX340, and that is a venue, La Crosse Smog and Tune, also engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon while they are monitoring. All right, using an employee to cross path, acting in concert with the Ontario Police while I'm documenting. This is the demonic entity that knows it's being documented. And while I document and observe Ontario PD, an employee driving a vehicle on these grounds speeds into the grounds past me while I have the right of way. 8ESC040, I have the right of way. Speeds in front of me, threatening to hit me, in other words, while you're monitoring. 8KWP627. That is the third-party facilitating venue, La Crosse Smog and Tune, located at 546 Holt Boulevard at 9:24 a.m., where the state's fake sun is right over me, where they are stalking with audible activity and crossing path in directed light, using those vehicles. Understand that's light activity in the engineered light. All right, that's what the demon-possessed want to do. They want to create light activity in the engineered light, the directed light that is covering the grounds. All right, that's P.O.C. It is 9:24 a.m. 7G91237, but I can't really see that one that clearly. BJZB, I can't really see that one. 7YET468. STYLO2. That's funny. There is nothing stylish about being a stalker or being demon possessed. Nothing. It's grotesque. Ugh. License 7UXA237. 41043D2. 6EZP695. All right, and this light 7C. I can't remember, 7CJY, but I can't see the rest of it. This conduct with the threatening of La Crosse Smog and Tune, understand this is what the entity, it's not a coincidence, all right? You have what is the ongoing threat in that manner while the entity knows I am documenting it, recommunicating a threat after the entity hit me with a vehicle upon my serving or going to serve the writ to the state. All right, in that civil case. And that's what La Crosse Smog and Tune also engaged in. While the demon-possessed actor of the Ontario Police, acting in concert, Ontario Police were driving by at the same time that venue engaged in waging that sort of threat. That's not a coincidence, that's P.O.C. And it occurred under the fake sun, all right, while I'm documenting the entity. That's the kind of conduct that they engage in. That's what Satan acts like. 8EPT929, stalking inside of the parking lot of Ontario Village Shopping Plaza. 8TDA280. It's 9:26 a.m. Safeguard Patrol is under the fake sun. That's direct evidence as to what they're doing. You're not patrolling anything. You're stalking. 8KED587 and doing so in that commercial vehicle. 6VHA060. Crossing path while they're sitting in the car in the parking lot. All right. State's fake sun yesterday is remaining over me at the B&G Plaza. 8MBL068. 8FUR061. 5ZDP840. 8WEK313. 7FIV597. 7SBZ755. 6DIB473. 6XYT066. 7SSZ569. All right, and not just that, you have what is not just remaining at the B&G Plaza, which I remained till a little after 10 a.m. It's 9:27 a.m. You have what is also the state keeping its fake suns in over the Ontario Town Square. I'm sorry, not the Ontario Town Square, the Ontario Open Family Community Library. 5XRG884, and enters into Dee Dee's discounts on camera, group stalking. License. It's 9:27 a.m. 7TXX768. Operation of communication device. 8KGC825. 7DNL914. 8CIZ698. 8WEM 616, 6UOE 301. $8DMG 563. That's audible activity, what he's yelling. 8EEY 240. 8LMX 618. This is Stater Brothers creating audible activity under the fake sun. 8TCA 794. Remember what I told you, yelling God bless you in direct light and under the fake sun is audible activity of a demon-possessed stalker. Operation of their communication device. Let me get you that. All right, that is AC 46M59. All right, crossing path as I capture the image of what is operation of the communication device by Stater Brothers. And this is directed light that is, again, reaching under the structure of the entrance of the store. And not only is this not the sun that's engaging in this, that's not sunlight that's going to reach underneath the structure, but also common sense, right? The state is keeping its literal light object over the B&G Plaza. That is also light activity that's not going to occur while it's hovering over the B&G Plaza. Let's even go further. That's also not light activity that's going to occur while it's hovering over me at the intersection of 9th and Euclid Avenue in the city of Upland. All right? Let alone remaining over the side of the Ontario Open Family Community Library. This is common sense. You're understanding what is directed light. You're understanding what is a stalker. All right? Operating under that which no longer exists. They don't have any form. And Satan is being revealed in its true, raw identity. All right, and this is a psychopath that is operating the system. Psychopaths acting with children, acting with puppy dogs, acting with utility vehicles and screwdrivers, and engaging in whatever outward appearance they want to maintain while they're engaging in demonic activity, accomplishing a criminal purpose, which is federal stalking. But they're doing much more than that, and that's what the policy that I advocate for purposes of substantively and comprehensively prosecuting a demonic system operated by the government. Stater Brothers operating communication devices in direct light. That's what they're doing, crossing path. And they're doing so on camera. All right, in the environment, that's direct evidence, and those are automatic federal charges. And that's the employees outside and inside crossing path with that. It's 9:30 a.m. and I'm inside of the venue of Stater Brothers at 646 West Holt, where the state's fake sun is directly over the venue. This is P.O.C. All right, 8UND 513, 7BTT 454, and I want to get the directed light. That's directed light across the vehicle. That's speaking to what Amazon Prime is engaging in. They're in the exact same demonic environment, engaging in that state system with the government. That is, the government is maintaining presence via Amazon Prime inside of the venue of Stater Brothers at 646 West Holt, where the state's heavily documented presence and P.O.C. is documented. Shopping inside of that venue is no form. This is what the entity relies on too. Oh, I'm making a purchase. Like that has anything. It has absolutely nothing. It's proof of presence. All right. It's proof of stalking. All right. ATCA 794. So when they say whatever it is that they're doing, it is an admission. That's how that works. It's an admission. 47011X2. That is Amazon Prime license plate. In directed light, I'm taking images of what is a state's engineered light. Walking around the vehicle, my shadows appearing at a distance away from me, just like that demon I showed you walking in the alleyway. All right, this is P.O.C. And again, Amazon Prime captured underneath the fake sun, stalking, engaging and going to that degree to stalk. And they also left their brake lights on. This is the creation of light activity in the engineered light. They are monitoring while they leave the vehicle in the parking lot, in the environment, and go inside and have no form for why they are stalking in the path and using a commercial vehicle. They're going to be prosecuted, and that company is going to be prosecuted for that. This is US.2881058. P.O.C. 8TBP171, and directed light all over the asphalt, all over the buildings while the demon possessor driving by. That speaks to what Amazon Prime is engaging in. All right, it is currently 9:55 a.m. Taking an image of what is directed light just appearing on the brick wall underneath the shaded area of the Stater Brothers, speaking to what Amazon Prime is engaging in. 2WOTWIN 8TBP171. All right, there are a bunch of stalkers. Amazon Prime is demon-possessed company, all right, employed by
the demon-possessed that are monitoring American citizens, threatening American citizens, sexually molesting and stalking and monitoring American citizens. 8YCY617. And this is indicative of what is a psychopath working for your ordinary neighborhood Amazon Prime employee, all right? I'm sorry, company, excuse me. The only thing amazing about them is how heavily oppressed with demon possession all of them are, because that's what this is revealing. It is currently, again, 9:56 a.m. and at this time, remember yesterday, the state's fake sun is remaining over the B&G Plaza. All right, that is direct evidence of what I'm documenting, the entity, including Amazon Prime engaging in P.O.C. 5XQN154. All right, so I did, first of all, capture video of what is Amazon Prime engaging in group stalking at Ontario Village Shopping Center. They are present in creating light, going inside of whatever venue they went inside of, leaving the lights on the vehicle, all right? Sitting in the vehicle, getting out of the vehicle, you remain in a relevant position, you're engaging in ongoing facilitation, you are in the environment, this is P.O.C, but I went and I got that license plate of that particular commercial actor and engaging in what is heavy-duty stalking, and that's what the documentation is showing, because that's all you're doing in the state's environment. That's why the environment is present. This is common sense, all right? And what is absolute demented conduct, but it's common sense. This unnatural environment, this unnatural activity is intentional. The unnatural environment is present for that stalking activity, and it's supposed to occur under the guise of what's normal. So you're seeing what is absolutely abnormal, and commercial actors included in engaging in that stalking activity. Coming to a grocery store, this is what Amazon Prime is engaging in. They're coming to a grocery store parking lot to stalk me, all right, to monitor me. And that's going toward the Amazon Prime company, all right? Because that demon-possessed employee is exposing that company. But that company, they're not innocent, all right? Their venue, if you will, is all over the state of California, where the state is operating this system. The government is acting through Amazon Prime, period. What you have is also the ongoing presence of directed light. And what I was showing in that video, while I was also capturing the stalking activity, the threatening terrorism of Amazon Prime, you have what is the absence of shade. The structures are built such that they would be that would be shade. What the state is doing, what you're witnessing, you're looking at what is horizontal light underneath the structures. The sun that will be over in the sky is not going to create this light activity. This is the ongoing pattern that I'm showing you everywhere. Underneath the shaded covering of the economy end, of the Mayfair end, that will be shade. The state is aiming light horizontally. Underneath, this is curvature. This is angled, directed light. That's not sunlight. That's not the sun. That would be what, beside the building? All right, that's what the state is doing with its hovering light source, because that's not the sun. But not only that, you have this is what you're looking at inside of the venues. This is what the state is covering the floors inside of the venues. This is what I'm showing you inside of Starbucks. This is what I'm showing you inside of the Ontario Oval Family Community Library. All right, this is what I'm showing you inside of the Upland Public Library. This is what I'm showing you inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. That's the directed light. And it is impossible, like the state is necessarily engaging in what is horizontal. That's not coming from the sun. And the sun that is above structures, a star that is high up in the sky, that is not going to remain over that address all day, first of all right? But clearly you're talking about that which is not going to occur if the sun is over all of us, in other words. That's going to be downward trajectory light, not aiming horizontally through any window and covering also the walls and creating the upright shadows inside of these venues, while also covering the floor space that's creating double shadow. This is the state's conduct, and that is directed light that's covering the entirety of the space underneath this entire walkway. Not only is this a predator that's engaging in an ongoing effort to touch everywhere I go, understand what this is, because this is exactly what it is. This is a predator that is surrounding you, all right? So that way you have nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape from. That way they are able to molest in every regard. That's exactly what the people of the state are. They're predators, while they are stalking in the exact same manner, okay? They are doing the exact same thing. The stalker is personified through the light. What the state is doing with light, that's what the people of the state are doing. It's demonic activity. These are the demon-possessed, and they're acting together. And the demon-possessed actor, that is Amazon Prime, present, engaging in that as well. All right, but that's what you're looking at, and that's impossible light activity. Not only also what is also punctuating that point. Where is the state's fake sun at this time at 10:07 a.m.? It is over. While it's over me while I'm going from just now at this time leaving the B&G Plaza, but here it is right over the parking lot where Amazon Prime is stalking, where the state is aiming its directed light underneath the structure in direct conflict with common sense. All right, let me get this demon-possessed stalker loitering 4897. 8B1. And this is the predator that is aiming its directed light in order to touch, in order to make sure that there is no escape from that molestation, in order to engage in that criminal conduct that's occurring on a corporate basis. And this is also what I'm showing you, what is the ongoing pattern. That's what directed light is. That's what's underneath these structures. And this is what I've been pointing out. I'm like, hello, this is common sense. Do you not understand that the sun that is above structures is going to create shade as the sunlight is falling down from the sky, not coming from an angle and underneath the shaded? That's exactly what I just showed you right now, underneath the structure of the Stater Brothers. And not only common sense is showing what I've already documented. The state's fake sun is captured in the evening over the same venue, later in the afternoon over my head over the same venue, and the state has documented engaging in the criminal conduct and terrorism and sexual violence of what is acting like this fake sun is setting, changing the color of it, aiming directed light at the same exact location underneath those same structures, into the depths of that grocery store. I documented all that before. All right, that's terrorism, and that is going to a very, very far extent to touch and molest, all right, to terrorize, to surround. All right, to make impossible to escape, if you will. That's the stalker. That is what the government is doing. All right, the ability to articulate the criminal conduct and demonic activity by an entity, all right, is that threatening? That's exactly what it is. All right, you're talking about, it's 10:09 a.m. and the state's fake sun is remaining over the Ontario Over Family Community Library, but what you have is the state's fake sun over the Ontario Village shopping center and aiming directed light such that the entity can molest me together while they're engaging in monitoring, targeting, tracking my every move. That's P.O.C. 7AGW264, 7KZU475, 8SYZ516, 7KJL432. And this is why you don't have any form inside of wherever it is that you live, inside of wherever it is that you're working, wherever it is you're going inside to go shopping, because that's why that environment is present. And the demon-possessed don't have any form. 70PZ229, 5AWF331, and she's monitoring and sexually violating and terrorizing with kids. All right? This is, it's currently 10:10 a.m. And security patrol stalking at the opposite end of the sidewalk. All right, maintaining presence in the path. 8KCW944, 7EPS440. So you're understanding that deliberate environment. This is deliberate conduct by a demon. Playing Evanescence, that's P.O.C. 8KED587 is monitoring to that. All right, and this is a demon that is engaging in P.O.C. All right, this is not serving any commercial purpose. This is revealing demonic activity, criminal conduct. All right, I happen to like Evanescence, but you're witnessing, you're paying attention to the substance. All right, hold on. All right, I'm showing you what is the fake sun over this demon that is creating audible activity. That's what that purpose of that music is serving. All right, and that's what you're paying attention to. All right, you're paying attention to what is the engineered light that he's in. That's why you have that same engineered light appearing on the surfaces of the cars beside him while he's blasting that music. That sort of conduct, that's how you're going to catch those federal charges. He's a sex offender. All right, engaging in criminal facilitation, 7NJH894. That's P.O.C. And he's doing that in engineered light. That's a demon, okay? That's demonic activity right in your face. 7GML936, 6MHY390, 6WWV376, 7LJX397, 8WGL997. All right, it's 10:11 a.m. Here's the state's fake sun remaining over my head right here over the Panda Walk, where I've heavily documented. Panda Walk is at the Bonita end of the plaza. Stalking at the end of the sidewalk is 8WGL997, sitting in their car, stalking in the path. All right, stalking, sitting in the car while the fake sun is remaining over me. 8POVO13. All right, that's exactly what they're doing, and this is capturing the stalkers in their true form in the absence of any outward appearance. They don't have any outward appearance of form. I'm showing you what are the demon possessed and what they've been doing for years. All right, and they are psychopath stalkers, okay? And dragging around any demon possessed kids while they're doing so is not in any form. They're a part of activity creation in that environment, and you are stalking, sitting around in your car while the fake sun is directly over you because you're stalking in front of me in my path, because that's not the sun, all right? And that's not sunlight that's moving all over the building. 7BTT454, that's P.O.C. While the group stalker is sitting in their vehicle, that's what I took a picture of, 8WGL997, that's P.O.C., okay? That's what they are all doing. That's what the entity is doing on a systematic basis. That's why it's not over the United States Post Office anymore at 123 West Holt, where that group stalker was maintaining presence in the path. 5 5WHB 520. It is 10:13 a.m. Alrighty, light activity while that demon stalking and that license plate right in front of me. Light activity with his vehicle, but it's also light activity while you move around underneath the state's engineered light. All right, that's a demon, okay? These are all the ways you're looking at what are demons and what they're doing as you're breaking down the substance of their conduct. Not the name of the song they're listening to. The substance of that conduct is that song is audible activity. This is what you're focusing on, okay? All right. Not the substance as though they're trying to get inside of a cozy little parking spot where other third parties are present too. But the creation of what is light activity as they're pacing back and forth like a demon does, pacing in engineered light. That's what you're focusing on, the substance of the conduct. All right. That is what demonic activity is about. And these are the demon possessed, engaging in absolutely demented stalking group activity, which is how demons act. They act as a pack. All right. They're creatures. They are the cockroaches of humanity, possessing people and engaging in what is demented activity in the natural. All right. And what is their form? You're talking about demons, Satan, that is actually using human beings. And this is the reality of what they're doing. And this is the government. All right. Engaging in the same exact conduct, acting through the people while demonic activity is practiced by the government. That's the government flying over the venue under the fake sun. All right. That's Delta Airlines. That's P.O.C. That is Delta Airlines that I took an image of. Engaging in terrorism, long documented conduct, 5FJD253, flying right here where the fake sun is. That's exactly where Delta Airlines is flying, okay? That's P.O.C. All right, prolonged loitering in relevant position, monitoring and terrorizing with Delta Airlines, 6WWV376. Alrighty, showing you what is the ongoing engineered light while Delta Airlines is engaging in the audible activity creation in an environment, contributing to that environment and stalking in that environment, which is also Delta Airlines as a sex offender and a terrorist. 6LQS 171, parked in the shade. The state's fake sun over the venue of what is specifically Ontario Village, but directly over me while I'm standing by Panda Walk. And you're looking at what is the projection of directed light as it's hitting that vehicle whose license plate I just recited. This is impossible light activity. This old dingy white car with the cracking paint. You have what is hitting the surface and it's appearing on the asphalt. That's the ongoing P.O.C. 2, that demon is playing Tupac in Evanescence. That's audible activity stalking in the path. 2YJN617, 8WPE939. All right. This is the state that is also stalking via helicopter. Ongoing direct evidence against the entirety of the entity. Flying directly over the venue in the same engineered light. 8XNR711, 8XNR610. 7NJH894, 5TWS962, and I took pictures of what is the helicopter. All right, while they're flying around in their engineered light. And these, if they are not American citizens, you're out of here. 8XNR611, P.O.C, working at Panda Walk. It's a means of criminal conduct. All right, documenting images of that they're crossing path in engineered light while the state is flying over in helicopter. That's what I took a picture of. Driving license plate 8XNR611. All right, license plate 6EZP695. All right, directed light moving across like I've already documented at this venue where FedEx and Amazon Prime engaged in molestation in concert with such group stalkers as 6ZEP695 molesting with directed light. That's moving across the building of Panda Walk. Another reason why they shall be shipped out of this country. They don't belong here. You're engaging in a monitoring an American citizen with the government. That is as un-American as it gets, regardless of the fact that the government is operating that. That's a whole other American issue to be dealt with. Those who don't belong, and you're demonstrating that through your conduct after being granted American citizenship, no, you're out of here. And you're a sex offender, violating somebody who's documenting it. Again, that's 8XNR611 in relevant position, engaging in an ongoing molestation while the fake sun is over the venue. And let me go ahead and be complete and capture the fake sun again over Panda Walk. All right, that is P.O.C. and that is the directed light that is in front and in the shade. And as I capture that, what does the state do? Its pattern of flying by in a helicopter. 3TQN644, while those Asians that are working at Panda Walk, those Asian Americans, whatever their ethnicity are, those third parties are crossing path. All right. I'm speaking to what is the reality of and the necessity as a matter of justice of deportation. Okay. And that's the only reason why I'm speaking to what is their ethnicity. Because if you are not a natural born citizen, then you shall be deported. All right. This is exceedingly violent conduct on behalf of a government, and doing it with the government who can provide no legal argument for you is not going to be helpful. And there's no shelter for that in any way whatsoever. All right. Ongoing molestation 7YBX 7BYX 726, engaging in ongoing molestation. All right, while I'm documenting what is the reality of the deportation of those who don't belong in this country. 8XTH. Hold on, let me get this license plate. Can't see it. 8YTH300. Alrighty. And that is the ongoing P.O.C. 8TEA 548, 7HLP274. And this is the state's fake sun, again, that's over this venue while you've got the engineered light. It's not just the fake sun, all right? It's also the engineered light. 7NEC 614. And while demons fill inside of a venue, all they're doing is crossing path, which is an engineered light that's inside of the venue. The same demonic activity. This is ritualistic satanic conduct. 6VUT 526, which is also engaging in, as they engage in their satanic activity, they are engaging in what is federal stalking. All right, they're monitoring on communication devices. All right, license. Is this another one that wants to be deported? 8VMN 570, 8LMX 618. Oh yeah, let's get that. 8LCP 898, and that is 7BCU 063. Oh, let's get that. Entirely unhelpful, flying over under the fake sun, Southwest Airlines. In direct light, and I'm gonna take another picture of it because she's sitting here monitoring a relevant position. The state begins flying audibly as I capture that damning image while they're in engineered light, stalking in the path. All right, it is 10:22 a.m. That's P.O.C. That's how demons operate, and that's the same P.O.C. as I'm documenting San Bernardino County and the Ontario Police Department at the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, where the state's fake son, whereas at this time right now, I am subject to federal stalking by those demon-possessed stalkers of the San Bernardino County and of the Ontario Police Department, who are surrounding with communication devices, creating ongoing audible activity. The state is flying over me by helicopter. The state's fake son is directly over me and over the 280 North Lemon Apartments as I stand in between the library and those apartment buildings. The state's directed light is on the ground, which I took a picture of, and the state's directed light is hitting off of the vehicle of the Ontario Police Department. Like I showed you, just like I'm showing right now, it's engineered light. They were monitoring. All right, 8KBD 496, and I've already established that. You're talking about understanding what is a psychopath and a sex offender and a stalker, a terrorizing, threatening stalker. All right, that was nothing but P.O.C. And you have understand the exact same conduct. Stalking with directed light, that's what they were doing yesterday. Stalking with the fake sun, that's what they were doing yesterday. Engaging in molestation with directed light, that's what they were doing yesterday. Stalking with a helicopter, that's what they were doing yesterday. Stalking with commercial line planes, that's what they were doing yesterday. That's exactly what I documented. This is ongoing ceaseless stalking of the state. All right, that is P.O.C. It is currently 10:23 a.m. and that's the state's fake sun that's directly over me in front of the nail shop inside of the Ontario Village, while engineered light is on the ground. All right, while engineered light is moving all across the building. That's speaking to a demon-possessed stalker, ATPZ 696, demon-possessed, monitoring with demon-possessed children. All right, engaging in sexual violence with them, terrorism with them. All right, you have what is, and that's worthy of losing possession of your children, by the way. That's why I'm documenting it. You have what is engaging in that conduct at Ontario Village, and the state is keeping its fake sun. That's how I'm able to capture it at 1:14 p.m. directly over the entrance of the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. Let alone, this would never be documented if that was actually the same sun that I captured day in and day out over me, over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library, let alone over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library. There's no question about what these demons are doing, and this is a psychopath that is listening to every word, engaging in ongoing, repeated sexual molestation. That's why they're going to be prosecuted, and they will be getting deported. All right? That's exactly why. 7XGC 783, 7BCU 063, All right, because the psychopath is listening while he's bumping his music. That's a demon creating audible activity, listening to every word that I'm saying. That's a demon that's stalking in the path, 7172C, listening to every word while they're engaging in monitoring with the state, listening to every word while they're stalking with the helicopter. That's why they're going to be deported. That's why. That's why they're going to federal prison. All right, that's why. 8 SMP 328. That's why you're losing possession of your children. That's why. All right, license 7WBS 657. All right, you want to stalk that bad, it shows how much of a threat you are. You don't have any business being in the possession and guardianship of children. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. You like to engage in sexually violating those who you don't even know with the government. All right, license plate 7NBS 657 P.O.C. And again, that's license 7NJH 894, providing an ongoing soundtrack. Okay, that's P.O.C. 6 MHY390, directed light swiping across the ashy asphalt while that demon-possessed stalker crosses path. All right? Monitoring a psychopath, a stalker, and a demon-possessed one. 5UZT157, crossing path again from Woodside Senior Apartments. Okay? He was engaging in bathroom monitoring the entire time, surveillance inside of that community the entire time that I was there, and he is stalking now. 5UZT157, while the fake son was over apartment 51, and he was stalking outside. A demon standing on the sidewalk listening to me and knows what I'm doing while my panties are down inside of that apartment. That's the reality of what that third party is doing. That's what he was doing at Woodside Senior Apartments. That's what the entity was doing altogether. 8DTE711. And he's intentionally present crossing path under the fake sun, which is no longer over Woodside Senior Apartments because I'm not there. It's over right here over the Panda Walk at 10:26 a.m. Alrighty. That is P.O.C. 6NJG 960 4XNR 151. Crossing path again, 8YCY 617. 5EEW 104. 6GUC 532. And why is it that I've captured after I go to the Stater Brothers Plaza? I'm sorry, well, Stater Brothers anchors that plaza, but the Ontario Village Shopping Plaza. And I go to Starbucks, and the state's fake sun is remaining over that Starbucks, not because it's a natural evolution of the movement of the sun during the day over Hope Boulevard, but it's because I've gone to Starbucks, and that's where I was maintaining presence, and that's why the fake sun was over that venue. That's common sense. That's why it's not over the Starbucks or over San Antonio relative to me. It's why it's right here at Bonita, remaining where I am. That's why it remained yesterday over B&G Plaza and moves as I move up the street plumb to the Ontario City Hall to the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. Because that's what Starbucks was engaging in. 6EGW 424, 5GGA 947. And that is establishing that. This is 140 Bonita. That's audible activity in directed light. 7ZYS 486. 4LQX 364. 8WAE 486. 8FOV 432, ONLEEGD 8TCC 938, 6UFB 052, 7ZLV 009, 8C67731, 6UIS 511, 8PJD 012, 6UBA 190. 7MOC 569. 8XPY or 8XP, hold on. That is 8XPY 103. 7ENY 531. 6AUN 638. 8ETK 365. 8WZN 733. This is audible activity creation in directed light while I'm walking in the shade. This is similar to what Omnitrans does while I'm walking in the shade and the bus drives by and directed light appears on the ground. That's what the state is doing right now. Audible activity. 8L03734. Crossing path. All right, I'm showing you what is the appearance of directed light just out of nowhere. All All right, this is just light that's just appearing on this white fence right here of this venue where I'm standing, where the state is sounding plane engines, and where the state's fake sun is now back here over Bonita and Vesta. All right, not over Holt Boulevard anymore, over me. It's moving as I move. It's over Vesta, and you have what is appearing in the shade, directed light. And I took a picture of it. It's a white fence, and my shadow is appearing, and you can see what is luminescent. I'm standing completely in the shade, and I'll show you this. That is the ongoing touching with light. The ongoing demonic stalking activity, stalking with light, while the state is amplifying audible activity of a plane. It's audible activity in that environment. Stalking with audible activity, stalking in the path, stalking with light. That is why you have light just manifesting in the shade out of nowhere. Okay, that's P.O.C. 7XFD156. This venue where the dog is barking is where that directed light is appearing out of nowhere. That's audible activity. That's audible activity. That's P.O.C. In directed light, it's like having noisy children. And actually, let me be clear, I'm not going to get into that, but what venue is this? 535 Vesta. I'm going to document this. Hold on. Has its audible activity in directed light. That's 535 Vesta, 6BRV495. Understand, it doesn't matter the name of the song, it doesn't matter the method of noise. The environment is present, and it is a means of monitoring. All right, it's the ongoing means of the three elements, and that's what you're paying attention to. You're understanding how demons do that. All right, you're not going to be distracted by the methods employed. You're going to recognize them, and you're going to prosecute for those that are legally relevant. Doing so through via harassment, doing so through sexual violence, doing so through any other means of trying to intimidate or harass. This is what the entity does. All right, but you're looking at what is the maintenance of elements. It's satanic conduct. It's a ritualistic engagement in three elements: light, activity, and relevant positioning. They're demons. 8 TED 452. And your barking dogs in directed light under the fake sun that's over your venue is called P.O.C. 8 AHF 678. Let's see. License 11478D3. All right, this is Alaska Airlines flying right over where the 507 Vesta is, and I'm capturing what is the fake sun. All right, the fake sun is moving over me. It's not over Holt. It has moved north to be over me where I'm at, and you're looking at that same combination. 7COA 546. Alaska Airlines flying right under where the fake sun is, right over these houses where I am in relevant position. All right, and directed light. That's Alaska Airlines engaging in as a sex offender, and this is not new. This is ongoing documentation, but you are looking at what is a big picture as I've connected all the dots for you. And you're witnessing what is the prosecution of those companies. Amazon Prime, Alaska Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, the demon-possessed operating those companies engaging in this system. 8VMN 570 is monitoring with what is Alaska Airlines in the sky, stalking in that environment. 6ANN 372. 8UZS 850. Directed light beside that psychopath's car while she's driving by. All right. It is currently 10:34 a.m. and that is looking at what is the fake sun. That's how you know what Alaska Airlines is intentionally doing. The fake sun is not possibly over in the city of Upland remaining over me, or in the city of Fontana, or literally in the window of the bus moving in real time while it is, or for example, remaining over the Ontario Over Family Community Library entrance as it was yesterday, necessarily so for me to capture it at 1:14 p.m. as I step out and show you what is directed light underneath the structure of that venue. The state's fake sun is right here and over while I'm at 507 Vesta, and Alaska Airlines is captured in an image flying under that fake sun that is intentionally placed over me, while Alaska Airlines is intentionally flying in that environment, hovering over that venue to create audible activity in that environment and contributing to that environment. That's P.O.C. That's a prosecution of that company and every other company. All right, that's P.O.C. It is 10:34 a.m. Alaska Airlines as a sex offender to be prosecuted as such, engaging in terrorizing and monitoring American citizens with knowledge of every word that you are documenting about that system and intentionally participating in it and facilitating it. That's a violent sex offender. That is Alaska Airlines. License plate 8YFF737. Stalking at a stop sign. All right, that's what they're doing. Stalking via stop sign, directed light, the same exact conduct under the same exact environment. Psychopaths. Monitoring with a child, 7DWB549. All right, stalking via a stop sign, going out of their way, and doing so with a child in tow. All right, these are unstable people, many of whom have no business being in the place of guardianship or parenting one, teaching another how to terrorize and sexually violate through the demonic methods employed by the demon possessed. They need to lose possession of those children, and they are engaging in violating another, even using those children, all right, including those children in that sexual violence and terrorism with the government. 6KDM229. The same argument, the analogous argument shall be made for what are companies using their logos, their companies, their business for the same sexual criminal purpose. 5RXN627. 6SWW001. PCW 356 7XSA 024. Z2 5JBV211. All right, common sense dictates. This is okay, you would want, I guess you're going to try to suppose, let me just go ahead and argue on behalf of the government. There is no argument. It's going to be a strict liability type. So anyway, you have what is, I'll go ahead and give it to you because it doesn't exist. That's the sun that she's capturing in video and in pictures. That is hovering, low down. It's a large light source. That's the sun that's over the parking lot of Ontario Village, over the Panda Walk building, and moving at that rapid pace as she moves in the parking lot. That's the sun. Okay, then how would I be able to capture that which is supposedly the sun at the same time 24 hours ago that is over the 280 North Limit Apartments, and this is supposedly sunlight that's also reflecting off of vehicles, and I don't know, I guess off of the building, has how I captured that blue tinted directed light while I'm capturing the Ontario police stalking in the path as I take that picture. That's impossible to coexist, and that's how this is also what you're looking at, the cumulative value. This is not the sun. And what was that was occurring with regard to this sun, this light that's appearing on the sidewalk in front of me, that's bouncing off of the Ontario Police Department vehicle, while that light object is clearly captured above that apartment building. That apartment building is nowhere similar or coexisting with being directly over my head at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, over every store as I stand in front of it, aiming light underneath the shaded structures. 134 WW, making a U-turn, creating light activity in the intersection. This is a demon. An overweight Latino male wearing glasses, a white Toyota Tacoma. All right, drives forward just to make a U-turn and drives the opposite direction. That's a demon. All right, that's the pacing. That's literally going forward and backward. 5JBV211. While Satan listens to me make that common sense argument, you have demons that engage in that conduct. They're furious as they listen to that. I'm going to prosecute them. And then you have, what do you hear? The humming of the helicopter. The state isn't going anywhere. It's always stalking, because they're listening to me prosecute them while they are monitoring every word. All right, that was clearly not the sun. Over the 280 apartments, that's clearly where it was over. All right, light bouncing off of that police vehicle. Inexplicable light in the middle of the sidewalk. All right, you have, what is the state flying over me by helicopter, flying over my head at 401 Vesta. I'm sorry, I'm at C Street, 401 C Street. And that's what I just took a picture of. This is understand what the demons are doing. This is ongoing monitoring, but understand as they listen to every word, not only are they scared, that's fear, but it is communicated through the ongoing terrorism. So you have a demon that drives slow in slow motion. He goes right past the stop sign, doesn't stop at the stop sign. He just drives through the stop sign, makes a slow U-turn in the middle of the intersection, and then the state flies over by helicopter. All right, another third party drives by, directed lights appearing all over the asphalt. All right. And then the state is flying over, which I took a picture of. They're demons that are listening to every word that I'm uttering. And this is fear, but the way that the ordinary target individual is reasonably reacting, this is terrorism, while the demon possessed are engaging in their pattern of conduct. All right. While they're listening to every word with which I'm going to prosecute them and reveal them to be those worthy of straitjackets, because that's what the conduct is revealing. All right. Demon possession is that one which is an undiagnosed psychopath. All right. And you're talking about in the mental health area, they don't even touch on that. You're talking about that which is secular. All right. And that's fine. It could be secular. I don't really care about that. But I have revealed whether you want to believe it or not, what is demonic activity. And you're also looking at even one without the spiritual eye to discern that. You can see it. It's personified through the conduct. I'm letting you know what it is. Oh, yeah, that's demonic. That's why they're doing it. That's what this is about. This is at the core of it. And the government is practicing demonic activity. These are demon-possessed actors who are engaging in conduct together while they're listening to every word, and many will be going in straight jackets. I know they won't be in law enforcement, they won't be practicing law, they won't be practicing medicine, they will not be in the medical field, they won't be around children, they will not be maintaining those jobs anymore. All right, that's the significance of documenting thousands of those engaging in this system. And also understanding the engagement whereby commercial actors such as Union Pacific right now. Understand what Union Pacific is doing is the same thing the state was doing by helicopter. Audible activity, amplified audible activity under the fake sun, targeted in its sound, contributing to that environment. That's Union Pacific, the sex offender. All right, that's P.O.C. You cannot hear the Union Pacific train inside of your homes where I'm at 404 C Street. I'm at 401 West C Street. You cannot hear that. That's a public nuisance, and that is not the ordinary operation of trains. I showed you what you were listening to last night, the ongoing incessant sounding of a train. That is the satanic conduct of those that are fearful of what they're listening to me document. But understand that this is not what you're going to, when you're purchasing a home over here, because there is a train track, the state is engaging in a hyperbolic and unrealistic and demonic use of that method of audible activity. And in reality, you cannot hear it. Not only can you not hear it inside of your home at 401 West C Street, you can't hear it inside of the apartment of 51 408 West G Street at Woodside Senior Apartments. You can't hear it inside of the vehicle parked in front of 630 North Fern either. All right. It's demonic. I understand that. All right. But it is audible activity in the ongoing environment. It's contribution to that environment, and it's entirely demonic. All right, that's P.O.C. Understand doing that while I am standing stationary at this corner where demons are driving in slow motion, making a U-turn, and then flying over my head in a helicopter, and then patrolling at the streets around in the perimeter, all right, at D Street. Patrolling while the state is sounding that train activity. Patrolling. 7YGT 101. Driving slow motion again. Stopping in the middle of the street and continues as I walk forward to see in a Nissan white pickup truck. Directed light beside the vehicle. This is license plate. 30678N2, and another demon on a skateboard. Okay. All right, this is another demon coming to do the exact same thing while Satan listens to me. So I documented this is driven by a female. She's wearing a bun, and that's that's a Nissan Titan coming to the same intersection and a different white pickup truck driving in slow motion and making a U-turn. She's repeating it. She's doing it under the fake sun. She's doing it in directed light. She's doing it while in concert with the state that's stalking by plane and helicopter. All of this is documented not only in totality, but also right here at this intersection. I just documented all that. And you have what is the absence of coincidence. That's a demon-possessed stalker engaging in obstruction of justice, trying to cover up her license plate with paper and engaging in the same identical conduct as that other demon while they're listening to me document it. Regardless, you have what is the creation of light activity. That's a demon that's pacing. That's a demonic conduct. They pace in their engineered light. It's demonic. They're psychopaths. All right. Very weird conduct that they engage in while they're in their element, in their engineered light. They want to go around in circles over and over again. They want to pace back and forth. They are very weird creatures, and that's what they're doing in a truck. And it's not a coincidence that you have a different one that does come to do the same thing moments after I'm documenting it. All right, and this happens to be what is the P.O.C. that I'm revealing. That's demons. That's what they engage in. It's so sad. License PFC 9859, and that is an Audi, a black Audi driven by with a Texas plate, driven by an African American male. It is currently 10:45 a.m. And those demons engaging and repeating the same conduct at the same intersection moments within under the fake sun is the absence of coincidence. That's P.O.C. Speaking to the ongoing knowledge that the entity maintains, including UPS and Amazon Prime, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines, Southwest Airlines, the state that's stalking in a helicopter. These are to be revealed as what is the demonic system in operation. In concert with the people of the state, they're demon possessed, including their children. That's why I documented Ontario over. That's what they're doing. Going in there with their little demon-possessed children and all of them together in that demonic environment, creating noise pursuant to a demonic code of conduct. That's exactly what they're doing. And this is just revealing the indiscriminate demon possession of a people. That is the people of the state of California. All right. 8 BES 717. And they are engaging in what is criminal conduct. While they're practicing their little demonic system, it's criminal. And it is not impervious to criminal prosecution, federal prosecution. Also, it is providing what is a template for the ability for any ordinary target individual. You don't have to have gone to law school. It's going to be such that it is broken down. It's not a fallacy that the government is doing this. It is understood the pattern of conduct is to obstruct justice. It is understood the ongoing emergency presented by a government and a people that are practicing this. And the ability in order to prosecute and start that legal process is going to be such that any ordinary or target individual may do so upon documentation and presenting that documentation, publishing that documentation, and initiating that federal case. That's what the purpose is, and that's what's going down. 7WKR 851 8FLH 488. Zero 67922T1 10985F2. Let me tell you about this fake church right here. Great Commission Church International is a den of demons at 215 West C Street. Directed light is on their venue. The fake sun is over their venue. It is a venue. It is not the true church. All right. And that's literally how that goes. This is a satanic system. The devices of Satan are not welcome over the true church, over any person that is not a demon possessed. That's not how it works. 8SCJ 358. That's not how it works at all. You better let her in. Already documented your license plate, monitoring with the kid. That's the license plate, 5RXH088. It's not a true church. It's nothing but a venue. 8HFJ942. 6EDJ290. It is a sanctuary of Satan. It is a den of demons. 8YTP513 6STK068. 8DCH266 8LAG155. All right, and let me tell you what this one is doing. 5RXH088 is stalking in the path as I'm maintaining presence. So I'm walking in the shade, and you have what is stalking in the path, sitting in the shade next to me in order to maintain presence. All right, she is doing this with a kid in the car. She is stalking somebody and monitoring with communication devices and maintaining presence in the path while directed light is showing up. She's engaging in terrorism. All right, and subject to what is also a sex offender. She's doing so, engaging in sexual violence with a kid in the car, in the front seat, a little boy. All right, this is license plate again. And she arrives in order to maintain presence in my path. 5RXH088. She drove past me and stops right here at the curb where the shade is in order to maintain presence in the path. That is a predator. That's what the people do. They're maintaining presence all around, lining the path. That's what she's doing. And you want to do it with the little kid? That's P.O.C. That's documentation of the P.O.C. and the way you want to engage in it. And that's why they're going to be prosecuted for all of those ways in which you engage in that conduct with in any way and methods employed. And let me be clear, after this prosecution, you're not going to want to be documented with any kids because you're going to lose them. It is 5RXH088 P.O.C. Going to the little family dentist is not formed. The fake sun is over the venue. All right, and she is stalking in the path, and directed light is all around while she's doing so, and then walking into a venue that's in relevant position at 212 C Street is the absence of form. It is 8DCH266, that's the P.O.C. 8HOC143. 8 LAG 155, in case I didn't read those. That's the conduct of a predator. The same predator that's keeping its fake son over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library, but not when I'm not in the Upland Public Library. That's how you're even able to witness documentation of that which is a light source that's not the sun, clearly far away from the Upland Public Library and in through the windshield over me while I'm in back in Ontario at the county building at 1627 West Hall. All right, that's common sense. It's 10:50 a.m. License plate. Directed light streaming backwards from this demon's car, 8JHU168. Oh boy. And demons they are. That's exactly what you witnessed with UPS in that video. That's the mark of demon possession. And that is a demon that is stalking with activity using their car. As I pressed the screen on my phone, I accidentally opened up my camera. That's operating my phone. Using their car alarm, beeping it at the same time is not a coincidence. That's the P.O.C. It's a demon. Monitoring on a communication device. 8BML475, 8RUD337, 8BWR671, I believe. 8BWR671, yeah. Directed light off of 7Y81231. 7BQG318, 33178F1, 76739U1. Operation of a communication device. Holding it up. All right, look like a four-eyed Asian male holding his phone up high while he's driving by under the fake sun. It is currently, by the way, 10:51 a.m. 7 EOJ 255. Group stalking in front of the chiropractor's office at 235 North Laurel. This African-American female with a child. An operation of a communication device while this directed light is all over the place while the fake sun is over the intersection. All right. And it is minions that are monitoring with her while they're driving by. And that's what the directed light is about. While she sits stationary and they're patrolling around. License 5WLP658. Eight RUD 337, 7 EOJ 255, 5XY. I'm sorry, 5XY 7511. Let me see. 5XYT 511 02211 F1. Coming from an alley, 5TQS 003. Creeping out of the alley as I start walking. He was already there. All right. That's the stalking activity. He was already there and ready to drive out. He was creeping in the alley as I started walking to look closer at 5XYT511. That is a stalker, okay? This is what the entity is doing together. How do you have a whole bunch of people as one engaging it? Because they're the demon possessed. They're of one demonic mind. They're the demon possessed. And this is what California is about. This is what they're doing with a fake sun over Ontario, all right? This is not where the light source is going to remain. Understand, waking up at the museum at 8 something in the morning and it is 10:53 a.m. and the state's keeping its fake sun all day long. Yeah, that's the P.O.C. To the neglect of the whole rest of what about the rest of the hemisphere? 8KDE758. That's Amazon Prime. And I'm showing you what is the fake sun directly over me where I stand at this venue, and Amazon Prime is flying right there underneath that fake sun, okay? Right over me. License 8KDE758. All right, P.O.C. That's how you know what Amazon Prime is doing. That's the third time the state's flying over by helicopter. Engaging in molestation and right here under the fake sun. And let me be clear, Amazon Prime and the helicopter flying over the same street, flying right over me where the fake sun is, okay? License plate. 8HBH300, that's an Asian female. Driving a black Hyundai with directed light streaming backwards. And if she's not an American citizen, she is worthy of deportation. License. All right, monitoring with the state, 5G UZ 555. The state is circling a helicopter under the fake sun. That's what I just took pictures of. While that Asian female is circling around in the parking lot, she's monitoring with the state. That's audible activity via helicopter, terrorism. And they're all engaging in an ongoing orgy right now where they're touching with directed light. 7EHD852. That's the sex offender that is the state. 7VFZ948. This is the sex offender that is engaging in corporate monitoring. And let me be clear, the state's fake sun is not over Holt Boulevard. It has moved north to be over me where I am. And these demons are patrolling in what is directed light. The buildup of traffic is the creation of use of light activity in the directed light. All right. And directed light is moving all over the storefronts while they are patrolling around their demons, their cockroaches. All right. Using their vehicle for light activity in front of me is 8TIW 707. All right. And showing you what is the directed light, the engineered light that they are all in right in front of his car. 8TIW 707 is monitoring. The demon that goes to their car over here is 02211F1 monitoring. They're an engineered light, stalking with the state that's flying over by Amazon Prime under the fake sun, by helicopter under the fake sun, and engineered light. Turning on their headlights. This is P.O.C. All right, turning on their headlights. Operation of his communication device. That's a Latino male. That's light activity in the engineered light. I just showed you it's underneath the vehicle while he's parked. BT96M29 directed light underneath the parked car of 02211F1 reaching across to the sidewalk in order to swipe past me. All right, he is monitoring with them as they're driving by. All right, so that's light activity from his headlights. Understand he's in engineered light. That's light activity while directed light is appearing underneath his truck onto the sidewalk in order to touch. That's audible activity while he is in operation of his communication device, stalking in the path. And they come out to get in their cars. They're creating activity and they're monitoring. Amazon Prime flying over this street, the fake sun over this street, the helicopter over this street. P.O.C. All right, again, that is license 8TIW 707 P.O.C. Alrighty, and let me show you again the helicopter right here, and here is he right here monitoring. All right, it is 10:57 a.m. All right, and what they're doing, coming out to their cars, everybody come in. A tail of directed light is behind his truck while he drives off. You see he's in the shade. That's P.O.C. That's a demon-possessed stalker operating their communication device, monitoring with the state that's flying over by plane and helicopter under the fake sun. And you have what is the coming out to get in their car and park and drive off. That's activity creation. All right, they're building up create activity. I'm capturing what is the state engaging in demonic activity, flying over in a circle in a helicopter. That's demon possession. This is operation of her communication device while she's group stalking at 235 North Laurel. And the state is flying over by a helicopter. And understand what she's doing. She's maintaining presence. She's just not in a vehicle crossing paths. She's maintaining presence sitting in front of that office, the chiropractor's office. It is currently 10:58 a.m. That's amplified audible activity. Bell Cab is present, engaging in that molestation, acting with Amazon Prime and with the state in the blue and white helicopter. That is demonstrating demon possession, flying over repeatedly in a circle in engineered light. That's demon possession, okay? 5JZJ706, demon possession. That's vehicle 1772, Bell Cab. Directed light by that third party that just drove by, streaming toward the passenger side while I'm standing in the shade where that truck was, or I'm standing in the same position under the shade. Directed light is reaching toward me from the passenger side forward toward me while they drive by. That's demonic. 6DTD 635, 8XNT 975, 8KVY 292. And as the driving on the opposite direction, 8KVY 292 from the driver's side, reaching backwards over to the sidewalk where I am with directed light. Okay, these are demons, 10:59 a.m. This is a demon that's pacing in a vehicle. She drives past the parking spot, then she reverses into the parking spot, then she drives forward because nobody knows how to drive when they're monitoring. This is a demon that is pacing in directed light. And she is pacing in the same place where the state is aiming its directed light as they're driving in both directions. All right, being an Asian female, trying to fit that stereotype is not formed. All right, she's in the environment. All right, this is a demon-possessed stalker that's monitoring. Going back and forth is a demonic pacing conduct. And it is coexisting with what is directed light. It is 11 a.m. and that is license 6DTD635. All right, license ZCA65A, that's Arizona. 863-7682, 7NKP054. Ooh, demons are the most pathetic creatures ever. Alrighty, license 8SVS270. Alrighty, it is 11:02 a.m. That's P.O.C. All right, and what is the what are you taking from not only is this P.O.C, but just take a step back. I stop at an intersection. What do you get? Planes over that intersection. The fake sun is over that intersection. Impossible light activity over that at that intersection, and on to me. All right. Even the directed light is coming toward my direction. All right. You have what is that is speaking to the targeted focus of these demons. You have what is also the state engaging in what is helicopter and plane activity. Like I said, 8WMP 102. Stopping at an intersection and the buildup of activity. That is the demons that engage in the buildup of traffic. You're thinking about what are they doing as far as the elements go, using their cars, their brake lights, their headlights, their turn signals. It's a creation of activity. They are in the engineered light. They are under the fake sun. They are present with the state that is stalking by plane and helicopter. All right. It is 11:03 a.m. and that's exactly what I just documented right now at the intersection of C Street and Laurel. All right, within a matter of, I'd say 15 minutes. I'm going to get these license plates over here that are parked on the street. License. This is a demon-possessed stalker, 7FMZ861. She is switching with dark black glasses on while her directed light is on the wall beside her. That's a psychopath. Okay, guys, you better be careful if you're not demon possessed. Satan has a lot of these broads out here. They are demon possessed skanks. License 8LAG155 8DCH266. License 7LKM888. That's so funny. This is what's wrong with California. They think they're cool. They think they are something, and they're not. It is Satan. It is demon possession, and you're a stalker. If you're so cool, why are you stalking? Because that's exactly what you're doing. Ain't nothing cool about that. Ain't nothing sexy about it. 8EYM263, 8YIP513, 6KMC445. Nothing cool. Nothing cool about that at all. And she's monitoring 8EYM263. It's covering up also a European license plate. She's monitoring with the kid. And the state's fake sun is literally moving from where I'm capturing it, where I'm on Laurel. It's right over here back as I'm moving back over this Great Commission Church International, that den of demons. 7TXP618, in case I didn't read these. The other coward in the white Audi drove off. He knew I was coming. They're a bunch of surgically enhanced, demon-possessed skanks. Okay? Stalking. That's what she's doing while she's switching with her dark lokes on. She's stalking. That's P.O.C. Oh, boy. It's 11:05 a.m. And that is the state that is, understand what the state is doing. It's concentrating its plane activity to where I am. All right, that's why you have plane activity over 630 North Fern. That's why you have plane activity over the 280 North Lemon apartments. That's why you have plane activity over what is, for example, as I'm documenting it, in the parking lot of the Upland Public Library. Plane activity. You're hearing it on the podcast. All right, the state is engaging in using commercial-sized planes that I can capture on video because I would gather because they're thinking that the Ontario airport is some kind of form, and it's not. The Ontario airport, first of all, is a venue. Second of all, you are clearly hovering in these planes in the same exact environment. Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest, 8 PEV 331. They don't have a prayer in court. I'm going to drag those companies. They are the demon-possessed, another company, another logo, another brand, engaging in practicing demonic activity, terrorizing an American citizen with knowledge of that documentation, speaking to the violent sex offender and stalker that they are on behalf of a government. You don't have a prayer. The Ontario airport is a venue. Coming from that venue and engaging in activity creation, stalking in the path under the fake sun and in directed light is called the P.O.C. So, like I said, there is no argument with regard to the documentation of what are third parties who are stalking via airplanes, and that is one of the most egregious methods of the terrorism that I'm documenting the government engaging in. And those companies are going to be revealed. Those are going to be at the forefront of those commercial actors. Amazon Prime. Right. You have what is Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Alaska Airlines that I document today, but I have ongoing documentation 065ZH. And this is what the entity has been doing since I've been documenting it in 2018. And understand, I was nowhere near the Ontario airport where the state was maintaining a line of commercial sized planes over my car. Didn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with the airport. 7ZUC 760. But for that the airport is a venue. 6CQE 940, and they are likely coming from that airport. But understand, maintaining any business as air flight, commercial airline. That's talking about the method employed in order to act with the state. It's 8UQY653. There is no form, is what I'm stating. It does not exist. 8VWG771. What is the state's pattern of conduct built on? And there is nothing there is no argument. It's not impervious in any way to what the state's pattern of conduct is. And it is irrelevant. You're coming from whatever venue. You could say you came from Alaska and you have to fly over Laurel and C Street and make a U-turn to get back to the Ontario airport or go to the Los Angeles, wherever you're going. Guess what? It is intentionally occurring in that environment where that which is not the sun is over my head and that plane is hovering, all right, and or being amplified while you are flying over simultaneously. All right, you are in relevant position and you are engaging in contribution to that environment. That demon in 8VWG771 is P.O.C. It's an African-American male. You have what is the absence of any argument. The state's pattern of conduct is established in that environment. That's what those commercial planes are present for. In addition to the targeting conduct that those planes have been documented engaging in 8CTZ698. Flying directly over my head everywhere that I'm at, including down at the end of what is Mercy House. Flying over my vehicle while I was in the city of Diamond Bar, and the state was flying over. And this is before I was specifically documenting it on video, under the impression that the Federal Bureau of Investigation had responded to my request for an investigation. And so this is why I'm thinking these planes, maybe this is the Federal Bureau of Investigations, maybe they are present in investigating what I requested them to do because the people of the state are engaging in monitoring. This is a group stalking system, and that's what I was under the impression of, cooperating with that. Of documenting it still, but cooperating with it, and under the knowledge 8TAD 400, where the police engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, while this ongoing conduct of following by planes, I'm becoming aware. Oh, this has nothing to do with any investigation on my behalf. This is part of the same system. And this is why every city that I'm going to, including while I'm on the freeway, going to Los Angeles and Orange County, the state was flying over my vehicle, remaining in a relevant position in these commercial line airlines planes. When I say tracking, doing, and stalking by plane, that's exactly what I mean. And that's what they're doing here in Ontario. It has nothing to do with being by the airport. It has nothing to do with that. This has been ongoing for a long time. BU10858. And when I say psychopath stalking in a plane, that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly what I've already established through the documentation. Right. Like I said, there's not enough coincidence in the galaxy. And that's in violation of existing federal laws that govern such airports with that venue, that govern their order, those businesses that have those commercial airline planes, 87018F1. In addition to what is engaging in what is federal stalking and criminal facilitation of federal stalking, and what is also which is to be enforced as a sex offender, Frontier Communications, 8LO1560. And their venue was right here in relevant position at the intersection of D Street and Laurel. I'm speaking to what is that every aspect of that prosecution, every method of stalking that the state is employing, all right, acting through the people of the state, and every commercial actor. And that's what they are. And they are literally using airplanes stalking somebody. Do you understand the depth of demon possession that is engaging? That's an obsessive and a demented actor. All right. And that's exactly what the entity is engaging in. All right. And this has been an ongoing documented pattern. This is why the commercial airline planes were flying over apartment 51 at Woodside Senior Apartments. They were flying in a line over my car in succession while I was living in Pomona in my car on Valley Boulevard. Commercial airline planes. It doesn't have anything to do with being in the city of Ontario because there's an airport in the city of Ontario. That is not it. All right. What is this speaking to? First of all, the Ontario airport is a venue. All right. And where the state system is in operation, any address, every address is a venue. That's why I have shown you what is a pattern of conduct, isolating it to that particular venue where I'm at, because you're seeing what is the identical conduct, the identical behavioral pattern, the identical environment in every single location. Okay. The airport is nothing but a venue. And these commercial airline planes, they're going to be dragged out of the sky and prosecuted. They're engaging in unprecedented terrorism. That's what that is when you want to use an airplane to stalk somebody, because that's exactly what you're doing while I'm capturing these very bad commercial campaigns of those planes flying over my head under the fake sun and in direct light while I'm being molested. All right. And that's what the state has been doing. It's 11:13 a.m. and that's P.O.C. All right. License plate 8RQD419. Reaching across the sidewalk while he's touching. Reaching across the sidewalk 8VSY280. This fat, four-eyed freak that is stalking and molesting while the state is flying over my head in a red and white plane. All right, I captured that red and white plane flying at the same diagonal, precise corner, all right, while molestation is ongoing, 43715R2. All right, flying in a small plane is the same pattern of conduct as the documented commercial actors, Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines. It's the same entity acting engaging in that same conduct of stalking in airplanes. That's exactly what they're doing through those brand names. 8TKB053. It is actually ongoing confirmation of that. That's exactly what those third parties are participating in while the state is stalking an airplane flying diagonally over me, where I am sitting. And that Latino male who engaged in that sexual molestation walking over toward the chiropractor's office, a neon orange, yellow shirt and blue jeans. There you go. Communication device in hand, and he's a sex offender that's walking to that chiropractor's office, molests me while he's driving in his car, a directed light all over my body while he drives by, entering inside of 235 North Laurel. 8LYF930, that Latino male went inside of that office. It is currently 11:15 a.m. 8SCT288, flashing light, inexplicable flashing light while they are stalking at a stop sign. All right. Inexplicable flashing light, stalking in the path. All right. There's no flash photography going on. All right. That's P.O.C. And that's another method of touching with light. That is license 6NST641 7JDU105. Frontier Communications is engaging in P.O.C. as well. They are out in relevant position, actively engaging in crossing a path and activity creation in the state's engineered environment. Directed light is sweeping across their building, all right, while they are driving what is east and west on D Street. The reflection of those vehicles, light is not going to move north across that brick wall on the bottom portion of the Frontier Communications building. That's the state's directed light. That's demonic activity. That is the obsessive stalker, all right? That's the venue of Frontier Communications. All right, so while they are driving, first of all, they stop at the stop sign at the intersection of D and Laurel to proceed and drive what would be east on D Street, crossing over, this is Laurel. You're seeing what is, at the same time, while they're driving straight, driving south, light is moving north across that structure. That's impossible light activity. 7BZR251, and that's a demon, the mark of a demon, okay? 7JVZ534, the same mark of demon possession. Directed light across the Dental Kids Club as she is driving on that street. Directed light toward the driver's side onto me in the shade while she drives past me at the stop sign. 8SAT962, demons. They're demons. License plate of this demon, 72776F3, 71276F3, I believe. This demon, license 7JDU105. It is 11:18 a.m. 5HUJZ141, I believe, but I can't really see that clearly. Can't really see that one that clearly. 7KJ055, but again, I can't really see that one that clearly either. 7EYR771. All right, so with regard to how you going to prosecute the people, you're talking about being prosecuted as a sex offender, engaging in that documented sexual violence, as though even though it's been occurring for longer than, but it's been documented for a term of years now. So you're talking about being prosecuted as a perpetual sex offender for a series of years, and this is the sort of federal charges that the people of the state are going to face. They're acting as an entity. And that's a violent sex offense by a government, 8KAU970, and that is to be a matter of their prosecution, that being on the record, being that sort of that level of a sex offender for such term of years, a perpetual sex offender, and all the ways in which they engaged in that sexual violence. This is for purposes of that punishment where you're prosecuting the people, 8WKG543. All right, it is an ongoing sex offense, and I'm documenting the methods of sexual violence, and it is that which is vicariously done and vicariously and in concert with the state, and so that is necessary as a matter of justice as well. And all the ways that you are revealing the identity of sex offenders in their everyday life when they're trying to apply for a job, and what they have to reveal about that, that is to be a part of that. And you are a sex offender of that federal nature where you are engaging in federal stalking with the government, and that type of sex offense. 7SXW467. That is a very violent sex offender engaging in that conduct with knowledge based on the nature of the crime, which was monitoring. Right? A violent sex offender engaging in that for a term of years. Okay? And that's the substance of what I've documented. 8BWR671 comes out to her car. The group stalker has been loitering in relevant position. He was driving around in circles. He just stops at the opposite corner, and now he's driving off. 8VWG771, as he listens to how I'm going to prosecute him for being a perpetual sex offender for a term of years. That's surveillance. That's what he's engaging in. This is what the people are engaging in all together. While they're crossing path, they're maintaining presence together. That's surveillance. 8YOG620. But that one in particular, engaging in surveillance, sitting at the end of the block. All right, maintaining presence. 7DZS293. While they're listening to the ways in which they're going to be prosecuted and the consequences that they're going to suffer while being prosecuted as a sex offender by acting as a government. All right, and that is one of the aspects of that prosecution. Also, deportation. I've already spoken to that. That's a matter of justice, and that is actually not even anything extraordinary. Ordinary criminal law already implements this when you are subject to what is a possible deportation. 7DZS293, but it's not possible deportation. Engaging in this system, you shall be deported. That is a necessary aspect of that prosecution, deportation. And this is the significance of documenting the people of the state. They are acting as one. So every single last documented sexual touch and violation and stalking in a bathroom, sexual threatening conduct where the state is keeping its fake sun both over the ceiling, in Upland, over the roof, over me, and directed light inside of the venue of Fontana, both over me at the Ontario Open Family Community Library, surrounded with directed light, engaging in that sexual violence at all three times. That is an ongoing terrorism, and one that is seeking to surround you and terrorize and sexually violate you. Engaging in this is why you document it, because that's going to that prosecution for that violent sex offender that's flying over me precisely to where I'm sitting while you're molesting with light, driving by with knowledge of what I'm saying while you're molesting. 8 SAT 962. That's what I documented yet again today. All right. And this is what the entity is going toward. That's exactly what they're doing, is exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. 14430V2. That's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. All right. And those engaging in that sexual violence, they're going to be shipped right back to their country as the sex offender that they are. All right, that's going on a record, and that's why those are the grounds upon which you're going to be deported, and you will not be coming back. You're not coming back. That's not welcome in the United States. It's not welcome in California, regardless of what the government is practicing, regardless of that hypocrisy that I'm documenting and I'm revealing and I'm prosecuting. It's not welcome in the United States of America, and you are not welcome in the United States of America. It is 11:23 a.m. It's 11:24. License plate 7XRD117. $69439K2, and the analogous argument for what is engagement in what is terrorism by the government, right? Engaging in that documented terrorism for a term of years, a very, very intense prosecution for engaging in such terrorism as an entity for a term of years. And that's exactly what I've been documenting. And that's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. 8SVJ970. All right. And terrorism that is threatening the life. This is terrorism in concert and on behalf of a government. 6PUV917. Those hundreds of videos of stalking in helicopters and via law enforcement and kidnapping by the entity. All right. And assault and battery with deadly weapon. All of this terrorism while you are stalking in that environment. That's documentation of terrorism. Molestation with directed light. That's sexual violence and terrorism. All of this is culminating into what is that prosecution for that criminal act of terrorism while federal stalking is underway by those whom are demon possessed for a term of years. 7GUC 724 as a matter of documentation, again, exceeding beyond the awareness of that target individual. Of course, you're being monitored before you're aware of it. You begin documenting it. All right, but there are other recourses as far as justice is required, as far as justice requires with regard to that which is occurring before you're documenting it, before you begin documenting it. All right, and that'll be addressed as well. I'm just throwing out the ways in which this entity is going to be prosecuted. 7KEX300 for FRR076. 70620B1, downtown Ontario, 6FYA793. Let me be clear, this chiropractor's office is a venue, a means for patrolling in and out and crossing paths with communication devices. This chiropractor, it's already a broken down office. He's being documented. He or she's being documented. 235 North Laurel. All right. And the state sounding helicopter activity, which is ongoing act of terrorism, while I'm documenting that, is not helpful to that chiropractor either, because that's what the state's pattern is. And while that demon-possessed stalker walks out of that venue in operation of a communication device in a paper plate, and the state flies over by helicopter, which I've already gotten a series of image and videos, I'm going to document him because he's going to be prosecuted as a terrorist. License plate Not only 7YTZ129, 4FRR076, that old demon crossing path again. The license plate and paper is BT96M29, coming from that chiropractor's office. He was also molesting with directed light, and he's in operation of a communication device, directed light beside his vehicle. That's a psychopath. That's a CX-30 Mazda under the fake sun, and the state sounding helicopter activity. He's acting directly with that state that is already present, stalking in a helicopter. Immediately sounds as I am speaking to that chiropractor's office, which is a venue as a means of patrolling in and out with their communication devices. Right? It's concerted conduct. And that's how they're going to be prosecuted as the terrorists that they are stalking. Alrighty? And that was a paper plate on that Mazda. Directed light across the chiropractor's office as this demon-possessed Asian female is now leaving after loitering in relevant position. License 6DTD635. It's 11:28 a.m. Alrighty, that is called concerted conduct. Seven WCR 803. 67Q. Hold on. 67QV726, I believe. It's 11:29 a.m. 6XWW788. Six ZER 178. 6YGJ 088. Seven TWV 246. It's 11:30 a.m. and the state's fake sun is not over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, contrary to what I captured yesterday. All right, and which is not only present as I'm entering, you have what is remaining as I exit again at 1:14 p.m. to show you what is the impossibility of that ever being the sun, what's mutually remaining over my head over the venues where I'm located in the city of Fontana and the city of Upland, and showing that at the city of Ontario, which I've already demonstrated in Ontario. So while I'm here in front of 235 North Laurel Avenue at the chiropractors at the intersection of Laurel and C Street, where they're group stalking and engaging in sexual violence and terrorism, monitoring with communication devices in concert with the state, you have what is the absence of the state's light source over the entrance of the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. Okay? All right? You have the pathetic group stalker exiting out of the chiropractor's office with communication device in hand. All right? Group stalking. It is currently 11:31 a.m., but I'm just speaking to what is the absence of the state's fake sun, but I'm able to capture it while I'm coming from the inside of that venue, the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. And it's right there in front. The state's directed light is underneath the entrance, reaching underneath. That's the pattern. That's what I'm showing you at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. All right, which is not going to happen. The sun is above a structure. That's not light activity that's going to happen where the sun is above the buildings. All right, it's going to be shade, period. And that's common sense. I'm showing you what is the pattern, what the state is doing with light. And that's a predator, all right, that wants to make sure that you are surrounded, wants to make sure that at every location they are able to touch. This is what the state is doing, invading with light, violating, touching, molesting with light, stalking with light. It's entirely demonic. All right, and it is also speaking to the predator that are the people of the state as well. They engage in that same predatory conduct, including that conduct inside of the private space, which what federal prosecution is going to speak to. All right, 8Y54082. It is the absence of the state's fake sun where I'm capturing it remaining over this intersection. It is not over the entrance of the Ontario Open Family Community Library. And if it was actually over this street, like I'm capturing it now, I wouldn't be able to capture it hovering over the entrance at 1:14 p.m. That's not what, that is exactly what I captured in the video. That's exactly what's occurring over the roof of the Upland Public Library. That is not coexisting with being over the venue, over the ceiling in alignment with me in Upland, and over the roof of the Fontana Lewis, 7WJU581. All right, there's no question about where this light source is. It's right here above me. All right, and what is coexisting with it? This directed light, right? This light activity where demons are maintaining presence all around and they're in their element. Demonic light all over the place while the sex offenders are touching. They're touching while they're doing so. They're demons. That's absolutely demented. All right, so there are a pack of demons in their element engaging in what is monitoring in a demonic environment. All right, it is monitoring with communication devices conduct, though. Those are the elements as they are engaging in that in an absolutely demented fashion as a group. Yep, and this is patrolling out of the chiropractor's office. Understand this is what the entity does. Wherever I go, activity follows. And this is why you have that buildup of traffic. You have a group stalker coming creeping out of the alley. You have group stalkers that are building up on the street. Everybody coming out to their cars and driving up and down and parking at the storefront, standing out in the sidewalk. They are building up activity as I remain stationary. And this is why you have what are the planes flying over here? The state's fake sun, which is right over here. The helicopter activity, which is right over here. All right, for the 5th time. All right, that's P.O.C. That is so sad because when you're reading down those names of those thousands of third parties and that ongoing pattern is present, there is no reasonable question as to what the people are doing. 8DYB160 and who they're doing it with and on whose behalf. All right, this pathetic demon-possessed skank monitoring with an underage, patrolling out of the chiropractor's office as well, engaging in surveillance, stalking at the end of the block, BT04Y98 on a white Tesla. That's a paper plate. They're just demons that are patrolling out of that venue. It's just like any other, for example, drive-through that will be possible. You'll have the demons that are lined up around that building. That's a means of stalking in the path. And that's what they're doing. They're using this venue, so everybody's just in and out and in and out and in and out. Stalking in the path. That's P.O.C. This third party is wearing all black scrubs. Likely an employee inside of that venue. 8GWL311. And I'll get that minion's license plate. The state is flying over me in helicopter and flying over his venue in helicopter, or whoever's venue this is. But he's in medical scrubs, likely some sort of employee there, and I will be identifying him. It is 11:36 a.m. The people engaged in surveillance, engaging in sitting around the corners, license, molesting with directed light, 6BLD485. Directed light all over the top of the building while that demon-possessed stalker is driving by, and this one in black scrubs is in relevant position as well. All right, that is license 7MOC474. All right, license plate 7VBM027. First of all, I'm showing you, that's a license plate of the third, not that one, but the license 7MOC. That's a third party that is likely an employee inside of the chiropractor's office, which is a venue as a means of patrolling right now. You also have what is the absence of the fake sun, as I took a picture of that venue, which is east of where I'm standing at this intersection. And the state's fake sun is nowhere near, contrary to what I captured at 10 in the morning, where it's over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, where the Ontario police are group stalking. All right, group stalking, literally tracking my every move, and arrive pursuant to the same demonic behavioral pattern as I operate my communication device by taking a picture. Look at the timestamps on those pictures. They're stalking in the path. Already know that I'm there, hopping out the car with his narrative ready. Hey, can I call somebody for you? You're stalking. You are stalking, and a heavy duty stalking, just like these minions are right now. You have what is the absence of the state's light source over there. It is right over here where I am. This is what I took a picture of as my shadow while I am facing what is west, and I'm standing on what is C Street. And my shadow is facing west because the state's fake sun is right here over this parking lot where I'm standing, right here to my left side. So my shadow is appearing to the right while I'm standing on C Street taking a picture of what is the absence of the light source over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, over the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, which at this time at 11:38 I had already captured video upon entrance. I believe at 10:52 a.m. the state's fake sun is captured right there over those apartments. 7R93077. This is the absence of that light source over there. And why? Because the state is stalking with light and is directly right here over me. This is also why I'm capturing what is the engineered light that these demons are present in, all right, while they are stalking in the path. This is a practicing of demonic activity while the state is stalking in a helicopter, all right? Doing so in concert with third parties such as Amazon Prime, Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, and Southwest Airlines. The state's fake sun is nowhere near that portion where I captured it upon entrance of the venue, where it remained at 1:14 p.m., where I stepped out to show you what is the remaining of that light source and the impossibility of that being the sun, as it is maintaining the central presence over me, over the venue where I'm at the same time in different cities. That's the P.O.C. And that's what I just took pictures of right now. 11:39 a.m. That's amplified plane activity. 8KFP 619. Operation of their communication device. Monitoring in relevant position while the state is sounding plane engines, and they're under the fake sun. ATWZ 512 is touching with directed light. And what I'm was preparing to take a picture of is what is directed light while I'm sitting under the shade. The state is aiming directly. I'm still being subject. Not only are they molesting each and every time they drive by, but I'm being molested while I'm sitting in the shade. All right, the state is aiming directed light, which I'm looking at on my backpack while my shadow is appearing on my backpack. All right, and I'm sitting in the shade. Okay, this is the state aiming light. That is a very demented stalker and a sex offender. 7LKM888 is doing the same, molesting and stalking with the state, molesting all over my body. They're molesting. They're stalking and molesting while they're monitoring with communication devices. All right, that is a very demented stalker. I'm gonna take a picture of it. License 8E HD075. Let's see. License 8ESB066. 7NDY 6. I can't really see that. 646. I can't really see the rest of it. But the state is aiming directed light onto my hand while I'm looking at my phone at the same time that third party is driving by. Okay? That's what they do. Okay? All right, so you're just gonna, I document it because you're going to prosecute for the ongoing touching. All right, this is just a very violent sex offender that touches all over you all the time. All right, and does it in all these manners while you're crossing path. Understand the significance of this. That is the touching while they're crossing path. All right, and doing so while they have kids, doing so while they are with other people. That's a group touching. This is what the entity is doing. It's an ongoing orgy. They are touching all together while they're monitoring, all right, and intentionally crossing path while they are engaging in this ritualistic satanic conduct. It's satanic, but they're monitoring with communication devices while they're practicing the satanic conduct, all right, and touching. 8XDE375. All right, and that's why I'm documenting it. The light is showing up on my hand. And why? Because just like as I look at a license plate, the state aims light onto the license plate as I fix my vision on something. So I'm looking at my hand because I'm looking at my phone, and the state is aiming directed light onto my hand. All right, that is absolutely impossible light. 7VAJ288. And you need to understand that these are the demon possessed. This is an entirely demonic system that they are practicing together. All right. And that is a psychopath. They don't have any normalcy anymore, meaning there's no mask. They have been revealed for the stalkers that they are. 7JJC. I can't really see that one. But Omnitrans and one of their supervisor vehicles is crossing path as well. Driving driving north on Laurel. All right, patrolling into the 235 North Laurel Avenue office is African-American male who was present while I'm being molested with impossible light activity. He's monitoring, and there's no form going to the dental office, going to the kid. It's called relevant positioning, and they're demon possessed. If it was let's not even use Starbucks. If it was, for example, a paint warehouse, everybody would be going to buy paint over there. It's wherever wherever I am, this is where activity builds up. And this is called surveillance. As a group, they're maintaining presence. The people engage in surveillance. 7YEF597. That is 6N00279. And not only, again, are they molesting with direct light while they drive by, this impossible light that's on the roads while they're driving by, the fake sun that is over the location as they are driving around. The state is aiming directed light on me as well while I'm sitting in the shade. Okay? That's the focus that they have. This is P.O.C. Patrolling into 235 North Laurel Avenue. It is currently 11:46 a.m. License plate. Three TQN644. License. Can't really see that one. That's so funny. They have no front plate and they cover up their back license plate while they come by to molest you. You're going to think about the mindset. That's what you're prosecuting. That's a violent sex offender. All right? They go to very far extremes to touch, very far extremes to stalk, very far extremes to try to conceal it as well. Try to conceal the fact that they do that. That boat is sailed, though. The government's conduct and system, the people of the state, and what is wrong with them, which is demon possession, is no secret at all. It's all over the internet, and that is step one. It's 11:48 a.m. 6FGE 656 8J LS 524. or 8JSL524. That looks like a Camry, a Toyota Camry, a gray Toyota Camry. 7LKM888. And let me see, BE8X35, I believe, but I can't really see them that clearly. That's a paper plate. Engaging in surveillance, loitering in relevant position. I'll get these. They're acting in concert. Mm-hmm. 28892D1. First of all. Second of all, 7FGJ752, and this group stalker that is loitering in relevant position. This is license plate 7ZPN998. License VPLNRA4. All right, they are loitering in relevant position on this opposite side of the street. Directed light across this venue of 303 C Street, or 303 Laurel. And let me show you something else. That's directed light on the venue. And 7ZPN998 engaging in the pacing, all right? Makes a turn, a half turn, reverses. There's plenty of enough room. She drives a little stupid car. It's as small as a stupid car. They don't call them smart cars, they're stupid cars. But she's engaging in the pacing. It's light activity while I'm using my phone. And this is the manifestation of what is directed light on this venue, all right? And this third party is home. This is the address of 303 Laurel, I believe. It's at the intersection of Laurel and C Street. I believe this is 303 C Street, or 303 Laurel. 8ESD983, and that is directed light on their house. That is absolutely inexplicable light. Underneath the shaded structure, you're looking at what is the illumination. It's light that's on that venue. 7EXE851. All right, you're looking at all the ways in which the state is engaging and maintaining light just all over the place. It's just the ability to pay attention to that. It's a pattern, and it's a demonic stalking conduct by the entity that is engaging in demonic activity. That is that third party that I also documented. They are engaging in maintaining relevant position right here, parking at that venue, and that is another venue, the fake sun, and directed light is literally on the venue itself. I took a picture of it at 303 North Laurel. Yeah. It is currently 11:53 a.m. and the fake sun is over that street, over this venue of 303 Laurel Avenue. And the state's fake sun is, and this venue is also in relevant position. They're monitoring. Their front door is open. They're in relevant position while the state is flying over me by helicopter and by commercial airline planes. You're not sheltered from prosecution inside of that address that I'm documenting now at 303 Laurel Avenue in Ontario, where the state's fake sun is remaining over me at this intersection and is molesting me in the shade. Okay, I'm sitting in the shade and the state is molesting with light. All right, this is the absence of the state's light source over the Ontario Open Family Community Library, or in the city of Fontana, or in the city of Upland, over the venues where I remain. And I showed you what is remaining directly over my head in each of those venues, because that's what the state is doing. That's what the state is documented as engaging in, and you have it right here where I am, and that's how you know what they're doing at 303 North Laurel, at 235 North Laurel, where the demons are patrolling in and out of that venue. 7XZG873. All of them sex offenders being documented as a single entity engaging in that sexual violence. It's 11:54 a.m. Zero 06080 K1. Eight SGF 857. In case I didn't read that one already. 8 MSP 819. 6 MLK 551, I believe. 6 DSA 405. 27HZA 759. BU10858, touching with direct light while they're driving north on Laurel, and you just have that ongoing inexplicable conduct of light that is touching me while they engage in that, which has absolutely nothing to do with driving on the street. Light is not shooting like a laser. All right, and I've shown you in tons of videos, hundreds of videos, which is that directed light, totally unconnected conduct of driving by and touching. And this is the sexual violence of the demon possessed and the sexual violence of the government. All right, and that's what they're doing repeatedly while they are monitoring my communication device. It's 11:57 a.m. and that's the ongoing sexual violence by the entirety of that entity under the fake sun that's not over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, contrary to what I documented while that entity was stalking from the museum to the B&G Plaza to the Ovid Family Community Library all day long. All right, monitoring with the state, license 8CBE098 or 8CDE098. That looked like a Land Rover. It's a burnt orange. I believe that's a Land Rover. What is so compelling about the documentation that what you're going to pay attention to, not only have I shown that this is not the sun, you're looking at how close the planes are flying to this fake sun. 6MZE471. Do you understand? If that was the sun, you can't fly that close to the sun. 8TZE998. And these demons drive by the more that I review my pictures because they're looking at the same thing I'm looking at on my phone. They're monitoring my phone. And that's why you have what is the sounding of the plane engines. The state does the same thing with the helicopter as they listen to me analyze their idiocy, all right? And I'm going to prosecute them for their idiocy. You have what is they're crossing your path while they're listening to that and looking at the same conduct that I'm looking at on my phone. You're looking at what was Alaska Airlines flying over while I'm at that venue on Vesta. Do you see this light source? And the plane is underneath the light source. That is not the sun. It would burn up if that was actually the sun. This is common sense. I'm laughing because it's pathetic, not because it's funny. Because this is entirely life-threatening conduct by a people. These demon-possessed stalkers are literally stalking altogether, engaging in an ongoing sexual molestation. The demons want to engage in an orgy, touching all over my body, all right? The universe, 6RTY996, revolves around me. They place a fake sun and a fake moon over me. They molest with that which is not naturally occurring light. They are stalking corporately altogether while they are monitoring everything that's going on my phone. License 8TZE998. All right, and that heifer that's parked in front of Dental Kids Club, whose license plate I already read about 15 minutes ago, has been sitting in her car engaged in long-term surveillance, just now driving off. I already read her license plate. This is what they're all doing, maintaining presence, sitting around in their cars listening. But this is what you are looking at in the images. I'm gonna publish it, but this is common sense. All right, I'm showing you where I was yesterday. Okay, you know this is not the sun. Where was I? Where am I in Upland? That's not the sun. That's not coexisting. That's impossible. But you're also looking at the light source while the state is flying over it. Do you think the sun is that low in the sky? No, it's not. First of all, the plane is flying right underneath it. It would burn up if that was actually the sun. This is common sense. And this is the entity that is caught literally with its pants down. And this is the impermissible threat. This is the psychopath and the sex offender while it's monitoring your documentation and showing that determination to engage in continuing to threaten your life and molest you. 6UEB914. That's what I'm documenting. The P.O.C. is already established. I am literally embarrassing the entity. I'm not only going to prosecute, I'm going to expose the demon possessed because many need to go in straitjackets. They need to go in institutions. All right. Just like the entity attempted to do to me on more than one occasion, kidnapping me. That's what's going to happen to them. These are psychopaths, in fact. All right. And that's what the pattern of conduct reveals. That's what the behavioral pattern reveals. All right. That's what the undiagnosed conduct is. Demon possession is the undiagnosed psychopath. Understand that. All right. Engaging in that which they know is socially unacceptable, very weird. OK, very, very demented. And it's designed to try to terrify, try to frighten somebody. All right. The ordinary target individual is very reasonably terrified by it, while you have freaks altogether engaging in this conduct. And understand, but for documentation, Satan really shows his true colors when he thinks he's getting away with something. All right. So you'll have what are group stalkers that engage in literally admissions, because this is how you would analyze it, by the statements coming out of their mouth while they're harassing you, while they're stalking you, and thinking that they're getting away with it. Everything that they would say is harassment, they are admissions. Right. You know that they're monitoring you while they're engaging in the statements that they make and the hostility that is unfounded. And this is an ongoing shared character amongst people that you don't know in an environment that's unnatural, that is following everywhere that you're at, in concert with what is the state that is stalking in helicopters and in airplanes, and that which is this unnatural light. And then they're all using their hazard lights everywhere you go, in the middle of the street, stopping right in front of you, touching all over you with light. This is what the demon possessed engage in. All right, and this is the demon possessed using an Alaska Airlines plane under that which is not the sun. That Alaska Airlines plane would shrivel up in flames if that was actually the sun. That's Alaska Airlines engaging in federal stalking. All right, that's P.O.C. And right now you've got UPS flying over. That is UPS. All right, monitoring with UPS is 7LKM888. All right, and UPS is right here flying over me. Here's the fake sun right over my head. While the psychopath is listening to me analyze the fact that I'm prosecuting all of those commercial actors, and you already know what UPS is doing. UPS is a predator. UPS is a demon-possessed stalker and a terrorist, engaging in attacking with directed light while you're driving by. Totally unconnected conduct, but speaking to the demon possession and that hostility while I'm documenting that commercial actor that is stalking in UPS vehicles. That's what you saw with directed light while UPS was driving by me yesterday. And that's what they're doing right now while VPLNRA4 is driving by and UPS is flying over under the fake sun. The same sex offender engaging in that same terrorism. P.O.C. 7PPA 771. And those employees in scrubs going inside of 235 North Laurel, or whoever they are, I'm not going to assume they're employees, 8KTE616, they are monitoring while the state is flying over in the UPS plane, okay? 235 North Laurel Avenue, the chiropractor's office is a venue, 61356X1. They are loitering, stalking in the path while the state is flying over under the fake sun, which is right here over me. That's what I took a picture of. Alrighty, license plate, it's 12:04 p.m. 7EDJ255, in case I didn't read that one. And that is the common sense aspect of what you're looking at. Literally a hovering light source. 6RWA190. Impossible to coexist with being directly over the 280 North Lemon apartments, okay? And then remaining over the entrance of the library. 58005X1 just yesterday. All right, and then you have it. This is the very targeted conduct. You're flying where I am under that which is not the sun, and the plane is seen flying over this humongous hovering light source that is not the sun. If that was actually the sun, it would be on fire. This is what is so preposterous. All right, this is showing what is, though, the desperate links of the demon possessed. Understand that is Satan in operation. Understand Satan is running that company and employing that company, and Satan is flying that plane. That's demon possession. Alaska Airlines demonstrating that. Demon possession, UPS demonstrating that. Okay, both through its drivers and their using their planes to engage in terrorism. Southwest Airlines, very heavily documented, engaging in that, demonstrating that demon possession. All right, the company, the employees, and let me be clear, those that are on those planes, even as passengers, if they're even using them, they very well may be just taken off in those planes in order to maintain presence, stalking in the planes, or it is actually a flight. Regardless, what you have is the maintenance of presence using commercial airlines planes to do so. Going to any flight, maintaining any schedule is no form. 7NRR201, and the ongoing environment and the targeted conduct of the use of that plane is the evidence of that. You don't have any form. It doesn't exist. It's the P.O.C. and capturing this horrible campaign for these commercial actors is going to be the prosecution of that entity acting through such commercial actors. 7LLR433, and that is what is ongoing. You're seeing what is UPS flying over me under the fake sun. You're seeing what is Amazon Prime flying over me under the fake sun. Okay, plane activity while this group stalker exits the venue, and this is the same one engaging in sexual violence, molesting. While he's driving by, totally disconnected conduct, impossible light, monitoring with the state 8XTA499. All right, and that's UPS flying over again. While at the same time, you have what is that third party exiting 235 North Laurel. Understand what's ongoing. All right, this is patrolling, crossing path, walking toward me out of the office, flying over, crossing path in the airplane. That's also audible activity while they are together under the fake sun. That's P.O.C. Monitoring with communication devices, both of them. All right, that's P.O.C. It's 12:07 p.m. All right, and I did capture images of that sex offender that is driving 8RQD419, 8KLH236. Or 7140B2. That's audible activity in directed light under the fake sun. It is 12:08 p.m. and that is the state hovering in UPS airplanes. Understand if it was actually taking off from the Ontario airport. 7XYV557 engaged in an ordinary flight and not stalking, not engaging in terrorism, not being a sex offender, not literally demonstrating demon possession, stalking an American citizen in a commercial line plane, using all of those resources just to do that. All right, that's how important I am. All right, that's how focused on me the entity is. All right, that's how much of the center of the universe I am to the demon possessed and to the government. All right, if that was the case, understand the Ontario airport, you would, and in the same way that they're taking off and rising in elevation right here over the street, you would already be high up in the sky, not heard, and certainly not visible for me to capture an image of and see the logo of the plane, 8FYS 376, and acting with simultaneity to the exiting of the demon possessed out of 235 North Laurel. This is concerted activity. All right, 7ULM455. That is not taking off from the Ontario airport. That is stalking in an airplane, hovering, and engaging in the creation of audible activity, playing a tape of the sound of a plane while that plane is already stalking in the path and visibly crossing path, literally crossing path in the sky, hovering and doing so, with knowledge of what I'm documenting as I'm speaking out loud about Alaska Airlines, and then you have more UPS planes that are going to fly over. That's also what they're doing while they're listening to me analyze the conduct of the demon possessed who are not intelligent. 8EHD075. Understand that. All right, that's not coming from the Ontario airport. That is hovering. That is remaining close down in elevation. That is pursuant to what is activity creation under the fake sun. That is also hovering over this street. That is stalking in an airplane. And that is terrorism as it is communicated by UPS. All right. Also demonstrating it by the demon-possessed stalkers of UPS vehicles. 12:10 p.m. License plate 8YNC314, 8HBH300, The same Asian female. She's crossing path again. All right, I'm taking a picture of what is group stalking walking behind me and this parking lot behind using U-Haul. Understand U-Haul is a third party. License plate AD 65675, driven by a male, a white male, and a white female is the passenger. And I want to be clear what the state is doing with its directed light. It is literally moving this ginormous tree, moving the shade around. Understand how you do that with the state's directed light and its fake sun 8KFP619. And understand what the state is doing. While the state is molesting with directed light, and you saw in the pictures the shade covered the sidewalk, the state is moving that light, and that molestation is ongoing because of shade. The state wants to invade and touch and invade any space that's not being touched with light, and wants to touch me as well. The state is moving that light back. The state is invading with light, moving the shade that would be provided otherwise by this tree, these ginormous trees. And I'm documenting that while they're stalking in the path. All right. This overweight group stalker, 8YNC314, all right, who not only needs cellulite lotion, she needs to get a life. She is stalking and monitoring with a communication device. Let me go ahead and show you how disgusting she is. There you go. That's P.O.C. A license 97011R2. Picking up a bag in the middle of the street in directed light while the state is moving the shade of the ginormous trees that are over is no form. All right, license 5LVK841. Entering inside of 235 North Laurel. Patrolling in and out of 235 North Laurel. While the state is moving the light inward where the shade would be under the trees, okay? There would be shade. Let me get these third parties who are patrolling out of the 235 North Laurel Avenue office. Ski 7LZY669. In case I didn't get this one, 8KDE758. All right, and over here is, and again, my shadow was appearing in the shade. License plate 8RUD337. All right, so what I captured, first of all, the state moves its fake sun across the street. As you see, while I am sitting on the opposite side of the street under the shade, and I'm showing you what is the plane of the UPS, for example, flying over, the state's fake sun is in alignment with me on that side of the street. As I cross the street to get the license plate of these demon-possessed stalkers patrolling out of 235 North Laurel, the state's fake sun is across the street over my head. All right? That's not what's visible while I'm sitting on my on the property. The state is keeping its fake sun in alignment. All right? And I'm showing you what are the trees, and the state is moving its light underneath, invading that space where the shade is, all right, where that shade would be otherwise. This is the pattern of conduct, all right? That's the P.O.C. invading with light, okay? Alrighty. And I will show you, I'm going to go right back across the street, and I'm going to take a picture of that same location, because this is where I was. Oh, and let me show you what is the absence of the shade. The state is invading with light. All right, this was all covered in shade. All right, the state is invading with light. And understand, the state's fake sun is not over this street yesterday. Where is it? It's over the Ontario Over Family Community Library. That is also how you know that this is the state invading with directed light. That's not light activity that's going to occur. That's what you know what 4SUS 420 is doing. Directed light across 235 North Laurel while this demon-possessed stalker is stalking inside of the venue of 7LZY669 is monitoring. All right, directed light across the office building while she drives by. Ontario police entering into the parking lot in relevant position. You're hearing that ongoing train activity. That's audible activity while they're using their vehicles as light under the fake sun, which the state is using to invade underneath. All right, invade into the shade. What would be shade underneath a tree? All right, license 03997D3. This is also not occurring where, for example, the state is keeping its light source in an entirely different city over the ceiling. This is not the sun, and you're understanding what is the pattern. And you're understanding what is stalking, the stalker with light. All right. What is the molester with light? All right. That is touching by a violent sex offender. That is a touching by a violent sex offender that is stalking you. Okay, that is the public entity. That is the people of the state. All right, and so you have what is Ontario police that are crossing path in relevant position in direct light in the parking lot. There's demons that are driving around in the parking lot and light just all over the buildings. All right, 4 JJC 118. That's where the demon possessed Ontario police are over there crossing path as well. Okay, license plate. This crossing path. 7 JJC 118, the state is invading. And how do you do that? This is common sense. All you're doing is aiming light such that you're moving the shade. You could do that if you pay attention. If you on a macro level, take a flashlight, for example, if you were aiming it onto like a mini city, for example, you move the flashlight around and you can create the light activity. You can move the shade around depending. This is what the state is doing on a magnified scale. All right, and moving light such that it is invading underneath, but that's not the sun. All right, you already know this is not the sun, and that is actually not going to occur where the state is actually aiming its directed light where I am. 8KLR 650. All right, engaging in sexual violence with every single last one of them. So this is documentation of what is an ongoing molestation, a group molestation by the entity that is stalking altogether while they are engaging in terrorism as one. That's what this is documentation of. Okay, license 8HOC 143. That's the group stalker that I documented in the black scrubs. Okay, they're just patrolling in and out of the office while the state is invading with light. P.O.C. They're demons, and that's nothing but a venue for stalking in the path. And understand, this is what they're doing everywhere, and this is all you're doing in the environment. That's all you're doing is stalking, and so you're understanding what is demonic conduct, and this is entirely demented that a people would engage in that. License 7FEW 783. All right, so like I said, I am standing on the opposite side where my property is, and I'm going to show you what is the absence of the fake scent. It was on that side of the sidewalk over there. I'm taking a picture over there, and it's not over there. It's right here above me. Okay, that is the movement of the light. So I want to get, I already got her license plate. They are patrolling in and out the HOC 134, patrolling in and out of that venue of the 235 North Laurel. All right, that's P.O.C. This is literally stalking as they're maintaining presence and doing so through the nearest venue around me, which is 235 North Laurel right now. All right, while the fake sun is moving from both sides to the street as I move to either side of the street. 03997D3 is stalking crossing path again. All right, directed light on the ground behind his truck while he drives by each time. All right, license 8GWL311, those demon-possessed stalkers that I captured coming out of that office, the female and he looks like a teenager, coming out are in that vehicle, monitoring together. All right, and it is 12:18 p.m. So I want to show what is the invasion with that light, because this is going to understanding the pattern of conduct. This is what the state is doing inside of every venue. All right, so this is going to the prosecution. As the state engages in this conduct, it is revealing what is that pattern, and that's what you're understanding on a big picture scale. The state is that which is stalking and aiming its light, and this is impossible to coexist with remaining over the documented presence of remaining over Upland. So you're having remaining over the city, I'm sorry, the state facilitating venue, if anything. You're talking about the Upland Public Library. The state is aiming directed light, and that's not sunlight in that venue. That's not sunlight that's filling that venue. That's not the sun that I'm showing you the object of. That well, is not the sun over that ceiling. MCHNST. That's what the state is doing right now. All right. And by the way, if that was actually the sun over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library, this light activity moving underneath the tree, removing shade, is not going to exist. That does not coexist. Everything that I am showing you doesn't coexist with remaining over the ceiling of Upland Public Library, remaining over D Street for the duration of a day, which is exactly what the state was doing. Over the intersection from 9th Street, and that's just isolating Upland because it's over me at the vehicle at 6309 Foreign from Ontario, north in tow with me, 7EMB 601 while I'm coming to Upland, north up Euclid Avenue, and then remaining at that intersection. That's exactly what the state does from the museum to the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, and that's migration north. That's not going anywhere. From the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue to 450 North Euclid Avenue, the Upland Public Library, that is north up Euclid Avenue, and that's a mere feet, and that is not migration west. It's remaining over that venue, and this is light activity moving underneath to invade and touch with light. That is impossible light activity that does not coexist with remaining over the roof, the ceiling of the Upland Public Library in the city of Upland. 7VNL673 shows you that they are a sex offender and that they're stalking. All right, and I believe they're doing so with a minor child while directed light is reaching from that vehicle while they're driving by, touching on me. 8 EEY 237. And that's what the state is doing. That's the pattern, okay? That's directed light that is underneath those structures. That is directed light that is inside of those venues. That's directed light that the state was intentionally placing on the bathroom door. Understand the mindset and the intent in that conduct. Not only is that not sunlight, you're talking about that which is intentionally placed on that bathroom with knowledge of what you're documenting. That's a stalker that is intentionally communicating that threat in that private space with knowledge of what you're documenting about the fact that they're a sex offender. And then engaging in what is the creation of that impossible light activity through the crack of the door as you're opening it. I have double shadows while I'm opening that, light swiping around through the inside and through the outside while demon-possessed stalkers are stalking inside of that bathroom door. That's what I'm showing you. While I'm showing you also what is the fake sun remaining in perfect alignment over my head while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library. That's not coexisting with being right here. It's 12:21 p.m. Documented presence of the state's fake sun remaining over that venue. But you have it right here over this venue outside where 235 North Laurel is a means of the demons patrolling in and out of that venue, where the state is also stalking with a helicopter repeatedly, where the state is also stalking via Amazon Prime, UPS, and what is Alaska Airlines and what is Southwest Airlines right here over this street where I am, okay? License 6KVV694. This is the state that is keeping its fake sun right here over this street, all right, and engaging and moving light underneath the tree. That's absolutely impossible. That is speaking to the stalker. All right, that's the stalker that wants to be near me, wants to be where I am, wants to invade where I am, wants to be there without intention, wants to touch without consent, all right, wants to remain. That's called stalking. This is demonic conduct where you are stalking with light. And this is absolutely impossible light activity, demonic light activity. 8 VAL 757 75684 75683F3. All right, 8NGT237. All right, and that's exactly what they're using 235 North Laurel for. That's exactly what is ongoing with this fake sun invading underneath the tree, 7UKP818. All right, and you have what is, first of all, the state stalking repeatedly with a helicopter is ongoing confirmation. Not that I need the confirmation because the P.O.C is already established. All right, but like I said, again, even if one, as unreasonable as it is, wanted to disregard the direct evidence of stalking with light, the state stalking with a helicopter and planes right here over the same intersection where I am is the ongoing confirmation of that. That is another UPS plane, P.O.C. It is 12:23 p.m. 6ZXN 628. All right, this is not light activity that's going to occur. You're not going to see the state's, you're not going to see the sun. If that's over the ceiling, then I'm not going to even see it while I'm standing over here at Laurel. It's not going to be right here over my head, while I'm pointing my camera up above my head, while I'm standing on the sidewalk. Being on both sides of the sidewalk, wherever I'm on the opposite side is right over my head. As I cross back over here, it's right over here on this side and invading under the shade of the tree. All right, that's the state's fake sun that is right here at the tip of the edge of the sidewalk, invading, going underneath a structure. That the structure here is the tree, the shade that would be provided by a tree. All right, and invading that shade with directed light. That's the pattern of conduct. That's the light you're looking at inside of the venues. That is the demonic environment. That is the documentation of terrorism and sexual violence. All right, that's the P.O.C. It's 12:24 p.m. and that's what I have documented. And this is going on a slideshow. This is ongoing documentation of what is the terrorizing threat by the entity engaging in federal stalking. It is also simultaneous documentation of what is molestation by the entity, a sexually violent pattern of conduct. 7GWL623. All right, and you have what is the state engaging in what is harassment in concert with the P.O.C. is harassing, period. This is harassment by an entity, harassment by a government. All right, it's 12:25 p.m. That's P.O.C. All right, I'm documenting what is federal stalking before your eyes. So 8GSR 936 is replacing the group stalker who was wearing the black scrubs that I documented. QNCC32, that's Florida plate. He or she is replacing the group stalker that was parked right here with, I believe, 8VP is her license plate that started 122. Oh, that's a dude. wow. They are just coming out of the woodworks to engage in patrolling inside of the office. 8GSR 936 is arriving as the other one is leaving. And I took a picture of what is, first of all, relevant positioning. And I'm taking a screenshot. What are they monitoring while I'm uploading my podcast? While at the same time, the state is sounding plane activity and flying over. That's what you're looking at while 8GSR 936 is using their vehicle as a means of light and understand it's the creation of light activity in directed light. These are the demons that use their flashing lights, use their headlights, their brake lights, etc. in the engineered light. All right. This is why they stalk with light, because they are the grounds are covered with directed light. They are monitoring on my phone while doing so. That's what I took a picture of. He is systematically replacing the other third party that was parked right here, and he is directly underneath the fake sun that's right here under me. He is arriving with simultaneity to what I'm doing on my phone on the venue of the internet. This is monitoring, and this is how the people do the casualty of arriving at any venue. All right. And this is how you're prosecuting. There's no form because it's in the same environment. It is a means of engaging in the criminal elements. That is the psychopath that is monitoring on my phone, and I took a screenshot of what I'm doing while they are stalking in the path. The state is flying over, the fake sun is right here, directed light is present, and they are using their vehicle stalking in the path, one replacing the other, okay? She drives off as she's fearful that I might take her picture, which is exactly what I was about to do. Another immediately drives up and parks. He goes inside of the nearest venue, which is 235 North Laurel. All right, that's P.O.C, and I took a screenshot. What am I doing? I'm uploading my podcast. License plate. 6GLS 563. All right, 8JDC 516 is monitoring with the third party or state actors. They're maintaining peculiarized light at the structure where McCarthy, the building site. They're maintaining flashing light on the vehicles. They're right in the path in perfect alignment, and this is the facilitating conduct, the demons acting pursuant to that pattern of conduct in the engineered light, creating light activity in that engineered light. 7BVT 776. This same demon-possessed stalker, 7UKP 818. That's an African-American female, all right? And she's a heavy-duty stalker. License plate 6CKM 112. They are maintaining light at the driveway where the state's fake sun is not over that venue, and they are intentionally maintaining light in alignment to me while they are aware that I am on my phone on the internet. They are monitoring with communication devices. That's what I took an image of. They are across from the Wells Fargo. They are right there in front of the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library beside the McCarthy construction site. All right, that's facilitation. That's what I took a picture of. It is 12:34 p.m. That is stalking with light. All right, and it's a demonic behavioral pattern. Alrighty, it is 12:44 p.m. And what I captured is the state keeping its fake sun over me right here, right particular to where I am, over this tree, on this street at Laurel. All right, I showed the absence of the sun over the state's fake sun over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library or the 280 North Limit Apartments. 8ESB 806 or substantially similar. I captured this African American that he's engaging in nothing but the use of a venue, 235 North Laurel, to engage in stalking, surveillance, sexual molestation of my body, and terrorism while he is monitoring with communication devices in concert and on behalf of the public entity, while he is also acting in concert with group stalkers such as FedEx under the same exact circumstances, under the same exact facts. You have what is the maintenance of presence. And so while he is patrolling, I'm showing you what is the fake sun while he's getting inside of his car in relevant position, monitoring on communication devices in relevant position, while the state is maintaining presence via airplane and helicopter. And I also showed you what, again, like I said, there is no sun, there's no light source over the entrance of the 280 North Limit Apartments, the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, which, while, by the way, I document while I am inside of that venue, upon entrance of that venue at 10:52 a.m. Okay, I document while I exit at 1:14 p.m. where it is kept its fake sun over that venue. All right, and you're also looking at what is directed light that I'm capturing while I'm inside of that library. And then this is going on with, this is impossible. That is direct evidence, in other words, against that group stalker and the venue of 235 North Laurel. And this is just a small level because this is a big picture prosecution. This is huge. All right, a big prosecution of an entity. All right, because they're all monitoring together. I'm just giving you 235 North Laurel as an example because you have what is the impossibility of that being the sun speaking to what they are engaging in corporately and all the ways and all the crimes that are simultaneously occurring with that, while the documented presence of the fake sun remaining over me in the city of Upland and in the city of Fontana, and while I am in transit to any of the aforesaid locations. All right, that is what they are speaking to. That is what is revealing. Demons are patrolling on C Street with their communication devices. Demons patrolling on Laurel with their communication devices. That's what they are doing while they're walking on the sidewalks, maintaining presence. They're stalking in the path. All right, it's 12:46 p.m. and that's what that group stalker is doing. All right, and this one that walks to the 235 North Laurel Avenue walks back toward, and I'll get a picture of that. That's what he's doing. He's patrolling. License 134 WW handicap. All right, and that white male getting in a Toyota Camry, whose license plate I will read. He walks from the car, walks to the door. Hold on, let me go get it. Satan wants to try to run away. No license plate on the back. Let's see. And this one engaging in surveillance, 6NMY360 and FedEx 96494D3. This one has no front license plate on his old Toyota Camry, 6XEX218. Let's get that. And let's get that. That's FedEx engaging in surveillance. That's P.O.C. Under the fake sun. Monitoring with this one over here. They're sitting around in the parking lot, and the fake sun is right over the FedEx vehicle. And this one that walks over to the venue of 235, walks over to it, and then turns right back around. Has no license plate on the front of his car. Has no license plate showing on the back of his car while he's patrolling. That's P.O.C. Captured his image. And as I go down there and I get that, you've got FedEx that's engaging in surveillance, stalking. Do you have something to say? You have FedEx that is engaging in surveillance, stalking on the sidewalk under the fake sun, which moves from its position over me at the train. But I'm sorry, not the train. I'm sorry, under the tree. All right, it moves and it's right over me while FedEx is group stalking in front of this venue over here. They're also group stalking the parking lot. That's what I took a picture of. They're sitting around engaging in surveillance, stalking under the fake sun. All right, and in directed light. And so what I took a picture of, that's a group stalker that is walking around on the sidewalk. Understand, FedEx is in a vehicle engaging in surveillance at this end. That group stalker goes from his Camry that is unmarked with no license plate at this end across the street while he is patrolling. All right, and they're coming in and out of 235 North Laurel Avenue. That's P.O.C. It is currently, let me get 8YDY455, because they're all monitoring together. Directed light across the building while he drives off. It is, again, let me see, 12:49 p.m. All right, and I just took a picture of what is the appearance of directed light that's in the shade and my shadow that is enlarged in size. I'm going to show you what is a picture of directed light spewing from this vehicle in directed light. And that's where FedEx is group stalking, engaging in relevant positioning, stalking, engaging in surveillance. That's literally what they are doing. And that's exactly what I just captured in image. And this is under the fake sun. FedEx does not have any form. This is a demon-possessed stalker operating that vehicle and exposing that company for the demon-possessed commercial stalking. That's what this is. Understand, this is a concept that is to be understood. That is commercial stalking. 7AXC 737. And this third party goes from one end of the street to the other. The third party that I'm capturing, let me give you another image of him. He is remaining present at the in relevant position. That's the one I took a picture of. He's standing in alignment. This is surrounding the perimeter. On the grounds of the library behind me, they are maintaining peculiarized light. FedEx is on the opposite side. All right, that group stalker with the red hat is in front of me. The group stalker in the Camry with no license plate on his car is parked on across the street from FedEx at my on my what would be my left side. All right, FedEx drives off and goes to the opposite end of the street. License plate 5ZPS232. All right, so let me show you what is a facilitating venue where FedEx is going, engaging in monitoring at 311 Laurel Avenue, which is no form. I'm going to document them at 315 Laurel Avenue. All right, license plate 7WRV552. Alrighty, and that is the use of their lights. Audible activity. That's audible activity. You're honking because you see me? That's FedEx engaging in P.O.C. That's FedEx engaging in P.O.C. All right, look at the magnified size of the shadow. This is a demon that's pacing. That's what I'm taking pictures of. Pay attention. He's under the fake sun. All right, he's using the vehicle as audible and light activity. That's a demon. That's P.O.C. That's P.O.C. I'm going to prosecute you. I'm going to prosecute you, Satan. You have issues. You have issues. License plate 8CSE 520. 8CSE 520 monitoring with FedEx. Understand what they're doing. They're making a U-turn using the vehicle as audible and light activity. And he pulls off again as I start documenting. All right. He goes to 317. Well, he didn't really go to that venue, but he's over here by 317 Euclid Avenue. I'm sorry, not Euclid. 317 Laurel. This is 311 Laurel. Let me take a picture of this as well, because these are venues and there is no form. Okay, they are monitoring in concert. You accept a package, you're in relevant position, or you don't accept the package. This is what FedEx is relying on in delivering a package under the fake sun and in directed light while you're engaging in surveillance with the people of the state. There's no form. And as I'm walking up and down the street documenting FedEx, that's stalking out each end of the street under the fake sun, which, by the way, as I'm taking a picture of FedEx, understand where I'm at. I'm going to take a picture of where I am at. The fake sun is no longer right there above me, above the tree. That's what you're going to look at in the picture. The fake sun is right there over my head while I'm capturing what is FedEx. That's what that group stalker, the African-American male, that ragged-looking demon-possessed stalker going inside of 235 North Laurel is engaging in. The fake sun is right over me while he parks there. As I move, the fake sun moves. As I move to document, FedEx moves, okay? And that is harassment by that entity, and that's a means of audible activity creation. Understand what that demon is doing, and I was pacing in that commercial vehicle. Now, again, this third party exiting out of 235, 8GSR 936. He pulls up monitoring with communication devices. He pulled up replacing another third party while I was uploading my podcast. It is 12:53 p.m. and that's what you're going to look at in the pictures. You're going to look at where the state's moving its fake sun all over the place, which is nowhere ever coexisting with what I clearly captured in that video at 1:14 p.m. and at 10:52 a.m. where it is remaining stationary over the venue where I'm at, the 280 North Lemon Apartment / Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. It's right here over me at this street, 6Z97844, 7VOD848, and that was FedEx literally engaging in stalking conduct. That's literally what you're doing. The state's fake sun is moving up and down the street over me, and he is moving and remaining at the end of the street. As I go down there and I capture directed light, and you're seeing group stalkers that are engaging in surveillance in the parking lot, they start driving out, and then FedEx goes to the opposite end of the street. So I go down to that opposite end of the street because I'm going to document those venues where he is at, because that's what they are. And as I do that, then he leaves again, and the fake sun is right over my head. All right. And they start this parking lot over here where they're stalking in the parking lot. They're just sitting around for S.I.S 420. And they're doing so under the fake sun and in directed light. And that's what I captured images of, the directed light. My magnified size of my shadow. This is what FedEx is doing, being a stalker. And understand, this is demon possession by those employees, by those companies. You need to know that about these companies. They're going to be prosecuted for it. It's called terrorism. All right, they're practicing demonic activity, and they are stalking somebody while they are demon possessed, engaging in federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. 22618. That's what's relevant. All right, and it is relevant that you're demon possessed. This is terrorism. All right, by the demon possessed that are stalking. That's blatant stalking that I just documented FedEx again engaging in. Again, okay? Again. This is ongoing documentation when I'm documenting FedEx that is intentionally also stalking under the fake sun in the city of Upland. That's exactly what they're doing. All right, this is the same commercial actor that is maintaining intentional presence under that deliberately maintained environment. That's exactly what FedEx is doing right now. That's what I've been documenting them engaging in. That is P.O.C. And that is hostility by a demon that has demented. It is demented in the mind while he is stalking me. All right, that's P.O.C. 6LZW 685, but I can't really see that one. It's 12:55 p.m. All right, 7NWV910. These are demon-possessed stalkers utilizing 235 North Laurel as a venue to patrol in and out and stalk in the path. They're doing it under the fake sun, and they're doing it all around outside as well. And what I took an image of is stalking with activity, the same demonic formula underway. As I log on to Google, all right, log on to the internet, log on to Google, get on Google, the website. They are exiting the venue, operation of the communication devices. They're in the environment. This is blatant P.O.C. But I'm just letting you know the demonic formula, and you're applying that template to everywhere. It doesn't matter where you're at. They're demons. They're engaging in a specific code of conduct. They are exiting with simultaneity to my activity on the internet, 7CEG118. And they go to that third-party license plate that I just recited, and they're crossing path 97011R2 and 8LAG155 coming from that venue as well. And you have what is stalking with activity and using that, again, that chiropractor's office, that's a venue. They're using that venue right now. 7GD0925, I believe. It's 1:01 p.m. That's P.O.C. 6RFX950, molesting. Making a U-turn in the middle of the intersection as well. That is terrorism, while directed light is all over the buildings as they do so. Monitoring with communication devices on the video of the internet. I'm currently uploading the images of direct evidence of federal stalking and sexual violence and terrorism by the people of the state in concert with the government. 6VVE224. All right, that's P.O.C. It is currently 1:12 p.m. All right, license 6VVE224. 8KDE758, 7SOZ505. That's a demon that's pacing, going forward and backward and forward and backward. And I showed you what is the directed light that I am standing in on that sidewalk. That demon is intentionally engaging. That's a psychopath, okay? And that's pacing conduct. All right, under the fake sun as well. But I showed you as I stood in it and my legs are super magnified inside. They're doing that in engineer. That's the demon-possessed stalker. They want to run around in circles in their direct light. They want to fly in circles in their directed light. They want to pace back and forth and back and forth and back. That's a freak weirdo. That's the demon-possessed in engineer light using license 6VVE224 to do so. P.O.C. It's 1:13 p.m. All right, at 1:14 p.m., I'm capturing an image of what is pacing. First of all, you're looking at his light activity. You see his shadow is to his right. That's because he's walking under the fake sun. That is light activity creation. And that was also light activity creation while that demon was pacing forward and backward in his vehicle, where he is parking in front in relevant position, monitoring on a communication device. He walked right back to his car. That's another method of pacing. That's exactly what he did, got right back in his vehicle. Starting the ignition is audible activity, all right? Doing so under the fake sun, which the state is, you're looking at, first of all, the tree is physically above. The shade is underneath. This is impossible light activity, direct evidence against the demon-possessed stalker 6VVE224. The shade underneath that would be created underneath a tree, and you're looking at what is light underneath the literal tree object. That is directed light underneath the tree. That's what the state does under structures. All right, absolutely impossible light activity, and that is what that demon is doing under that directed light, under that fake sun, and monitoring with communication device, a psychopath listening to the evidence that's going to be presented against it in a court of law, because that is a demon-possessed stalker. That's the creature that is Satan acting through that African-American male. License plate 7WPD872. It's 1:15 p.m. All right, this demon with a bad weave or bad something, it's all bad. She's pacing back and forth to her car under the fake sun. They are monitoring with communication devices. They just monitored everything I uploaded on the internet. They engage in this conduct trying to obstruct the ability to use the internet. 7RFX950, monitoring with the demon that just got back in his car. He's just loitering around under the fake sun. 6VVE224. She is in operation of her communication device as well. Right, and you see her standing there. She's doing so while you hear the plane engines. She's monitoring, and that demon is walking back to her car again. Communication device in hand. She's monitoring. 7CSB149 is monitoring with that demon that's pacing back and forth from her car, with that demon that is sitting inside of 6VVE224. They're all under the fake sun monitoring together, okay? All right, 6VVE224 just came by to engage in a little bit of criminal activity and sexually violent, demented, demonic activity. 6VVE224, monitoring with that demon that gets out of 7RFX950, walks back and forth in front of 235 North Laurel while you hear the state flying over 7NWV910 while they drive by, light on the buildings. That's light activity. The fake sun is over, literally aiming directed light underneath a tree. Literally ridiculously impossible light activity. Creeping in the back alley behind this venue or over here as well. Vitco Foods is crossing path. It is 1:17 p.m. Driving in a back alley. In directed light. This is license plate 05992C2. I believe it is 1:18 p.m. And all they were doing, understand what they're doing. They're trying to slow down internet. They're monitoring. Okay, that's all, and that's all you're doing in the engineered light. I've already shown you what they're doing and where they're doing it, and being present, parking beside what is directed light, pacing in directed light while the state is stalking by helicopter under a fake sun, which is aiming light underneath the tree. The physical tree is present, but you don't see shade underneath the tree. You see light underneath the tree. That's what I just took a picture of. Okay, and the African American male, that demon is replaced by another demon, 7NWV910. those are the same demons that were stalking with activity exiting the venue of 235 North Laurel. All right, operation of their communication devices in hand underneath that fake sun, and while directed light is aiming underneath the tree. Absolutely impossible. And in speaking to the demented stalker that they are, okay? 8SZG650. I'm sorry, 560. Alrighty. That group of demons went inside of 235 North Laurel, okay? What you have is walking up to what is a door is locked. Oh, it's locked. I'll walk back to my car. Oh, wait, hold on. Is someone there? Let me walk back to the door. Oh, wait, I forgot something in my car. Let me go back to my car real quick and check the door. I think the door is locked. Let me go next door to 239 while directed light is sweeping all across the building, while that demon-possessed stalker is sitting in the car right here in front of me after pacing from his car back to his car. That's the demonic pacing. That's a psychopath, all right? Wearing black nylons and a black skirt with black hair. Nothing cute about Satan acting through a skank, okay? There is nothing cute about that. She's stalking, and that is a demon-possessed stalker. While you hear the state flying over by plane, she's monitoring. 6DZG. I can't really hear it. I'm sorry, I can't really see it, but what I'm speaking to is what you could hear is the plane engines over her head while I'm taking pictures of what is her going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. All right, this is 8ROH621. You are speaking to what is psychopath conduct, 7LUS530, with knowledge of what you are documenting about them. Ongoing monitoring. It's an ongoing vigorous effort of monitoring the demon possessed engaging in this ongoing futile effort of some competition on the venue of the internet that they're monitoring on. I'm going to prosecute them with their communication devices, with their internet use. I'm going to prosecute them, and I'm going to show the world what they are doing, and understanding that demonic activity is not hidden by some mini skirt, okay? It's not. You're looking at what is Satan acting through a skank, okay? Don't be deceived by that, all right? It is, and there's nothing cute about it. When you strip it down to what it is, there is nothing cute about that. License plate, that's a stalker, 8MTY627. I don't think stalkers are very sexy. There ain't nothing sexy about that. All right, I don't have to hate on this. Has nothing to do with jealousy. This is about speaking the raw truth, and I am unapologetic in doing so. UPS is stalking in the path with peculiarized light, all right, just like FedEx was. All right, I'm gonna prosecute them. Like I told Omnitrans, they're going out of business. They think it's a joke. There you go. That is UPS that I captured an image of, stalking with peculiarized light on C Street. All right, Frontier Communications crossing path. All right, and let me be clear. The third parties whose license plate I read, they're inside of 235 North Laurel. They're monitoring to that. They don't stop monitoring, because I'm speaking to what is the demonic behavior pattern as they're crossing path, exiting outside while they're engaging in demonic activity, pacing back and forth. That's a demon in its element, going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. The outward form, as Satan is literally using that third party in a mini skirt to pace back and forth as though she is locked out and she doesn't know if anyone's in there, as though she forgot something in her car, she's going back, as though she's making sure that her doors are locked, while she is engaging in what is the pattern, pacing back and forth and back and forth. UPS is using what are flashers, hazard lights, in relevant position, in alignment to me, under that which is not the sun, in that which is the engineered light. The demonstration of demon possession by a commercial actor, heavily documented, engaging in stalking and terrorism, and with knowledge of the documentation. Not only is that going to be prosecution, this is grounds for what is the federal imprisonment of those that engaging in such terrorism with the government. Understanding monitoring and all the ways in which I'm revealing that it is operated by the government, by the state, and the third party conduct that they engage in, exposing that entity to that mutual prosecution. All right, and engaging in this terrorism, I'm documenting it because you're going to create policy, you're going to prosecute, and the entity is going to be prosecuted for that group conduct. But you're speaking about what is understanding the impermissible threat by such commercial actors. The state is sounding plane engines while UPS is creating light activity and stalking in the path. That's what's ongoing. That's exactly what UPS is doing. The same fake sun that I'm capturing the FedEx vehicle over while I'm standing there, that's what UPS is doing right now. The fake sun was on over the Ontario Oval Family Community Library at 1:14 p.m. And I just showed what is the ongoing directed light, all right? This is P.O.C. 8JDA729. All right, I did capture video of UPS engaging in stalking and molestation with directed light while I am under what is the fake sun. I want to make sure I document 6 ZYN 598. And what I also captured an image of first of all, this group stalker in the red Jeep. She is stalking in the path as I cross the street, and the fake son moves with me, remains in alignment, and UPS engages in a sexual molestation while they are stalking commercially stalking, all right? And doing so in the environment with knowledge of every word that I'm uttering. They're going to be prosecuted as terrorists, all right, and sex offenders, all right, and stalking, engaging in monitoring American citizens. You have what is this group stalker in the red Jeep. She steps out to engage in relevant positioning. She's stalking in the path as I am walking back to the corner where I'm remaining at Laurel and C Street. All right. And that's what I captured in the image. You see her door open. She's crossing path. That door is a means of stalking with activity. I am focused on her vision. I know what this demon is doing. And so it's kept open. This is what they tend to do, especially as I dictate in real time what they're about to do. And then they try to contradict it. Anyway, she's stalking in the path. She's maintaining presence. And the fake son is right over my head while she is doing so. All right. She is a demon that is stalking inside of the venue. All right, waiting for the opportunity to engage in such stalking activity, stalking with presence, stalking with audible activity. I also captured what is literally impossible light. This is a humongous tree. It is huge, okay? Not only would there be shade underneath the tree, this is absolutely impossible light activity. I'm showing you what is light that is on the tree underneath all of the leaves, the humongous tree, and light is manifesting on the tree underneath it. That's impossible light activity. Okay, that is prefacing what UPS is engaged in and all the rest of the demon-possessed stalkers who I'm documenting at this venue, 235 North Laurel. All right, which is speaking to what the government is doing everywhere. There is no exception. All right, I've isolated so that you see what is a template that you are applying everywhere, and there is no exception to the pattern of conduct. You're seeing how the government is acting through commercial actors who are demon possessed, such companies such as Amazon Prime, Alaska Airlines, companies such as Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, companies such as UPS. All right, engaging in what is the outward demonstration of demon possession while they are engaging in what is criminal activity in concert and on behalf of a government, which is federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. It is currently, let me get this, 8TGJ612. It is currently 1:27 p.m. and I captured the fake son, which is in direct conflict. It is over the venue of 235 North Laurel while I go to get the demon-possessed actors of the UPS company that are stalking in the path. The state's fake son is remaining over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library yesterday. The state's fake son is remaining in the city of Upland over the ceiling of that venue in the city of Upland, okay? That is long-term documentation that I have, again, reminded the masses about as I publish more documentation about Upland. I've already published documentation about that venue. But again, this is tying together that which I've already established, all right? Understanding how it's demonic activity and how this is terrorism while the government is practicing demonic activity, engaging in criminal conduct that is federal stalking. All right, that's what that is speaking to. And the fake son is clearly over 235 North Laurel and moving as I move over there to get UPS on video and going back to what is being over the tree. And let me be clear, that is clearly directed light that's you're seeing underneath and on the tree trunk underneath this humongous tree. It's a beautiful tree. It's humongous though. And that's absolutely impossible light activity, ridiculously impossible, as ridiculous as is a fake son over your head. But it's this is what I mean by you're talking about prosecution. There is no question about the prosecution. I'm showing you the groundwork. This is what you're looking at. This is how they're doing it. And that is a surefire prosecution. There is nothing that is naturally occurring about that. You are present in that unnatural environment for a criminal purpose. And all of that environment, all of that conduct, you will be prosecuted for as one, okay? As one, because they're engaging in it together. And it is speaking to and revealing the demented mindset. That is a psychopath in the chiropractor's office. It doesn't matter that you have some training as some chiropractor profession. Right now, you're showing that you're a demon-possessed stalker. Your venue is being used for criminal conduct, with which you are all abiding by a demonic behavioral pattern. 7 EOJ 255. All right, literally using it for the guise under which demonic activity is occurring. Demonic activity that is relevant to what is federal stalking. That is terrorism. It's 1:30 p.m. That's P.O.C. All right, you got another group stalker that arrives with simultaneity to my resuming uploading on the internet, and I will go get that license. It is 8LSH 909. That is the absence of coincidence. It's the demonic behavioral pattern. Pulling into a parking space as a means of creating light activity in the engineered light they're monitoring. All right. License plate 8BWR671 is still loitering in relevant position, sitting under the fake sun, monitoring with a communication device. She's monitoring what I'm doing on the phone, on the internet. Okay. My whole spiel, my analysis of speaking to what is the system and how UPS and other such commercial actors and FedEx is crossing path again right now with license 7102. 7P1 crossing path again, monitoring with them. All right. That is activity while they are driving by. That's what FedEx just engaged in. Criminal facilitation for BLSH909 and 8BWR671, who are stalking, sitting in cars under a fake sun in engineered light. Monitoring. Okay. License plate 6UNM284. While light is appearing underneath a humongous tree, which is never naturally occurring, okay? This would all be covered with shade. This is the mark of demon possession. It's a demonic environment and absolutely impossible light activity. Common sense. 8JDA729 is stalking. Okay? It is 1:32 p.m. and that's what 8LSH909 engaged in, stalking with activity, monitoring with communication device, comes to join in the stalking, sitting in their car under the fake sun. All right, this is plane engines, while the license plates that I just recited are sitting in their cars under directed light. And I want to be clear, while I'm standing under the tree, under the shade, what's supposed to be shade, the state is touching with directed light, touching my abdomen, touching my breast with directed light, while they are stalking in the path, monitoring with communication devices. All right, 8LL8932. And the venue at, what is that? The one I document where directed light is on their venue. All right, they're outside on their front porch, monitoring with a communication device. This is a male wearing a hat. He's got a red and blue little jersey sweat jacket on. He walks back inside. That demon knows exactly what I'm saying as I'm saying it. All right, and he is nothing but a third party in relevant position inside of that venue, where another third party pulls up in front of his venue that I will document as well. They're all monitoring, and what you're hearing are plane engines in the background while the state is flying over. They're all monitoring everything that's going on the internet, because it's going, while these demon-possessed stalkers are engaging in what is the demonstration, the documentation of what's the impermissible threat. All right, the demon-possessed engage in this. This is why you're speaking to what is policy that is incorporating and understand the inherent pattern of conduct of obstruction of justice. Psychopaths that are very violent sex offenders. It's 1:35. And this is where the state is concentrating its plane activity, right over 235 North Laurel. All right, and that is UPS flying over. Fake sun is right over the tree. UPS flies right over the tree. All right, directed light is right over here. Group stalking at the intersection. This is license plate. Group stalking at 303 Laurel. This is the Asian male, operation of communication device 7PTL795, P.O.C. He got a big old head too, a ginormous forehead, while he's holding his phone up, concentrating on it while he is driving by. They're monitoring. UPS is crossing path again at what would be, that is west of where I am on Laurel. That is UPS stalking in the vehicles, UPS stalking in planes. Under a fake sun and in directed light. Not coincidental, speaking to demon possession, demonic activity, criminal conduct. Seconds later, there's another plane that's called patrolling. All right, and I have news for, I've already shown a government that thinks it's too big to get caught. That boat has sailed. I'm going to drag the government. And companies like UPS, they think that they're so big that they're not. Oh, no, I have news for you. I have news for you. If UPS thinks it's so big that it can engage in this terrorism, and I'm documenting it, and they know it, because that's the nature of the crime of monitoring, and I'm showing you what they're doing in the face of that knowledge, 7EUF239, with a government. All right, and this is speaking to what is, you think that you're too big, you think that you are impervious. That's the impermissible threat. Understand, that's a pattern of conduct. That's what UPS is demonstrating, plane after plane after plane, over this corner under the fake sun and in directed light, flying or driving around in circles, stalking with peculiarized light, P.O.C. All right, that is the demon with license plate 7RFX950, crossing path under the fake sun, walking from 235 North Laurel, walking down the street. No, that's called crossing your path with a communication device under the state's fake sun, while UPS is flying over again over the same tree right here where I'm at. All right, you hear the frequency with which that is occurring. That is monitoring conduct. All right, license plate 5RZK989. And what I captured is the group stalker in the red Jeep. She is stalking in the path the state is patrolling, flying directly over this 235 North Laurel. And there's this directed light that is on the sidewalk as it is hitting her car. This is engineered light that she is loitering in relevant position in operation of a communication device, monitoring with UPS who's driving around, Omnitrans that is driving around, UPS that is driving around a relevant position along with these minions whose license plates I'm also reading. In directed light that is touching on my body, touching on my breast, my upper abdomen, and also as I step out of the shade, this is ongoing molestation while they are also reaching across the streets and onto the sidewalk to touch with directed light, including with 8YZY385. And I'm showing you what is directed light on the sidewalk hitting her. That's the state's engineer light that's hitting on the sidewalk, streaming backwards from her car. That's impossible light activity. While the state, what you're listening to, plane after plane after plane, that's UPS that's flying right over where that engineered light is. And that is documentation of a third-party group stalker engaging in that terrorism and that sexual violence. You don't have a right to maintain presence because that's what you're doing. You're maintaining presence on behalf of the state. Working at 235 North Laurel, being a patron at 235 North Laurel is called stalking in the path, period. And the purpose of this policy and understanding what is demonic activity is you are looking at what is the government's right that it does not maintain to monitor an American citizen. And third parties such as this one with 8BWR671, who is engaging, and all of the hallmarks are present. All right, this is where the state is stalking with helicopter and flying directly over that venue where she is sitting in directed light under the fake sun. I captured both of that. She's under the fake sun because I'm crossing the street. I'm right in front of her car. Directed light is streaming backwards from her car onto the sidewalk into the shade, while the state is flying directly over that venue 235 North Laurel, which is flying over me across the street, which is where the state is also aiming directed light all over the street and onto me, all right? While the state is aiming light underneath a tree, all right? Underneath in order to touch, in order to invade, all right? This is speaking to what all of them are engaging in. She's a prime example of what the third parties do not have any right whatsoever. I don't care if you're operating a business. I don't care if you live there. I don't care if you call yourself babysitting children. It is relevant positioning and the purpose of policy where the government is monitoring because they have created this whole system thinking that it will never be infiltrated, that it will never be burst wide open, all right? And you don't have a right to do that. And you're going to be hauled off to federal prison as you continue to perpetuate that impermissible threat. You don't have a right to stay there. And the purpose of this is that the government is going to be forced to do it itself, all right? And it cannot do it without being exposed. All right, so what the government is doing and who it's doing it through, the people of the state. That's why she's under a fake sun. That's why directed light is beside her vehicle. That's why the state is flying over that venue that she's parked in front of. That's why directed light is swiping across that venue, all right, of 235 North Laurel. That's P.O.C. That goes for the same one who walked inside in the black skirt with the white shirt, black hair. Same analysis. Same one for this one whose license plate I read. This is a demon that's just stalking, sitting in their car under the same exact facts. All right, that goes for the totality of that documentation. This is the same entity that is stalking in the bathroom stalls, the same entity that is stalking at traffic lights, being a predator waiting to touch, to maintain that light, which the state is doing during the day with directed light and under a fake sun. All right, they're predators. License 7WGN683 6FYY966. That is P.O.C. It's 1:43 p.m. 8FZR843. 8RBS432. BTO8A09, that's a paper plate, molesting. Okay, literally touching, excuse my language, touching my ass with directed light. And I showed you what is an image of directed light onto the face, the door. Okay, the door of the address 229 North Laurel Avenue. That is directed light, just like this demon-possessed stalker in the red Jeep. Directed light is spewing onto the sidewalk. This demon-possessed stalker, this fat-faced demon-possessed stalker who's loitering in the purple Honda, monitoring with a communication device, stalking under a fake sun, which is exactly what I took a picture of. You have what is directed light that's onto the door of the address, the venue 229. That's directed light as it's hitting a surface. Just like it's hitting the sidewalk, it's hitting the venue of 229 North Laurel Avenue while they are sitting stalking in their cars. These are the psychopaths, the demon-possessed, and that one in the purple Honda is stalking, engaging in sexual violence, absolutely demented conduct with one that appears to be under the age of 18. All right, going inside of the venue at 235 North Laurel under the fake sun is no form. All right, let me show you Satan. All right, taking an image of that. They are under the fake sun, and this is directed light hitting the sidewalks, hitting the buildings, and that's directed light that's swiping also in motion while the demon possessed, such as 7XJJ664, drive by. Absolutely impossible light activity. All right, you are sitting in your car being a stalker. This is why I'm showing you what is the template, because they are sitting in bathroom stalls stalking. All right, sitting outside of bathrooms stalking. Sitting in parking lots, monitoring someone who they know is in the bathroom, engaging in surveillance in that regard, stalking, corporate invasion of privacy by entity. That's what they are doing. All right. You have what are psychopaths that are engaging in that conduct with their children. All right. And that's going to be brought up in a federal court. So Satan sits around under the fake sun and in directed light now like it ain't nothing while they're listening to that prosecution that's being formulated, being cooked up for him. You have what is the ongoing grounds for what is many methods of that prosecution. Many methods of that prosecution. It is currently 1:51 p.m. That's P.O.C. RIL 599. Touching all over my breast, touching on my behind, my ass with directed light while she's driving around the corner. Absolutely disconnected conduct, but she is stalking with the state and intentionally pacing around me while directed light is touching on my body. She's a sex offender and she's acting on behalf of the entity. The entire documented entity is going to be prosecuted for that sexual violence they engaged in corporately. BTO8A09, paper plate. All right, P.O.C. Demons congregated outside of 235 North Laurel Avenue. It's called the maintenance of presence. That's what group stalking is. It is, by the way, 1:53 p.m. And just for understanding what I took an image of at 1:53 p.m., that's an image of the group stalkers that are that got out of that vehicle as a means of which was a means of sexual molestation of my body, and then they get out and they're walking across the street. That's who I took an image of. They got out of that car that I just named that license plate. 7VCC638. Direct the light across the venue of 303 Laurel Avenue while that license plate drives what is north on Laurel. 3, I can't really see that one. 5ZTB63, I can't really see that one either. 8M, you can scratch that. It is 1:54 p.m. though. Hold on 1 second. 1:54 p.m. 8RZP11962. I can't really see that one. 7MUP283, molesting with directed light and stalking with activity, meaning as I am changing activities on my phone. you have what are more and more of them that come from around the corner. So they're like, they're cockroaches. All right, they're maintaining presence. For example, on Euclid Avenue, driving by. The second I do something new, one will and stop for driving on Euclid and immediately turn down this street. All right, they're maintaining presence. That's all they're doing. All right, it's like I guess hopscotch. You're jumping, then you jump in based on what they all know that I am doing at that same time. Okay, that's the P.O.C. And they are cockroaches in that regard. They're absolutely psychopaths engaging in that group conduct together. And you literally have what are group stalkers that engage in this demonic activity. I mean, demon-possessed mothers and daughters, because that's exactly what I'm documenting. Psychopaths together, but they will be criminally assigned accordingly under federal law. All right, that is contributing to what is this is terrorism with minors, sexual violence with minors, stalking with the government with minors. 21937J1. 4LMJ 322. Three WAF 356. 3 WAF 536. Excuse me. Directed light while that overweight Latino male drives by and where he's been engaging in surveillance in the parking lot. 3 WAF 536. Is that a Latino male or a Caucasian male? Oh, he's got a tattoo on his left arm, his left upper arm. I'm sorry, his left forearm. Seven PLS 563. All right, and then let me describe what is the tactic being used now at 235 North Laurel. You have what is keeping the third-party group stalkers. Now they're not entering, they're remaining in line outside. This is relevant positioning. While you have what is the ongoing movement of directed light across the venues, all right? Let me be clear, as I recited, demons are let inside. This is the psychopath. Woo-wee! They're in relevant position inside of the venue. Keeping them outside of the venue is relevant positioning. All right, this is what you see at the Clinica Medica California inside of the B&G Plaza. Keeping them outside of the venue in relevant position under the fake sun while I'm there is directed light. That's relevant positioning. And that's keeping them in relevant position and doing so at what is nothing but a venue. Let me get this license plate if we can get it. AM04C47. That is a paper plate on a little motorcycle. All right. He printed that off on his little to-go printer. Put it on his bike. It is 2:01 p.m. He is a demon that's patrolling on a motorcycle, going in a circle again. It is 2:02 p.m. The paper plate is in anticipation of being documented as well. Okay, coming engaging in the demonic pattern of driving in a circle, and you got a paper plate on your vehicle. License 7 LIB 59. I don't think that's correct. I will get that in a second. It's 2:02 p.m. Hold on one second. Alrighty, you've got what is patrolling around the venue, patrolling in and out of the venue, and patrolling on motorcycle. That's what that African-American skinny male, he's at the doorway. You've got a crowd that's building up at the chiropractor's office. Understand his build up in business is called relevant positioning by the demon possessed who are stalking in the path. 7TLJ859. And you have what is maintaining presence over that venue at 235 North Laurel over the with the fake sun right now, which I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of. And that is speaking to what is the stalking activity by the people. That buildup of activity, it's occurring under the fake sun. I'm letting you know what they're doing. They're stalking in the path like they always are. And this is yet another venue, and that's why I'm documenting them. Alrighty, you're talking about the same exact demonic formula. What's the demon's formula? Stalking in the path while they are in that deliberately maintained environment. Lining up outside of the door is a means of ongoing monitoring while they're looking like they're just waiting to enter inside of the venue, and then now they're no longer letting them inside of the chiropractor's office. He's got so much business today, they're waiting outside. And let me also be clear, the moment that I speak to that conduct, they open the door, all right, and as though they're letting more people in. This is the same conduct the demons engaged in earlier. A white pickup truck slowly drives in the intersection, makes a U-turn. Moments later, another white pickup truck slowly drives in the intersection and makes another U-turn, a different one engaging in the same exact conduct, with the incredible occurrence of a fake sun over me and directed light molesting all over me and the state stalking flying over my head in a helicopter. It's not coincidence. It's called the P.O.C. These are demons and they're psychopaths listening to every word while they're monitoring with communication devices. And they are stalking by a third-party facilitating venue, 235 North Laurel, that I just captured another picture of, and the fake sun is directly over that venue where the demon-possessed are literally stalking and doing so with kids. They're demon-possessed little kids, and doing so, stalking somebody and maintaining presence through any venue around. So what is that? That's the nearest business right here where they can go and congregate, maintain presence, go get their back cracked at the chiropractor's office, or go in and create whatever information in order to create their form for stalking in the path, and it does not matter. This is documentation of what is the maintenance of presence by the people, and this is demonic activity. These are demons that are maintaining presence together. That's obsessive stalking activity. Obsessive stalking. 8HVV166, touching. Those old biddies touching. 8HVV166, sex offenders. All right, the same directed light I showed you on the address of 226. I believe that is 229, excuse me. That's what they just touched all over my body with while they drove by and I'm sitting in the shade. All right, and doing so while Satan is listening to me document. That's why I'm going to prosecute them for the sex offending terrorists that they are. Okay, they're sitting inside of the 235 North Laurel Avenue listening to every word that I'm uttering right now, and I'm going to prosecute them for the sex offending terrorists and stalkers that they are. They're all inside of that office under the fake sun that's over that venue and not remaining over the Ontario Open Family Community Library in conflict with the documentation. You're seeing what is directed light that's on the floors inside of that entrance, which is absolutely impossible. Light activity that's not going to occur while the fake sun is over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library, over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, while it's over the parkway of the parking lot of the Fontana Lewis Library, while aiming directed light through the window inside where the demon-possessed are stalking in that computer lab. It's not going to occur while it's also over here at what is over 235 North Laurel. That light activity is not occurring into the depths of the entrance that has a very far-reaching structure over the entrance. Not only is there light not going to be underneath that entrance covering, there's not going to be light on the floor inside of that entrance. And I have thoroughly documented the state engaging in that day in and day out. That's absolutely impossible. Light is directed light. All right. And they are all engaging in demonic activity, demonic stalking activity inside of that venue, and the fake sun is over that venue. This is revealing demons. And they're engaging in criminal conduct. All right, and demons engage in criminal conduct in the bathroom. Demons engage in criminal conduct at the gas stalls. Demons engage in criminal conduct at the grocery store. Demons engage in criminal conduct on the freeway. All right, demons engaging in criminal conduct at your neighborhood cafe, i.e. Starbucks or Lucky's Coffee Roasters, whatever off-brand company you want to name. Demons engaging in criminal activity using their businesses and their company names. All right, it's P.O.C. Demon possession is not regarding any age. It's not regarding any company business. I'm showing you what are the demon possessed, and I'm showing you what's the state system of criminal conduct, federal stalking, while the demon possessed are engaging in that conduct together. And this is where you get into prosecuting companies. This is where you get into prosecuting third-party facilitation while they're using minions that are under the age of 18 to engage in what is sexually violent criminal activity, what is terrorizing criminal activity. All right, and it's all demonic conduct. They're all demons. All right, it's 2:08 p.m. and that is shown through the documentation. This is not some random characterization of people that I don't like. That's not what this is about. It's not personal. This is a dispassionate collection of facts speaking to a pattern of conduct by a government that is acting in concert with the people of the state. All right, that's what they're doing. And it's entirely demented. All right, it is 2:08 p.m. That's P.O.C. 8 SLP 464, molesting with directed light, and the door of 235 235 North Laurel is used as a means of stalking with activity, literally as I begin recording right now on my podcast to document that molestation by that third party. All right, that molestation is occurring while I'm sitting under the shade. This is the stalking with light. All right, doing so while you are molesting with light, monitoring on a communication device at the same time that I'm uploading a file. All right, you are intentionally coming around, engaging in that predatory conduct. You are on the hunt. All right, you are stalking in the path, in direct pursuit of me, and you are stalking and crossing path and touching while doing so, engaging in that criminal activity on the run. And then you have the group stalkers inside of 235 North Laurel who are stalking with audible activity while the fake sun is remaining right here over this street at 2:13 p.m. and they are all monitoring with communication devices. They're demons that are doing that, and they're engaging in that molestation as well. They're monitoring as one. Okay, you have what is the closure of the door, the door slamming as I start recording. 8 VCW 464. That's a demon. Okay, they're all demons engaging in that. That's a demon that's driving by and light is molesting all over your body while you're sitting in the shade. Even when you are in the sun, that's a demon that's driving by, and you're looking at what are demons that surround, because that light activity is ongoing. All right, and those are demons that are present all around under that which is not the sun. Okay, it is 2:13 p.m. 4 JIS 256. XXC140. That's an old Latina female, and who was staring at me while she is molesting me with directed light, driving by, stalking with activity on a communication. I'm sorry, in a vehicle, stalking with activity while I'm engaged in activity on my communication device. So you have what is my uploading my podcast, and I'm also uploading video. And this is monitoring conduct, and it's also demonic activity. Understand, the demon possessed are practicing what is demonic activity. While they're engaging in this entirely demented group conduct, all right, those who are hell-bound, engaging in this while they are on earth, engaging in what is absolutely demented group activity, it is accomplishing what is federal stalking. Elements to federal stalking are light activity and relevant positioning. They are doing that while they are doing that. This is demonic conduct. This is both terrorism and sexual violence. All right, and they are doing so pursuant to the real-time action of whatever I'm doing on the venue of the internet. It is 2:17 p.m. 6JXE 982. 8WLP 131. It's currently 2:22 p.m. All right, the image of the violent sex offender with license 56557Z1 documented at 2:27 p.m. All right, and this is a demon-possessed stalker. I'm capturing images of what is a demon that's pacing, first of all. All right, this is a psychopath that is touching on your body, and I'm showing you what is the images while he is also on the now opposite side of the street, molesting again with directed light, okay? The state is also sounding plane engines. I did capture, again, that sex offender with license 5655721. That is captured in images. This is a fat white male touching on my body without any consent while he is stalking with the government, and I captured that sex offender's image ripe for prosecution, and clearly capturing also the demonic conduct at the federal stalking, the elements as he's engaging in them, and he is also engaging in a molestation while you're looking at what is his vehicle on the opposite side of the street. Directed light is reaching all the way over to me while I'm sitting in the shade, and he's molesting, and that's intentional concerted activity. A demon with his back to me at 303 Laurel is monitoring with that sex offender, okay? Satan is maintaining presence, engaging in surveillance, just like I showed you with FedEx, and the group stalker's on the sidewalk with his hat, and the group stalker in the Camry with no license plate on it. They're maintaining presence around, monitoring with communication devices. Absolute psychopaths, demon possessed. P.O.C. Seven RMA 363. Oh, and it is currently 2:34 p.m. All All right, prolonged loitering in relevant position is sex offender 8YVY385 with her minion child, demon possessed as well, monitoring with communication device as well, 7EGJ752, loitering in relevant position at again 235 North Laurel, Frontier Communications crossing path 8S63511, California 0034863, I believe. That's P.O.C. The same exact pattern of conduct, molestation with directed light under the fake sun that's remaining over this venue, 235 North Laurel. Okay, that's P.O.C. It's 2:44 p.m. Oh, hold on, let me get another demon. 8CNC765. All right, and okay, I'll leave my commentary to myself. 2:44 p.m. 7TLJ 854, loitering in relevant position, engaging in another molestation while she leaves the venue. Okay, loitering in relevant position at the chiropractic office, parked in front of the venue. That is 303 Laurel, and then it's pulling off, making a U-turn. This is a demon that's engaging in patrolling in the engineered light, directed light, reaching all the way across the street to touch me underneath while I'm sitting under the tree. All right, that sex offender loitering in relevant position this entire time. It's 2:46 p.m. Alrighty, this is again AM04C47. That's the paper plate covering up a motorcycle license plate, and loitering. Now coming to loiter at the chiropractor's venue. 7AVG423, and let me get 7THA010 as well. And there's one more over here that went inside of the venue. The third party whose image I took whose image I captured, who was stalking in relevant position, the African American who's covering up the license plate of the motorcycle in operation of a communication device, present in operation of that communication device while ongoing molestation and stalking with a light source over my head, 49166G2. That's another license plate, loitering in relevant position inside of the venue. It's 2:48 p.m. All right, looks like license 4935S52, I believe. That's a white truck, and it has an on-track sticker on it as though there's some sort of mail courier. All right, but that looks like a sticker that you could just place on your vehicle, but nonetheless, I'm documenting it. This group stalker I already documented today. Drives inside of the intersection 8RZP119. I can't really see it that clearly, but I documented that group stalker already today. Crossing path again. It's 2:49 p.m. All right, that is images of what is directed light beside me underneath the tree that I'm sitting under and loitering in relevant position, literally stalking, while the state is sounding plane engines. It's 2:50 p.m. That's what I captured in images, and that is what is ongoing. P.O.C. 6UKB270. All right, 2:51 p.m. The state flying over, and what are the planes that look like Tylenol capsules? AM04C47, loitering in relevant position. This is a stalker. And directed light. Directed light is on me in the shade, okay? Covering me in the shade while they are patrolling in traffic, patrolling on foot with a communication device in hand. All right, and that group stalker is studying his communication device while he is stalking in the path in directed light while the state is flying over in those planes. They are the shape of like Tylenol capsules. That's what the state is flying over right now in front of me, while this African-American male on the motorcycle with a literal piece like a post-it covering up his license plate is stalking in the path. Just stalking. That's Satan just sitting in relevant position, and this is a new day, and you're going to be able to prosecute for that blatant stalking. That's the impermissible threat. This is the government that is sitting there in plain sight stalking you with knowledge of what you're documenting about it. So this is documentation of that system in operation, and for that prosecution. It is 2:52 p.m. P.O.C. All right, license 8 NJW108, repeated molestation across my body while the demon possessed are monitoring what I'm uploading to my podcast, okay? And this group stalker is crossing path pursuant to that same demonic behavioral pattern. And I'm going to capture what is the state keeping its fake sun and absolutely no shade underneath what is a tree, okay? This is absolutely impossible light activity. Okay, so what I took an image of, first of all, is that which is not the sun that is over 235 North Laurel. Second of all, this is also the directed light that is underneath the tree. You see the humongous tree, you see the absence of shade underneath it, all right? That is in conflict with common sense. I'm also capturing a picture of the demon possessed. They are exiting out of the venue, stalking with activity as I prepare to change activity on my phone, okay? They're listening to me say I'm going to take a picture. They exit the venue with simultaneity to that, all right? Those are the demon possessed under that same fake sun in directed light. I want to be clear, the shade provided under the tree is not moving to the side in this regard. First of all, this is the state's directed light that is over this venue that has remained for, this is a series of hours, and this is never coexisting with remaining over D Street, remaining over the ceiling of Upland Public Library. This is the common sense aspect, all right? And this is a blatant stalking and the sex offender. That is license plate 4LTT 785, and the license plate I already recited. It's the blue vehicle at the corner. They engaged in prolonged surveillance, all right? They are parking their cars and leaving their brake lights on, for example, stalking with light 8GRL083, and then going into a venue that's in relevant position, monitoring to that activity that they are creating. That is what is the group stalker whose image I captured, the fat-faced white male that is a sex offender that went inside of the facilitating venue and left his brake lights on. He is leaving that on in the engineered light, all right? While they are demons are patrolling in and out of that venue where the fake sun I just captured is remaining over that venue, and they're patrolling in relevant position, okay? Directed light across 235 North Laurel. This is a terrorist and a sex offender. And the third party gets out of his car to go inside of 235 North Laurel while directed light is swiping across that venue. This is license plate 4VGV027. It's 3:02 p.m. Flashing of light while this demon-possessed stalker, license 14932G3, all right, does so as I'm capturing what is the movement of shade that would be underneath a tree. This is as light is moving in underneath the tree, despite the clear visible observation of the tree that is covered with leaves. This is the literal movement of that shade. This is what the state does with directed light, and it is behind the tree. That is what I showed you, for example, at the state facilitating venue of the Upland Public Library, the Upland City Hall. And you're looking at what is the cars that are parked underneath. First of all, that's engineered light. You're looking at what is that engineered light in between all of those demons' cars. All right. The fake sun is above it. But what you're looking at is the shadow of that carport covering is way in front of the vehicles. It's way up on the grass of the Upland City Hall, all right? There is no shade that's covering. You have the shade that's above the structure, but you have what is the state that is moving with its directed light, moving that shade forward. That is absolutely impossible light activity. That's the state that is invading with directed light, and you're seeing that engineer light. That's exactly what the state is doing, and this is in direct conflict with common sense and nature. These are the tactics, and this is what you're understanding, what the state is invading every venue with. All right. This is speaking to the predator. This is speaking to the very heavy duty stalker. All right. This is speaking to the psychopath that wants to surround. Understand, in every way, when you are witnessing, for example, the ordinary movie of a stalker that's chasing a woman, all right, and you are looking at what is a predator. He's chasing her down. All right. He's trying to surround her in a corner. That's exactly what the state is doing, as I am showing you what its light activity is in direct conflict with, and what is that criminal purpose. This is exactly what the state is doing. That is the stalker, and it is more threatening because it is the government, because this is demonic activity by the people of the state. All right, license 6SNB. I can't really see the rest of that one. That is a family of demons, all right, while directed light is showing up on the parking lot, way in the depths of the parking lot back here where the shade of the tree is hitting the wall. All right, I also showed you this at College of Laverne School of Law. All right, and the state moved the shade of the tree. 7M10682. All right, demon possessed, that is speaking to the impossible light activity. This is a stalker, and this is one that is surrounding. This is the predatory conduct with light. This is how you're going to prosecute, and this is understanding terrorism. This is how that plays out. This is what the state is doing, and the predators are maintaining presence all around. Their cockroaches driving all around the perimeter, driving all around, maintaining presence, including law enforcement, including the ambulance and fire department vehicles. All right, maintaining presence inside of their venues where they live. That's why you have directed light appearing. That's why you have directed light appearing across these businesses. There is no shelter from that prosecution. All right, and this is absolutely satanic level of targeting and terrorism as you're witnessing the environment and as it is surrounding an unnatural environment that is used to literally to target and terrorize. License 5RLM089, and directed light reaching to the back of the wall of that parking lot where the shade of the tree is, all right, in direct conflict with nature, all right, and you have what is directed light appearing back there, and doing so also while I'm looking in that direction. That's the stalker that's focused on me, okay. 8FQH234. This is terrorism. This is all the ways you're going to prosecute for terrorism. And 8FQH 234, monitoring with babies in the car, engaging in sexual violence, practicing demonic activity as she is targeting an American citizen in that environment, deliberately present, intentionally present, all right, to do so. License plate 8PUJ666. It is 3:07 p.m. and that is the state's fake sun that is in the city of Ontario. 7GRP767 over 235 North Laurel Avenue, concentrating directed light under the tree, focused on where I am seated. All right, and this is also documentation that is already established. What I had already established it, but this is ongoing prosecution of the city of Upland as I'm prosecuting that. The city of Rancho Cucamonga, which is a venue. The city of what is San Bernardino, the state keeping its fake sun over me there. The city of Los Angeles, the state keeping its fake sun over me there. All right, while I am inside of what is Upland Public Library, and you're looking at what is directed light, because that's not sunlight. All right, you've got the object of what is supposed to be the sun over 235 North Laurel. You've got what's supposed to be sunlight that is literally invading underneath a tree. You're looking at the object. This is supposed to be the sun that is over, but the state is engaging in light activity as though the sun is low enough and horizontally aiming light underneath that tree. This is a low hanging tree, which is very, very full of leaves, and it would create an abundance of shade. In direct conflict with that nature, with that natural conduct, with that natural environment. This is where the state's fake sun is. At this time at 3:08 p.m., the state is keeping its fake sun over Upland Public Library. It's keeping its fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, 8YKZ683. And the demon possessed are exiting out of the venue of that was 303 Laurel Avenue, in operation of a communication device, while doing so, walking down the street while directed light is streaming. They're monitoring all together, okay? And the fake sun is nowhere over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, not even in that direction. And that's what you're going to pay attention to, because I've already documented the state keeping its fake sun right over that entrance while I'm at the venue, and I am facing this direction, all right? But I am capturing what is the state's fake sun that's directly above the C Street, all right? It is not over what is this venue of 235 North Laurel. It's not at this distance. I wouldn't be able to capture it clearly. You're looking at that large, humongous, hovering light over that entrance of Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, in direct conflict with what I'm capturing in Upland, what I'm capturing in Fontana, what I'm capturing in Rancho Cucamonga, etc. But nonetheless, you have what is the absence of the fake sun that is visible while I'm looking at the entrance of the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. All right, that's P.O.C. It's 3:09 p.m. 70949V2, and you're looking at that, understanding what that is with directed light 8TGQ 470, but I can't really see it. You have what is the absolute act of terrorism while the state is stalking with light, invading with light, molesting with light, all right, terrorizing with light, unnaturally occurring, light that is not naturally occurring, light that is entirely engineered. This is not ordinary light, and this is what the state engages in following with, molesting with, invading any space with, all right, and engaging in literally attacking with, while it is criminal conduct. All right, this demon patrolling repeated times today, monitoring again, let me get this one, 8RZP119. That is the fourth time. Engaging in repeated crossing path under the fake sun, which is stationary over the street. 7TT01F1, but I can't really see it that clearly. It is 3:10 p.m. All right, I want to document these that I wrote down. Again, that was the one I just recited right now, crossing path. I wrote his license plate down. Well, I documented, I typed it out. 8RZP119, crossing path earlier again, and he did so while I'm uploading my podcast. So that's why I typed it out instead of recording it. This third party, that's him crossing path again repeatedly. This is going to deduct the documentation. It's a deliberately maintained environment, and this is stalking conduct, intentional crossing of path while you are maintaining awareness. That's a threatening stalker. 8KDF 909, the whole entity is going to be prosecuted for that because that's what they are doing. You have those that engage in multiple acts of what is stalking. All right, HD Supply crossing path 59485U1. HD Supply US.88111. That's P.O.C. HD Supply, and it also says Ryder. So if those companies are affiliated, that makes sense. Ryder heavily documented in the P.O.C. It is 3:11 p.m. License plate 6RRT 365 7MBV 686. 4LMX 419, 6PKA 763, 6L59 633, 6GYA 688, 8RZP 111. And yeah, that's the one that I documented again. He's stalking repeatedly. It's 3:11 p.m. Alrighty, documenting the demonic behavioral pattern 8WHB018 is arriving under the fake sun, stalking with activity as I begin uploading my podcast again, uploading more documentation. You have what is the arrival to stalk using their vehicle in relevant position, 5BHU036, and that's exactly what I took a screenshot of, 5BHU306. 6XLJ970, arriving with simultaneity to that, and that's exactly what I took a screenshot of as I upload. You've got another demon that arrives and does so by parking, and this is the pacing conduct and doing so under the fake sun. All right, this is demonic activity, the demon possessed engaging in federal stalking, 77710F1. It's 3:14 p.m. All right, coming to engage in what is ambush-like conduct. This is a demon-possessed stalker surrounding me while I'm documenting that group stalker that used their vehicle, arriving with simultaneity to my uploading my podcast. That is 7W41614. Alrighty, and stalking, loitering in relevant position, stalking with light is license 14596F3. And let me show you directed light in the middle of the street in the shade. Okay, P.O.C. Alrighty, stalking with directed light in the street for that demon-possessed stalker to engage in monitoring. He's been engaged in surveillance. That is 14596F3. Lines of directed light is in the middle of the street in the shade. All right, the shade from the tree is on the wall at the far end of the parking lot. The state is molesting with light underneath a tree in conflict with nature. And while that demon-possessed stalker is documented, you're hearing what is the helicopter that is maintaining presence. That's ongoing direct evidence against that demon-possessed stalker. That's stalking. That is exactly what that is. That's stalking, and I'm showing you what is the environment while they're stalking in it. All right, that's an entirely demented activity to engage in, and they're doing it as a group. These are the demon-possessed. They're psychopaths. All right, and they're all monitoring with communication devices, and those are strips of direct light. That's direct evidence against that Latino male in that white truck that has been prolonged. He's been sitting at that location with his lights on in engineered light. That's what that is, stalking with light in the environment. 7VYX979. I showed you the directed light that is here. I showed you the fake sun that is here. I showed you the impossible light activity underneath the tree in order to touch and invade and attack with light, doing so in that environment, and also directed light in the middle of the street in the shade. Okay, just showing up out of nowhere. It is literally the state just placing light around, and that's what the state is doing underneath this tree, moving light underneath the tree. Okay, these are human. All I can do is take a picture because you can look at it with your own eyes, and that is ridiculously impossible light activity, and that is the communication of a threat while the state engages in this. And then not only that, it's no longer a secret as you document it, and this is how you're going to prosecute. The ordinary target individual is going to prosecute. They intensify, they enhance their own prosecution. First of all, the government has no business doing it, but then as they continue it while you document, which they know based on the nature of the crime of monitoring, that is going to the enhanced prosecution. And this entity has documented been engaged in what is a perpetual sex offense for a term of years, terrorism for a term of years, and speaking to what is the revealing of the true identity of these Satan-serving companies such as FedEx, who is also group stalking at the Gloria Cochina's parking lot right now in relevant position in that same environment. All right, the demon-possessed. You need to know that about these companies, and that's what's also going to come out, and whether companies that think that they are so big, and we will see about that, won't we? We're going to see about how big these companies think they are to engage in that sort of conduct with knowledge of what I'm documenting it, because that's what they're acting like. That's exactly what you are suggesting, and it's unlawful. It's an unlawful threat. 4LTT785. So we shall see about that, won't we? We'll see about that. I'm not speaking about anything that I don't know. All right, I'm going to let that go ahead and unfold, but we'll see how big you are. You think you're so big that you can engage in this. We will see about that. It is 3:18 p.m. and that's ongoing P.O.C. 6BEG055. Operation of her communication device 8AMC102. Okay, studying it while she's crossing path under the fake sun in directed light. Alrighty, and the state is keeping its directed light right here at the intersection of C Street and Laurel, and just progressively moving farther in and in and in, removing shade, and the shade of the tree is up on the brick wall of the parking lot. It is moved onto the street behind the tree. Okay, that's impossible light activity. And that is the remaining also of the state's directed light in the fake sun, which is in no way coexisting on any day with being directly captured over me inside and on D Street inside of the Upland Public Library, and remaining over the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library. And then what else does the state do as I exit those venues? The state's fake sun is documented remaining in alignment with me, and that's in the city of Upland, remaining in alignment with me while I am on the buses coming from the city of Fontana. All right, coming from there, the state is keeping its fake sun alignment. It's already right here planted, not only since this morning, remaining right now over the same venue, 235 North Laurel, concentrating light so much that light is moving underneath the tree in front of 235 North Laurel. But at the same time, I'm documenting what is molestation with directed light on the venue of the Omnitrans, where the state's fake sun is over the Fontana Metrolink train station, following from the Fontana Lewis Library. This is just one example, all right? Keeping over my head as I walk south from the library to the train station, the Fontana Metrolink train station. It's in alignment while I'm sitting at that train station, all right? And you have what is remaining in alignment in the window of the bus while you are driving on from Fontana, taking Route 61, back to or Route 66. The state engaged in both, and those are both distinctly different routes. Okay, you're talking about Foothill Boulevard chiefly, and being down toward Holt Boulevard. The state is keeping its fake sun over here. Holt Boulevard is right a feet down here, which would be south on C Street. The state's fake sun is remaining right here. So much light concentrated, it's moving underneath the tree. Are you kidding me? All right, that this is revealing, understanding what the state, as the state engages in this stalking conduct, it's revealing its tactics. This is how you're understanding what the state is doing, and that is terrorism. That is the terrorism. Being a terrorist, invading with your engineered light because you want to touch so bad. You are such an obsessed stalker, want to be where I am, okay? That's invasive, threatening conduct. That's terrorizing with your engineered light, because that's not normal light activity. And as the target individual is documenting that, and you are literally looking at what is a stalker that is surrounding you, making sure that you don't have anywhere to escape. This is literally personifying the conduct, and that's the reasonable conclusion based on this stalking with light that is not naturally occurring. All right, the shade of the tree is upright. It is not on the ground. It is upright on the wall. Absolutely impossible light activity. All right, monitoring with the state. License plate 5THC470. Alrighty, so we're going to see how big these companies are that think that they can engage in monitoring American citizens. They did it to the one that's going to prosecute them, and we're going to punctuate that point. You think you're so big? We'll see how big you are. All right, but I'm going to document how big you think you are, because this is the true identity. Understand? That's what you're understanding. The true identity. You need to know people for what they are, contrary to what they want to depict themselves as. That's how Satan acts. 51204R2. That's what you need to know, the true identity of these companies. All right, them giving you commercials and giving out free fire sticks and handing out meals and hygiene kits to those suffering from COVID. All right, and putting an Amazon Prime logo on it like they're good. And you need to understand the truth. All right, you need to understand the truth. That's exactly how Satan depicts itself on the world stage. This is the reality. This is reality of what those companies are engaging in. And let me be clear, those companies are nothing other than a means of identity. These are the demon possessed. Those demon possessed are working at those companies, owning those companies, operating those companies, engaging in monitoring American citizens. And they did it to one who was going to drag them in court and reveal them to be the demon possessed stalkers that they are. That's what I'm doing. That's what's happening. That's exactly what's going down. That's exactly what's going down. 6U42507. Alrighty, you're talking about one who thinks they're so big. You're going to, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Okay, you're talking about a plummeting. All right, this is no ordinary fall. This is plummeting. This is plummeting. License plate 7D NW822. And all of this entire environment, this conduct, this stalking activity, it is attributed equally to the commercial actors. They are one entity acting as one. They are the same commercial actors stalking in bathroom stalls, at gas stalls, in grocery stores, in cafes, at every inside of your home where you're not hidden. You're not you don't have any shelter. 6SOM815. You don't have any shelter inside of your venue where the fake sun is over and direct light is present and you're being molested. You don't have any shelter there. Okay, I will drag you, and any ordinary target individual will drag you out of that venue and prosecute you in federal court. All right, license plate 8ERE746. It is 3:25 p.m. VVG263. It's 3:26 p.m. This demon, 8DIG260, slows down, okay, focused on what I'm doing. Think about what they're going to do, makes a U-turn, has a turn signal on and making a U-turn in the middle of the intersection. All right, and reverses to park in front of 303 Laurel. Is that what you're doing? She's pacing. This is the demon. What they do is based on what I do. Okay, so if I remain in the certain app that I'm in, depending if I'm going to upload a podcast or depending if I go to my recorder to document their license plate, that's what they're doing. Based on that's why she slows down. Is she going to make a U-turn? Are you going to park? All right, trying to act as though she's wants to contradict my documentation. There is no contradiction. First of all, you're in direct light. You're under the fake sun. You are creating activity while you're a demon pacing in that environment, and you are stalking in the path. Period. All right, but you have what is the micro mindset of the entity that is unprepared for demon-proof documentation and a prosecution for its criminal conduct, where you have surrounded them with their own criminal activity. You are bound by that unnatural environment that you are intentionally present in stalking with, pursuant to a demonic behavioral pattern. All right, it's 3:27 p.m. That's P.O.C. Okay, it's 3:27 P.O.C. 8ATE392, 7XAA416, 16143B3. This one in particular, engaging in substantial molestation. You have what is more directed light, and this is where you've got one third party that's crossing path, and I'm typing their license plate out because I was actively uploading my podcast. All right, so I'm using another app to type out as opposed to reciting it on my podcast. And you'll have what is another third party that wants to engage in molesting me in order to distract me from getting that third party while they also try to flee. All right, they are molesting as one. And license plate 16143B3 engaged in that substantial molestation of my body, which is harassment and terrorism, while he or she is monitoring on the venue of the internet in concert with a government while they are under what is the fake sun stalking. They are engaging in group stalking. And this is license 6HSF548. It is currently 3:39 p.m. 8SGW534, flashing light just occurring while they're sitting stationary at the stoplight. At the stop sign. 5NBX827. Oh boy. And it's the same thing while they are driving on Laurel. That is driving past me while I am sitting on C Street at the corner where the state is molesting my body while I'm sitting underneath a tree. The state is molesting my body while it's progressively moving forward underneath the tree, underneath the leaves of the tree. all right, molesting my body with directed light. You have what is directed light also touching me and moving across the surface all around me while they are driving what is north and south on Laurel, okay? And as they are stalking, driving east and west on C Street, molestation with directed light and flashing light, all right? That's P.O.C. These are demons. It's 3:41 p.m. (5XLT914). See, this is loitering in relevant position, license 96829Z2. (8BQT 986 7WLN 248). All right, 4VBE 829. Essentially what I'm documenting, the pattern of conduct is this is ongoing surveillance by the people. You have this demon-possessed stalker that is maintaining presence on foot, 8BHL 700, and a demon like that that'll drive by, right? Does so while I am uploading documentation onto my phone, onto the internet, will engage in that conduct while the state will molest my body with light. And then as I'm getting one license plate, you'll have another one that will do the same thing and tries to flee because they know that I'm documenting. So you'll be accosted with light. 8FVF 207. All right, it's currently 3:49 p.m. This is license plate. This fat, surgically enhanced heifer with a communication device looks like a he, she. Looks like a man. Let me document this. Hold on. All right, so what I just documented, first of all, this man-looking woman pulls up close. She's in directed light. First of all, you're looking at that. The skateboarders are providing audible activity in directed light while the group stalker across the street is monitoring. She has been walking in front of 303. She walks on the sidewalk past me. 7ASX992, this man-looking thing pulls up close to me in directed light, and engineered light is beside her vehicle. Let me get that as well. I did capture that. The state is sounding plane engines. This is the terrorizing act of a stalker who is parked in directed light. The shadow of her vehicle is in front of her vehicle, okay? It's to the angle, all right, in front. She's got a communication device upright on her dash. She's monitoring with the demon-possessed little skateboarders. Engineered light is behind her vehicle. That's what I took a picture of. She's engaging in facilitation because the demon-possessed stalker that I captured, she's walking by in directed light, engaging in what is surveillance. This is group stalking and monitoring, okay? While the state is also moving what is, I showed you the sunlight underneath. That's not sunlight, that's directed light under the tree while there's absolutely no shade. She is literally parked in the directed light. That's why the shadow of her car is way in front of it. Directed light while 7P50814 drives by, monitoring of 4VGV 027. Alrighty, I'm documenting what is the terrorism as it is, again, facilitated and engaged by. While she is engaging in the element, she's engaging in facilitation. And that's why you have 4VGV, the license plate that I already documented, arriving in relevant position. He's parked in alignment. What's his form, though? That he's picking somebody else up from that venue, the chiropractor's office. They're in directed light. 7ASX992 parks right in front of me. This is terrorism. She's coming up close to engage in P.O.C. She's engineered light. The state is sounding plane engines. Engineered light is beside her vehicle. She is covered in directed light. The shadow of her car is literally to the driver's side, diagonally across from her car. All right. She is pulling up while literally I'm showing you what is the picture of the shade underneath the tree, which is totally absent. All right. She is acting in concert with the group stalkers that are surrounding in the parking lots on the sidewalk with their communication devices monitoring and showing you what is the fake sun. And this is another demon possessed skank that you ought not be impressed by. Okay. Looks like a man. I wouldn't even if she wasn't demon possessed, she looks like a man. It is currently 3:53. All right, that is the ongoing conduct of the third parties, all right? And that is the ambush, like the mob conduct of the demon possessed while they're monitoring. So I'm showing you what is images of surrounding. Those are tactics of surrounding. The fat Latina female, she's got like a tie-dye shirt. She's carrying a bag. With a phone in her hand. She's monitoring. She's walking in directed light. First of all, she's right across the street. The black Toyota Camry parked in alignment to me while this one pulls up close in the white vehicle, the one that looks like a man. She looked like a man. She really does. She parks right here in front. Engineered light is right beside her vehicle. The shadow of her car, absolutely impossible light activity. And you already know that this is not the sun that's remaining in Upland over in Fontana through the vehicle while I'm being transported back to the city of Ontario. This is P.O.C. with that which is not the sun, but that's present as well. And you're talking about what is the surrounding, what is the demonic activity by the people of the state. That's how they're surrounding. That's what I just captured while I was uploading images which are going on the internet. So I'm documenting what is the mob conduct of these demon possessed stalkers while they are monitoring my documentation. That's what they're doing. All right. And they're engaging in that surrounding sort of conduct. 235 North Laurel Avenue. Let me be clear. All the traffic that he got today is serving a criminal purpose. Not only is this the P.O.C., but this is the sort of conduct that's going to result in the shutting down of such businesses. All right. Not having the right to maintain that medical practice or that license, which is a means of facilitating a state system. Right now, it is the guise under which criminal conduct by a government is being operated. And that's what you need to understand. Okay, the template is being applied to that venue. This is the P.O.C. You've got these group stalkers that are engaging in ambush surrounding conduct with the state and then going inside of that office, which is no form. It is pointing to the direct prosecution of that venue. In the same, just like every other Starbucks, just like every other Stater Brothers, just like every other Ovid Family Library. Okay, 6GXS473, 7ZXP518, excuse me. You have what is the absence of any form. You're understanding how you're going to prosecute and all the ways that you're going to hone in on the government's methods of demonic conduct. That's terrorism by the demon possessed. All right, pulling up close to me, walking all around me, sitting in your cars all around in relevant position while the state is literally attacking with light. This is the demonic activity by the demon possessed who are monitoring. And the documentation is going on the internet. And then I'm going to document what is the acts of obstruction of justice by psychopaths and sex offenders who want to try to stop. You're not stopping it. Even if you slow down the internet connection, it's going on the internet. These are demented psychopaths, all right? And that group stalker who looks like a man, all she did was park in directed light, monitor with a communication device, and then walked her manly looking self inside of 235 North Laurel. That's all she did. That's P.O.C. and she remains in relevant position monitoring right now. It is 3:56 p.m. License 8SMF628. And remember, these are just the ones that are driving right here where I'm sitting because I could walk all the way around because they're stalking in the parking lot right here next door. They're stalking on on Euclid Avenue. I could stand there and get their license plate. They're stalking at the intersection, the Gloria's Cochina parking lot, patrolling on D Street, stalking at these venues on C Street at the opposite end, all right? Just like this one is on foot, she's just outside visibly doing it. She is monitoring in concert. She represents the network of communication devices. They're all monitoring together. You have one communication device that's out in the directed light, stalking in alignment across the street from me, all right? And then another demon-possessed stalker comes and picks her up, and that's the form. There is no form. All right, you're stalking in relevant positions, you're monitoring, and this is how it goes. And that demon is replaced with another demon. It's an ongoing system while the environment remains over me. That's why the fake sun is not over the Upland Public Library, because I'm here. All right, it's 3:57 p.m. That's P.O.C. All right, capturing images of the sex offenders. I'll get their license plate again. They are the ones that arrived as I'm uploading my podcast, loitering in relevant position at 235 North Laurel, 8THB272. Molestation 6TWU759, molestation 6ACS069, molestation, and they're driving in directed light. And that is again 8WHB018. Sex offenders' images are captured. The state's fake sun is remaining over this address of 235 North Laurel, 8KDE758. POC. It's 3:59 p.m. That's prolonged loitering in relevant position. All right, molesting with directed light, license 8UUY530. All right, stalking in the parking lot, 6TWU759. All right, so what the people are doing are stalking around in the parking lot. I took an image of that. Group stalking, sitting in their vehicles in the parking lot in relevant position. The fake sun is remaining literally visibly over the venue of 235. The state is aiming directed light not only in the street of this intersection right here. You have it aiming, again, moving it progressively underneath. As I move back from the corner, the state is moving its directed light farther and farther back toward me and keeping its fake sun over 235. That is what the state does. It changes the color, keeps its light at the same exact location. Let me get these stalkers loitering in relevant position, aiming lights toward my direction. All right, loitering in relevant position, gets out of the car the moment that I cross the street. That is the one whose horn you heard going into 212 C Street, which is no form. She's stalking in the path and has been aiming her headlights toward me while the demon-possessed stalker is in front of me at that parking lot across the street while they are patrolling inside of what is the 235 North Laurel address, 6WEX 933, 7BDC 489. Okay, and I took an image of what is remaining in relevant position. This group stalker with headlights aimed toward me, 8SMF 628, where the state's fake sun is keeping its presence over the venue and aiming directed light. That is impossible audible activity of the train. While this demon-possessed stalker, this Latina female, all right, she's another fat face, she's engaging in stalking. And let me show you directed light in the street, okay? This is not the sun and this isn't sunlight. All right, so what I captured is the surrounding conduct of the people of the state. This is literally the mob, the demon-possessed, all right? Sitting in front of me in the parking lot there, took an image of that. In relevant position to my other side is the demon-possessed using their headlights, and that demon-possessed with a kid who's monitoring hops right out of her car as soon as I cross the street, all right, and goes into the dental kids club, all right? Just taking your prop, which is your kid, which you're monitoring with, engaging in stalking with the government in concert with, and doing so in concert with 8SMF 628. All right, directed light in front of the van while they're driving in the shade, 5TAS 343. All right, group stalking sitting in their car in relevant position behind these group stalkers on the same C Street, 6CIT 215. This is called stalking in alignment, using their cars. All righty, license plate, doing the same thing, license PLP 4943. License 5WYN999. All right, it is, and these are also around what is the den of demons, that sanctuary of Satan, that fake church, the Great Commission. They are sitting on that street around that venue as well. They're reaching all the way back. This is keeping a chain of light, monitoring with communication devices in directed light. 8PUK 899. All right, let me show you directed light. 7GUC 724. Now remember, this directed light is speaking to what 6TWU 759 is doing. This is that ambush conduct remaining in my path all around surrounding me. This is what this man-looking female was doing, driving up close to me and stalking. I'm showing you the engineered light behind her car, but I'm showing you as I'm walking on the sidewalk, my shadow, in large shadow, is appearing upright at a distance away from me on the wall. 7ASX992 is still monitoring, but that's an act of terrorism while they engage in that stalking conduct. And the state is invading with its directed light, remaining, keeping its fake sun over the roof of. It's visibly present over 235 North Laurel. And third parties such as the overweight female who was stalking in her car that I documented, and this psychopath knows that I'm about to get the video of the directed light. This is when she hops out of her car. This psychopath is not bothered by the fact that you are aware that she is stalking you with the government, that she is engaging in that behavioral pattern. This is the psychopath, and this is how you're going to prosecute the entirety of that entity. She hops out as I'm capturing what is a video. The fake sun is already damning against her. The directed light that's surrounding me is already damning against her. The state stalking by plane and helicopter over the same exact address is already damning against her. Hops out, which is stalking with activity, as I'm capturing my shadow that's upright on the wall, which is speaking to what she's engaging in. Now, if she is not an American citizen, she is to be deported. If her, whoever she is living with, you're talking about the prosecution of an entity, she's not acting by herself. And that is grounds for deportation, all right? And that is what I am speaking to while I'm documenting what are psychopaths stalking with remaining all around. That's what they were doing, walking around in the sidewalk. This is why I'm giving you pictures of that, because this is what they are engaging in. This is these are demons, okay? This is the demon possessed engaging in surrounding in that environment. They're stalking with the state, all right? A psychopath is listening to every word that you document. All right, there is no form for that. You're going to prosecute for what is an entirely terrorizing threat posed by the people of the state. 8VLZ 149. P.O.C. And let me be clear, this demented stalking conduct with light is speaking to the demented stalker. That is the people of the state. All right, now creating peculiarized light just like UPS and FedEx in the middle of the street. All right, I already documented one. They're going to be prosecuted for that. I don't have to go get that license plate. They're sex offenders and they're psychopaths, and that's attributed to the venue that is facilitating such conduct, letting demons in and out for purposes of criminal activity at 235 North Laurel. That's the chiropractor's office, who was also monitoring me. It is 4:08 p.m. All right, so what you're going to pay attention to, first of all, let me get this. The state is sounding plane engines, 4KMT 678 is at the intersection preparing to take off. That's the concerted conduct while I'm being molested with directed light. All right, but what you're going to pay attention to is, first of all, the state's fake sun. This is clearly not the sun, but this is what I'm speaking to when I'm talking about directed light in all manner of direction. Because the state's fake sun, it is keeping it today because I'm here. It's in direct conflict with what I'm documenting in Fontana and what I've documented in Upland, for example. But like I said, it's remaining here visibly over the roof of 235 while the state is progressively moving light onto my body underneath a tree, all right, where there is literally no shade under the tree, all right? That is just clear disregard of nature and permissible threat. You're going to prosecute for terrorism. You have what is the manifestation of my shadow that is upright. It is enlarged in size while I am in the shade. I'm totally in the shade, and the state's fake sun again is visibly over, still visible, remaining over 235 North Laurel. That's why I'm able to capture a picture of it. The state's not going anywhere with its fake sun. This is the habit of what the state does with light. But you're talking about absolute impossible coexistence of that, all right? The demon possessed of the Ontario police want to be a distraction while I'm documenting. They're going to federal prison, okay? They're pathetic. So I want you to pay attention to, you're looking at what is absolutely impossible light. My shadow is appearing upright on that wall, but the fake sun is over the building, all right? That's impossible light, and that's what you're going to pay attention to, okay? All right, it is currently 4:10 p.m. This is 1496973. Ontario Police. Hi, what's your name? Officer who? Sifakunda. Yeah. What draws me to you?
Someone called about you.
About what?
Said you were littering.
Littering? All right, somebody said I was littering. This is his audible activity under the fake sun. All right, and that you're responding by?
What's that?
You're responding to your call you got that I was littering by a third party. Who saw me littering?
I don't know. Someone who called Aaron.
Littering what?
I don't know. Someone who
Okay, so his name is J.S.Y.F.A.C.U.N.D.A. What's your badge number?
2017.
Can I see it, please? Instead of you covering it up, can I see it?
I have my arm here. It's 2017.
Yeah, can I see your badge number? It's public information, sir. Are you that young? Do you not know?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? That's the question. I'm being a free citizen. What are you doing?
You're doing my job.
No, you're not, because I'm free. You're getting paid to engage in federal stalking, really?
Yes.
Really? I'm glad you admitted that, because that's exactly what you're doing. So somebody called you and can say anything, and you're responding to that.
All I'm doing is someone said you were littering.
So someone called a third party and said, oh my gosh, it's an emergency, she's littering. And you come, let me go execute justice and go respond to that under the fake sun and in directed light.
Okay. So I'm just here to advise you, please don't litter.
You're taking a third party's word over it?
No.
So what are you advising me about?
I'm just asking you, don't litter.
I'm not littering, I'm sitting here,
I didn't say you did.
which anybody else is. Understand that this is loitering in relevant position.
I'm not doing this.
All right, what's your badge number though? Before you leave, hold on, Satan, before you leave, what's your badge number? Oh, you don't want to do it? You don't want to okay, let me get a picture of it. Okay, it's 4:15 p.m. And I was not able to get video. I was recording. Oh, excuse me. I thought I was recording, but I guess I was not. But you're talking about monitoring, so. But what I want to document is the admission of criminal summoning. And first of all, he's monitoring, but you're also all the BS that he was stating is an admission, and you're going to prosecute with that as well. Okay. You're talking about the elements that are being maintained, the entity that is hostile to my documentation, which is going on the internet, and you're talking about what is the admission to criminal summoning. That's exactly what that officer just engaged in. And you have what is, first of all, heavy duty appearance again for the accusation of what is littering. And this is coming out of the mouth of a demon-possessed stalker of the Ontario Police. There's a state flying over by helicopter. That's how you know what the Ontario Police were engaging in. While this demon-possessed stalker, the fat, overweight Latina who's worthy of deportation, is stalking at 235 North Laurel. Okay? That's P.O.C. That is admission of criminal summoning by the Ontario Police, like I said, and you have what is the state flying directly over the intersection, and there is no question as to what this third party. I want to remind you about her license plate when you're talking about an accusation of littering. And first of all, it doesn't even actually necessarily matter whether they don't have to. The police are stalking. MF628 is standing in relevant position at 235 North Laurel while the state flies over my head in a helicopter. That's a communication of a threat while she's engaging in terrorism and stalking, sitting in her car, now terrorizing and stalking, sitting in front of the door of the chiropractor's office. And this is a show of hostility because of all the documentation that I published today, and I'm going to publish the rest of it. That is, again, like I stated, an admission out of the mouth of the state that is stalking the Ontario Police, 8RDJ 571, of criminal summoning. All right, calling somebody and stating that I'm littering, which is, first of all of it is audible activity, and this is what I'm documenting while he was refusing to give me his badge number, 8WMD 587. All of them are going to be prosecuted for what is criminal summoning. All right, but the fat one that I documented hopping out of her car while I get my shadow that's appearing on the wall while she is stalking, because that's exactly what it's pointing to, a psychopath that's stalking you. You have what is her standing there while the state flies over my head in a helicopter, her standing there while the state is present, admitting to criminal summoning by the entity, and doing so in directed light under the fake sun, 6TPU 620. All right, monitoring with children. Hold on, Satan. License 6BOE 301. This is Always Logistics Incorporated, permanent contract, US.2955725, California 497730, license plate EPO 825205, excuse me. That's P.O.C. All right, and the man that went inside, the man-looking thing that went inside of the office, 7ASX992, engaging in criminal summoning. That entire entity is engaging in that. That's a sex offender, a violent sex offender that is hostile to your reporting and documenting the fact that they're a sex offender and a stalker, all right, a terrorist, and engaging in criminal summoning. That BS about someone littering. Guess what? Even if you're talking about littering, what are you doing with your life? Do you have nothing else to do? This is the same entity engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. There is no question about what the Ontario Police Department, what's wrong with them, it's demon possession, all right, and what they are doing. All right, there is no form. They were literally coming and admitting to criminal summoning. That's another federal charge, acting in concert with the entity that is stalking. So you're coming visibly and engaging in that and refusing to give me your badge number. All right, that is while you have what is a second. This is what I wasn't able to capture on video. A second Ontario police vehicle, and this is what. And the reason why they do that is because they knew I wasn't recording. They're monitoring on my phone. All right, so you have what is a second. I'm thinking that I'm recording video. A second police vehicle drives by on the same street, responding to a call, an emergency call. Oh my goodness! And you need to come and execute justice. She's littering. All right, which is audible activity. NX 47533. Let me be clear. Third parties that would engage in summoning are monitoring and stalking. The entity that's going to respond to that summoning is stalking and monitoring. 34990E2. And that's confirmed by the helicopter that you just heard fly over my head while I am being molested with directed light. And those are the circumstances under which the Ontario Police Department, again, engaged in federal stalking today on November 11th. That's exactly what I documented yesterday under a different set of circumstances, talking about they want to help. It's the same entity, the same demon-possessed stalkers under the fake sun and in directed light, stalking with the people of the state. 7ASX992, loitering in relevant position in directed light. P.O.C. That thing looks like a man and is stalking at the intersection, all right? P.O.C. Alrighty, license 7LBR265. It is 4:39 p.m. Ongoing monitoring with communication devices. And so you need to understand, this is what I want to break down. First of all, this is both the elements of monitoring via law enforcement. That's what I documented with the Ontario Police again today. And via law enforcement, understand the entity is always monitoring. The Ontario Police, while I'm in the city of Ontario, they're stalking in the path. They are always, and in other words, the state is stalking with this environment, and the Ontario Police are maintaining relevant position around the back streets like cockroaches. They're stalking inconspicuously. Stalking conspicuously is what I just documented on my podcast through that officer that refused to give me his badge number, and then was acting with another second officer who responds to what is a act of criminal summoning, 8JUG 534, by the entity that I'm documenting engaging in federal stalking. And this is also simultaneously demons that are showing hostility. That's what law enforcement represents while this satanic system is underway. All right, so first of all, what I want to make clear, that was monitoring. Let me be clear, coming and stating, oh, we're responding to, we got a call that you were littering. Understand that they're monitoring. They are monitoring. Let me break something, like I've already said. If I went into 7-Eleven and I stole a candy bar, All right. The state that is monitoring does not have any they know exactly what you're doing. And not only that, it goes even farther. These are the demon possessed. They know exactly your physical movement, and when you're putting something in your pocket, they know that you've stolen. They are acting in the natural. The demons are acting in the natural, engaging. I saw her steal that candy bar. And what have I documented? I've documented while these demon possessed actors who know what I'm saying, know what I'm doing, are actually implausible in their claim to be ignorant, right? They're acting like they're ignorant. They don't know, but I'm showing you actually they do know, all right? Because this is not coming and tell you know what I'm saying way across the street. Just because I aim my phone in that general direction, I could be taking a picture of the bridal's banquet bouquet. It's a pretty building, all right? The pretty light that's on the street in front of her. Why is she assuming that I'm talking about her? She immediately gets hostile. These are the demon possessed. They know what you're saying. They know what you're doing. And were I to go to 7-Eleven and steal a candy bar, understand first of all what you're dealing with, the demon possessed. They know exactly when you're slipping something in your pocket. They know, they're watching. All right, you're talking about the demon possessed who are acting covertly in the natural. This is demonic activity. I'm making it manifest. Understand what these demons are doing, and it's criminal. You can prosecute it, okay? But I want you to be clear. While I'm revealing the demon possessed, I'm revealing what are psychopaths. All right, because there are those that are going to be going in straight jackets, those that are going to federal prison. All right, and those that will be suffering other federal repercussions. But what I want to speak to is, let me be clear. They're coming. Ontario police come and they engage in that creation of that admission. Understand, regardless of the fact that it is BS, because they're stalking and they're monitoring, and that's their form, which doesn't exist under federal prosecution. There is no form. You're talking about what is the admission, and that's going to go toward the prosecution. While he is creating audible activity, while directed light is surrounding. Understand what he was present for. Trying to obstruct the ability to upload that video that I just captured, 8FTA517. What does the entity do? Trying to stutter the internet connectivity. This is why you have these third parties at 6TWU759 engaged in surveillance, remaining in the parking lot while the state is keeping directed light. All right, that's why you have the fat female who I captured in video stalking in relevant position with a line of third parties on that same street with their headlights aimed toward me, scattering like roaches while I go down there, and then I capture that video. They're engaging in monitoring together, trying to stutter internet, 8BYV096. This is monitoring conduct, and understand under existing federal law, 18 U.S.C. 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. Engaging in federal stalking through the means such as law enforcement, that is that which is inherently designed to terrorize. It is beyond intending to intimidate. It is that which is intended to terrorize, while the demon-possessed law enforcement officers are engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring with communication devices, which is criminal facilitation, while the people of the state are stalking, like I just captured moments before that demon-possessed police officer comes and visibly encounters me, representing a threat, engaging in terrorism and doing so, while the elements of monitoring are being maintained. Literally, the parking lot, the road, I showed you the directed light that is on all around. I showed you my directed shadow that is upright on the wall behind me. I'm showing you the positions of surveillance that they are maintaining around, and you have the Ontario police who arrive visibly to engage in the P.O.C. That is in violation of existing federal law. This is also conduct of the demon-possessed, and that is speaking to the policy that I advocate, 28483E2. That is speaking to the policy that I advocate as the demon possessor engaging in the system. And understand that, okay? I want to break that down because he is present, engaging in the ongoing maintenance of, he is literally, that is the desperation. So he literally comes and exposes himself to documentation because he needs to get close while he is monitoring with communication devices. That's what that was about, all right? HP Communications, that is again 28482E3, making a U-turn in the middle of the street. That's a means of monitoring. And directed light is on the wall of the Frontier Communications. Directed light is on the wall of this building. I believe the backside of this is LORRAINE, that sanctuary of Satan. It's not a real church. They are stalking on the street in relevant position, monitoring. If that is the correct venue, but it may not be. But on this, nonetheless, that is a venue that I documented. Don't be confused by that. But this is the P.O.C. and I believe this is that. This is the backside of what is LORRAINE. That's not a true church. It's satanic, and they're monitoring as well. And this is a satanic system, and the true church is not participating or engaging in, and it's not coincidentally happening. It's not ignorantly happening. The state's satanic conduct, that pattern of conduct, is not ongoing in the true church. This is born of hell. Understand, I'm revealing and prosecuting criminal conduct, but this is satanic. That has nothing to do with the true church, and it's not going to coexist. It's not going to occur over your church if it's a real church. P.O.C. And so, like I said, I'm going to show you what is the directed light on the building surrounding. Frontier Communications, it's identifying a venue. In the same way where the fake sun is over Frontier Communications while I'm standing in front of it, it's a venue. All right. This is the directed light on the venue of this and understand what the state is doing. It's always covering surfaces as a demonic. Speaking to the demons who are engaging in surveillance with 6TWU759. Making a U-turn, 8XXC445. That's a demon that's pacing. All right. And that's what the Ontario Police Department were engaging in. Monitoring with 6TWU759, who was engaging in surveillance. I am surrounded, and that demon-possessed stalker, who I captured video of, stalking in a car while my shadow is upright. It's speaking to the psychopath that you're documenting. She's stalking and she's monitoring. Ontario Police were monitoring the whole time. Ontario Police then visibly comes in front of me and creates audible activity, participates in the affirmative acts of federal stalking, which is designed to intimidate, to injure, to harass while they're doing so. That's 18 U.S.C. territory. These are the demon-possessed engaging in this conduct, which needs to go much, much further. That is speaking to the policy that I advocate, because you're understanding what demons are doing, and existing policy is not reaching far enough to speak to what is the malicious conduct of the demon-possessed. All right, this is criminal activity in the court. This is criminal activity in everyday life, every area of your life. This is criminal conduct that is sexually violent. It is criminal conduct that is designed to terrorize. All right, it is currently 4:46 p.m. All right, demon 85726V2. That's AAA. This demon with a handicap license FR837. Let me tell you what this demon did. All right, first of all, the directed light that's on this building rapidly disappeared. The shadow of the tree was appearing in what is orange, lavenderish colored directed light. And it rapidly disappears. First of all, this is within seconds. As I say, I'm going to take a picture of it. I took a picture of it. You're looking at what is the picture? It's present, but it's fading out. It was much more concentrated, okay? This is a matter of paying attention to your surroundings. This is not the sun and that's not sunlight. Those are the tactics of the state. All right, the same one aiming directed light inside of the depths of a grocery store, inside of the depths of the library. That's not sunlight. Understand the P.O.C. and you're understanding it. Yet again today, another documented example of demonic activity, stalking with light. All right, but that demon-possessed group stalker whose license plate I recited, the handicap license plate, as the demons are listening to me, I'm going to capture an image. What they are doing, what I took a picture of, is that is a demon that gets in position for where I'm going to aim my phone. That's how detailed they are with their stalking activity. And to surround. I am simultaneously right now uploading images to my Google Drive. They're monitoring with communication devices. That's why you have directed light appearing on that building, appearing on Frontier Communications, surrounding. That is speaking to the surrounding stalking activity by the demon possessed. Okay, that's what they're doing. And that directed light, which is not going to occur, period, rapidly disappeared. Just want to document that. It is currently 4:49 p.m. But you can still see it. I took images of it while it's present. It's never going to naturally occur because that wasn't the sunlight that remained. That wasn't the sun that remained over 235 North Laurel. All right. And then the state did nothing but change the color, kept its fake sun over that venue, and then covered the street with directed light. And then the next time it covered the building of Frontier Communications and the back of Lavos. That is speaking to the demon-possessed entity. That's not a true church, by the way. All right, that's the revealing of that. Listen, pacing from third party 7ZEJ597. That demon goes right to 235 North Laurel. They are patrolling in relevant position using their communication devices. Satan monitoring right there at that venue. Okay, that's P.O.C. All right, maintaining light in front of the venue. Understand this is what the Satan is doing while its fake sun is no longer visible. The demons at nightfall stalk with light. 6G59337. It's P.O.C. It is currently 4:50 p.m. License 7KCD 902. XGY 792, I believe. Can't really see it. It's 4:50 p.m. All right, I do want to document at 4:55 p.m. the third-party group stalker. This is a demon-possessed stalker that is acting on behalf of the entity engaged in surveillance, that prolonged loitering in relevant position in the parking lot, present while the state's flying over me in helicopter, present while the state is group stalking and monitoring and terrorizing and molesting my body via Ontario Police in concert with Ontario Police, while I am documenting what is my shadow that is upright on the wall of the chiropractor's office at 235 North Laurel, while the fake sun is remaining present, while the state is aiming directed light on Frontier Communications and the backside of Lavosville, maintaining long-term presence. This is stalking and surveillance by third party 6TWU759, leaving from surveillance at 4:55 p.m. the moment that I also happened to publish my website for my podcast for today, November 11th, 2021. This is on conduct on behalf of the entity. All right. This is surveillance conduct that the entity engages in systematically and documenting that third party. Again, that's 6TWU 759, engaging in surveillance. This is an act of terrorism as you're documenting it while they are engaging in ongoing monitoring and monitoring your very documentation. All right. This is what the entity has not done before. The entity engages in stalking and demonic activity, their little ritualistic that stuff that they do as a demented entity. This is the hellbound. This is the lawlessness of the demon possessed. They're doing it for funsies, right? They don't have anything else to do. Life is about a party and then they die and they burn in hell. But now they've never monitored what is the documentation leading up to their impending prosecution. And this is creating what is that policy. And while the entity engages in that, you're understanding what is necessary policy, because this is speaking to what is a pattern of conduct by a government acting in concert with the people of the state, whatever state that may be. And this is speaking to the necessity of that prosecution, of that punishment. And of that which is a matter of justice, and engaging in surveillance while you're monitoring the documentation, knowledge of the fact that what you're doing is known, intending to pose that ongoing threat in concert with the government that's flying over my head and stalking by police and targeting and surrounding and molesting with light. You're going to be prosecuted for that. All right. It is 5:06 p.m. and that's P.O.C. Let me get this license plate as well. 6LBG 915. All right, license plate 8BGD 257 while the state flies over my head again in a helicopter. All right, and the entity that is listening to me document and prosecute the people of the state engages in repeating that conduct while that third party, whose license plate I recited, was indeed engaging in prolonged surveillance, acting with that entity, terrorizing via Ontario police, by airplane, by directed light, by a fake sun, by the impossible light activity that I'm documenting while my shadow is appearing in front of me at a distance and flying over my head via helicopter. They were engaged in prolonged surveillance, and the state engages in that act of terrorism, repeating it again while that third party is gone, while the entity is maintaining relevant positioning. All right. That's what they were doing while they were stalking in the path in plain sight in directed light. All right. While those demons were engaging in ambush-like conduct, coming all around, trying to stop me from uploading my documentation. That's what that he/she thing was doing, coming up on me, looking like a man. That's what that is. While she's documenting, and understand that this is hostility toward what is the documentation that I'm publishing. And then you have what is, while they're listening to me analyze the group stalking conduct and create that policy that's going to prosecute both that demon-possessed stalker in that helicopter representing the government and the demon-possessed stalkers that are engaging in surveillance as one group. What I'm speaking to is what that particular actor was engaging in on behalf of the whole entity, engaging in prolonged loitering in relevant position while all of those events occurred. That is a federal prosecution for the whole entity, specifically speaking to what that cited actor engaged in. And the state flying over my head again is ongoing confirmation of what they were engaging in. It is not a contradiction. That is a psychopath that is repeating the ongoing provision of evidence, the wealth of which I already exists. I don't even need it. But you're talking about engaging in that absence of coincidence. That's a conduct that the state engaged in while they were present in relevant position, engaging in it again as they're listening to me recite that on my podcast. But again, all right, P.O.C. monitoring with children that they need to lose possession of, 5LPW 852. All right, it is currently 5:09 p.m. All right, this is documentation of what is molestation while they are group stalking in the path, engaging in ongoing sexual molestation at nightfall. All right, they're engaging in the pattern of stalking and they have an issue with touching. This old, raggedy, demon-possessed stalker is molesting with light, monitoring with communication devices. My shadow was in front of me while this demon-possessed stalker is molesting with headlights, which would create a shadow behind me. 8UTP 988, that's speaking to the truth of what she's doing and what is her condition, which is demon possession, okay? It is 5:19 p.m. All right, molesting with her. This orgy that I would never participate with these old raggedy stalkers. 7YFP 935. That's directed light that's on the wall, not his headlights. He's stalking in the path. You got a demon-possessed stalker that runs through the headlights. Understand he's running through directed light. He's crossing path. While this fat, overweight, old as dirt, demon-possessed stalker is molesting somebody. She's a sex offender and she needs to be in prison. Let me show you my shadow that's enlarged in size. 7YOU838 molesting, 4LTS570 molesting. And I just took an image of what is, first of all, my shadow's in front of me while she is hitting with headlights, okay? This is directed light that she's in while she's molesting. That's a molestation, all right? While my shadow is also behind me and it is enlarged, my legs are humongous across the street. That's directed light, all right? And let me show you what are two shadows in front of me right now. Okay, so this is the demon who I documented. This is the fat sex offender who needs to go to federal prison. This is what I mean by those who have not been prosecuted for the sex offenders that they are, engaging in sexually violent conduct, thinking that you're getting away with it because it's with the government and because you think you could turn your headlights on and nobody's ever going to suspect or be able to identify what you're doing because it's of Satan. That's a sex offender waiting to be identified. Understand that. This is the desire to want to touch all over. That's sexually violent. I don't have any weird desires like that to want to touch all over somebody, because that's what you're doing and that's what they're doing while they're monitoring. And that is perverted and demented. Wanting to stalk somebody, driving around on corners and waiting for them to do something on their internet while you're monitoring them so that way you can swoop around and touch them with light. That's demented stalking activity with an ongoing impulse to touch. This is a sex offender. And while she turns off her headlights, my second shadow disappears. Let me be clear, her headlights are not directly aimed at me. She's parked on the side now, so her headlights would be aiming straight, but that second shadow that I had in front of me disappears. Okay, that's directed light, and that is the molestation. They are all in that environment. Aiming their headlights is the stalking with light in the path while directed light covers the grounds. And that sex offender knows that I was about to take a picture of two shadows, and that's why that the state is what the state is doing is actually removing that extra directed light, that shadow that would appear. I'm not lying. You've already seen this. I'm speaking to the psychopath. All right, I've already established the P.O.C. You already know what is shadow surrounding me where I'm going. This is the simultaneous conduct of turning off her headlights, which are not going to create two shadows. All right, that's concerted activity. While she's molesting with the state, she's engaging in obstruction of justice with the state because her headlights aren't creating two shadows. But as she turns off her headlights, that second shadow disappears. That is a psychopath sex offender who I'm going to remind you of her license plate again. She's molesting with, engaging in an orgy with 09273L1 and Union Pacific. All right, and Union Pacific, and this group stalker again, 8UIP988. She is sitting in a dark street, stalking somebody on a cell phone under the fake moon with the government, sexually violating. That's what she's doing. That's what's wrong with her. License plate 7KYJ644. What else are you going to pay attention to? You're going to look at the enlarged shadow that's in front of her car. That's absolutely impossible light activity. She's in directed light. Aiming her headlights, using her headlights in that directed light. And let me show you something else. All right, this is revealing what is a psychopath that I'm identifying by license plate, a sex offender that I'm identifying by license plate. All I did was take a picture of what is the little potted tree right here. It's got two shadows, a shadow to the left and a shadow to the right. And that is directed light that's in the environment that's present while she's touching. That's a sex offender that's touching. That's a molestation. And that's a group molestation. And while they're patrolling and touching with light all together, this is an orgy by the absolutely demented in the mind, an orgy that I would never participate in. I would never let them touch me, let alone with their instrument of criminal conduct, this engineered light, while they're touching. And I'm showing you what is the directed light that they're touching in. This is an intentional presence. This is a stalker that is touching all over you. She got issues. I'm revealing what is the demon possessed, what is a sex offender by the nature of that conduct. Okay, that's a predator. All right, somebody's grandma probably, and she's a sex offender. All right, license plate at 5:24 p.m. I can't see their license plate, but while they are at the intersection of C Street and Laurel by the same chiropractic office, their headlights, no, that's called directed light, sweeping across the building where the state was aiming its orange lavender colored directed light, where this demon possessed stalker is sitting on a dark street in a headlight, in a vehicle stalking somebody in the dark and molesting someone who is documenting it. I'm going to prosecute her and show her to be the sex offender that she is. All right, that's an entirely demented. This is how you're showing the psychopath through the demented environment that they're in. and they're intentionally stalking in that environment, and you are touching. So that's documentation of the molestation by that entity. It's 5:25 p.m. Those are images that I'm capturing, I believe at 5:22, 5:23 p.m. And you're looking at what is a plant. One plant, okay? You're going to see the shadow of the plant to the left and to the right. And then the picture after that I take, because this is directed light, so I stand in that light, and you can see what is a shadow to I take one picture of my shadow, and then I take a picture of my shadow on the other side. All right. Now, I was being molested with light. I'm being molested with light now because the double shadows is indicative of directed light. This is everywhere. This is everywhere. This is why the demon-possessed stalk with light. This is the pattern, okay? This is why, as before I was aware of it, this is why the demon-possessed freak weirdos that were surrounding me that I didn't know, and this is why I'm documenting, because everywhere I would go, everywhere I would walk, everywhere I would drive, they are stopping all around with their hazard lights on. And then as I start to document, they engage in the same conduct. You're talking about doing the same thing, and they try to do it in a different way. All right, because they are aware of every word that I'm documenting. But what was the first thing that they were doing initially? This was Satan showing its true face. These freaks would stop all around everywhere that I went. As soon as I would walk down one street, all of a sudden, a whole bunch of hazard lights would appear. Literally, that's terrorism. That is something that's designed to freak you out while they are all stalking, and that's exactly what they would do. They're demons. All right, they are demons. And while they were aware of what I was documenting, then they switch it up. You could do the same thing with your reverse lights. You could do the same thing with your headlights. You could do the same thing while the grounds are covered with directed light, using your turn signals. All right, and this is what they'll do. That's a variation of the same conduct, this flashing light. This is what the state is doing on buildings with signage. All right, that's the same exact conduct. All right. And then the psychopath is listening to every word that I document. So you're witnessing what is no deviation from that P.O.C. You're witnessing what is a psychopath. And I just heavily documented that psychopath that's sitting in the dark. The reality is that as a demon-possessed stalker, she's sitting in the dark, stalking somebody, listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth about her, while she is also engaging in what is sexual violence, molesting somebody. Okay. Old as dirt. All right. Old as dirt. 5:27 p.m. And that's the pattern of conduct by all of them. More demons that come as I switch apps on my phone. 8 SSB 397 is a sex offender. Simple as that. You have what is a simultaneous presence while they're monitoring, trying to obstruct the ability to open. I'm going to publish it, but you're talking about monitoring on the phone. A method of monitoring is making the buttons that you press inactive. And so while they're monitoring, that's what that old geezer is doing while she's molesting me with light. And as I am opening up another window, she comes around the corner doing the same thing that I just took a picture of, stalking at the corner with their headlights on. Okay. And the state is molesting me because I am being molested with light while they turn that corner way down there. Okay. That's what the state is doing while they're at this intersection and light is touching the brick wall way on the opposite side of the street. That's directed light. They're sex offenders and they're touching in directed light. That's intentional conduct while they're monitoring everything I'm doing on my phone in real time. That's federal stalking by the demon possessed who are sex offenders. It's 5:29 p.m. That's plain engines. In directed light, that's P.O.C. .42 p.m. helicopter flying right over here, not flying over the museum, all right, not flying over the vehicle at 630 North Fern, all right, flying right here over where the chiropractor's office is, where that group stalker remains sitting in her car, that old fat woman that engaged in molestation, and they're engaging in an ongoing molestation. I'm going to identify more of them. I'm publishing my webcast and my website, and this is why you have what is ongoing molestation in sync with what I'm uploading while they're looking at everything I'm publishing and engaging in ongoing molestation at the same time. It's monitoring and sexual violence by the demon possessed who are stalking with a state that just flew over again by helicopter at 5:43 p.m. P.O.C. All right, license plate. Let's see. 8VLD658, I believe. Can't really see it that clear. That's a white BMW. These demons are fleeing down the street while the state's flying over by helicopter. License You hear that? That's direct evidence against this license plate. I'm sorry, let me get this one over here. These demons are just sitting in the street creating a whole bunch of light. They're in engineered light. This is what they're doing. They're cockroaches. 8HVW079, and you hear the helicopter flying over. 7ZXR368. That psychopath has two shadows of the vehicle. A shadow to the driver's side and a shadow behind the car. This is a fat psychopath. She is stalking a demon that's pacing in directed light. She's out of her gut. Whew. Anyway, all I'm doing is documenting. You hear the helicopter. You see the fake moon, and my shadow is surrounding me. That's a psychopath pacing in a car. All right. This is acting through that fat vessel. That's Satan acting through that fat vessel with that license plate. All right. The state is flying around in a circle in a helicopter, speaking to the psychopath that I'm documenting. Okay. Let me get this license plate up here. Hold on. 8MVU211. And let me get this one. 7TNK702. All right, they're just sitting around monitoring, if you look at on a large scale, like they're cockroaches, they're just crawling all around with light and scrambling back and forth in this engineered light. Absolute weirdos. All right, let me show you something as well. Alrighty, that is a stalker sitting in the dark, 8UTP988, but understand she's sitting in the dark in directed light. That's why I took a picture also of my shadow that's to my left and to my right. The shadow of her car is in front of her car. So understand I'm facing he or she, and he or she is facing me, and the shadow of the car is in front, and my shadows are in front. Understand directed light is being pointed in both directions. That's a demon-possessed stalker stalking in the dark. 8MVU211, I believe. I read that license plate correctly. They're engaging in surveillance together, pacing around by helicopter, pacing around by vehicles, molesting together. 7TAP357. The shadow is in front and behind that vehicle, and the third party who I'm taking an image of, the shadow is in front of the car like I showed you. I am facing the car, so you would think my shadow would be behind me in the same direction of that car. No, my shadow is in front of me while I'm facing the car. That's directed light. That's why you have double shadows, and you have directed light in multiple directions. While you are hearing the helicopter, that is the evidence against them as well. Okay? Alrighty. It is 5:48 p.m. All right, 8SQV685, being a predator, stalking on the street and waiting for the moment for me to publish my podcast. The moment that I do, which is activity on the internet, on my communication device, which the demon possessor monitoring. The moment I do, you have what is pulling forward while they're stalking on the side of the street and molesting with light. All right, the state is present. They're engaging in this. While you're driving forward, driving past in the street, light is not streaming to the side, and you're seeing the shadow of the trees that are moving back toward me. That's the state that's aiming directed light, because that's not their headlights. Actually, if they were to drive straight, their headlights are not going to touch me at all. You have what is the state that's aiming directed light while they are intentionally present in the path, driving at that location, all right, acting in concert, just like that group stalker that's sitting in the dark, stalking. That's that fat old woman that I would never let me touch in any manner on any part of my body, is touching and stalking in the darkness, monitoring with these sex offenders, acting with her. This is an ongoing orgy, all right? Starting with that old fat woman, the man that was group stalking with her in the parking lot, who I documented while directed light is on the wall, while he is crossing path, exiting, and they're engaging in an ongoing orgy, all of them coming through and molesting together while they're monitoring on my communication device on the internet. It's 6:20 p.m., and that is the documentation of a predator. All right, that's what they're engaging in while waiting and then touching with directed light with the state. Okay, it is 6:20. That's P.O.C. All right, I want to document at 6:31 p.m. The group stalker, the sex offender that engaged in that molestation and stalking at nightfall in the dark, sitting in a car, and the images that I captured of that maintenance of presence and that molestation, and then parking in the dark, maintaining what is loitering relevant positioning, monitoring with the Ontario police who also cross path, monitoring on my communication device as I open up YouTube, engaging in maintenance of presence while the state flies over me by helicopter. This is the ongoing conduct of surveillance while they are together monitoring. You have what is a molester, that is that third party, while I'm showing you what is my shadow in front of me while I'm facing their car. All right, and while their car is facing me, the shadow is in front of the vehicle. This is directed light and direct evidence of what they are engaging in while they're molesting my body, monitoring on my communication device on the video of the internet. Doing so while also the state is engaging in ongoing molestation while the people are patrolling all around. This right now, I want to document that third party whose license plate I already cited, and I also captured in images just now leaving from maintaining presence, engaging in what is terrorism, and that is surveillance, and doing so loitering in relevant position at 6:32 p.m. 6:31 p.m. It is currently 6:33 p.m. That's P.O.C. 7 TSN 471. All right, captured an image at 7:29 p.m. What you're looking at is a group stalker that is stalking with activity. So pursuant to what the entity knows I'm doing on my internet, you have a group stalker that is stalking at a traffic light. And at that distance, at the intersection of Euclid and Holt, I am being molested with light. Those are not headlights that are that powerful, that are creating that blinding effect. That's directed light. And in addition, I've shown you what is the engineered light that I'm around. This is why you have double shadows of the tree and double shadows of my legs. And the state is molesting, okay? That's P.O.C. And that is license 4KAB. I can't see the rest of them, but I'll get this license plate. This is 10816H2, molesting from Euclid Avenue, a sex offender. License plate. That's Satan that knows he's mad. He's about to be documented. 6DLL142, a sex offender. All right, indirected light, molesting from Euclid and Holt Boulevard. They are monitoring on communication devices, engaging in that ongoing behavioral pattern of molestation with light while they are monitoring what I'm doing on the internet. All right, and those are the demons that are trying to flee while they know I am documenting them. It's 7:31 p.m. 8NSI 827. All right, being a sex offender, doing the exact same thing, getting on the internet, molesting with light, driving down the street, all right, driving toward me, and the state molests my body with directed light, okay? That is the ongoing sexual violence. It's 7:33 p.m. All right, you have what is the image I have of molestation, and this is the state coming in, engaging in molestation directly. All right, as it's tabulated the hundreds of third party that documented this today. And you have, they are patrolling around while the molestation by the state, that's the Ontario Fire Department, the same sex offender that was monitoring this morning at the intersection. You have, under the fake sun, you have what is molestation while the Ontario Fire Department is in relevant position, engaging in what is demonic conduct, stalking with activity, and stalking with light. And this is with simultaneity to what I'm doing on the internet, the use of those sirens, which is amplified audible activity, and directed light. There is absolutely no forum. Those demon-possessed state actors are stalking and monitoring with communication devices and outwardly demonstrating demon possession in doing so, okay? This is concerted conduct with a third party who I will get stalking on the street. Their headlights, their reverse lights and their headlights are a means of light activity maintained on the street in relevant position while the state is amplifying sirens. Understand, the third parties that I'm documenting, it's the exact same conduct. You're talking about the use of a fire truck to do the exact same molestation, all right, pursuant to the same simultaneity. That's demonic activity while they're monitoring on my phone, okay? 8XPH828. Okay, 8XPH828, an operation of her communication device is molesting my body with directed light, and what I'm showing you is the magnified size of my shadow on the brick wall behind and the shadow that is on the ground. The state is amplifying the sound of sirens. That's a sex offender monitoring and molesting with the Ontario Fire Department, okay? 4ZDN782, I want to document that one as well. You'll see that third party, she's an operation of her communication device in directed light. That's a federal charge. That's a sex offender engaging in that terrorism with the state, acting via the Ontario Fire Department. All right, understand the Ontario Fire Department has been monitoring all day. Their state facilitating venue, their fire department, the Ontario Fire Department off of B Street is in relevant position. They engaged in direct conduct right now, sounding sirens while engaging in the same exact molestation. And I'm showing you what is the directed light while that demon-possessed stalker in operation of her communication device, monitoring with the state who's engaging in facilitation of that criminal conduct and that group satanic activity. All right, that's why my shadow is enlarged in size. It's a giant on the brick wall behind me. I'm going to prosecute that sex offender. They're acting as one group while she is stalking in the path, engaging in terrorism, monitoring on the internet in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261A. The Ontario Fire Department creating audible activity while that impossible light activity is surrounding that third party who is acting pursuant to the network of communication devices that are surrounding all of them monitoring together. All right. That's P.O.C. It is 7:51 p.m. and that was Ontario Fire Department engaging in that molestation, the exact same conduct, just using the fire truck to do so. All right, knows exactly what I'm doing and doing it pursuant to the same demonic behavioral pattern as I go to a page to upload or go to a new page in operation. What the state wants to avoid, and it's going on the internet, is the video of the Amazon Prime third party, the demon possessed group stalker that is Amazon Prime under the fake sun at Ontario Village today. As I am inputting information as to the timestamp of that video, which pay attention to that, it's at 9:50 a.m. and 19 seconds on November 11, 2021. It's already published on YouTube. It's going to go up on my website as well. And what's better about my website is because my website, you can listen to the podcast and look at the video and all the images. All of the documentation is complete for that day. So anyway, you have what is that ongoing exact same pattern of conduct by the fire department. Okay. And you're looking at what is the demented light activity, absolutely unnatural light activity, unnatural conduct by the people of the state. They're sex offenders and stalkers. Unnatural environment, unnatural conduct by them, stalking together in that environment while they're monitoring. And this monitoring is satanic. This is what is the significance of this demented environment. 8S SW 397, I believe. That's P.O.C. at 7:52 p.m. All right, documentation of the stalker. That is the state acting directly. This is the psychopath, the stalker, the documentation of surveillance that the people engaged in as I captured them stalking around. The state is doing the exact same thing. Let me get this license. 6 PEU 554. Skirt and pass and directed light, and doing so while I'm documenting what is a stalking psychopath. That is the Ontario Police, American Medical Response. They are sitting around in dark corners, sounding sirens with simultaneity to what I'm doing on my phone. That is the pattern of conduct. And now they're sounding sirens longer because they're listening to me document the fact that they're psychopaths and stalkers. What the entity was just doing right now, I made an abrupt movement, a new movement on my phone. Instead of pressing a button on my screen, I reached up to the top. And I'm describing this because this is the conduct of these demons. As you engage in any new movement, they stalk with audible activity and or light activity. This is what the molestation is all about. All right, that's what the noise is all about. You have what is the creation of what is a siren. And let me be clear, that siren sounded, that's the fire department. That's not the siren that was sounding. First of all. Second of all, that is a psychopath in a fire truck that's just sitting around on another street in relevant position, on another street in the perimeter, waiting to sound sirens. That's the reality of what they do. They're literally stalking in those vehicles. These are the demon possessed, and they're going to be snatched out of those positions. But I want to speak to, this is the freak weirdo. This is the demon that is working for the police department, okay? Because this is demonic activity. I'm showing you the demons that work for FedEx, the demons that work for Amazon Prime, the demons that work in Starbucks, the demons that work in your neighborhood library, the demons that work at the grocery store, okay? The demons that work for the sheriff's department, the demons that work for the American Medical Response or any other, you can fill in the blank. This is a state system, all right? This is revealing what is broad, rampant demon possession while they are engaging in a criminal system in concert and on behalf of the government. And those demon-possessed actors sitting around in police vehicles are sitting on streets in relevant positions, stalking, aware of everything I'm doing on my phone. And the moment I made a new gesture, which is exactly what I did, I reached to the top of my phone screen instead of pressing a button on my screen. The moment I did that, you hear a boop. All right, that's not the fire department sirens. That was the sirens of a police vehicle and or American Medical Response. And I want to be clear, doing it with simultaneity, and that's not the first time. All right, for the fire department sound sirens right now again while they are listening to me document this information. Okay, that's not a coincidence. It's the white pickup truck the second time coming around to repeat that which they listened to me document about the first time that demon possessed stalker comes around, drives in slow motion in the middle of the intersection, makes a U-turn while the fake sun is over my head, directed light is moving across the street, and then the state flies over my head in a helicopter. Then you have another demon that comes and repeats that same conduct. It's not a coincidence. They're listening to me, and then you have the fire department sounding sirens, and those are not the sirens that were sounding. And that is not the first time. I want to make sure I include it on my podcast because you need to understand these are demon-possessed stalkers, the Ontario Police Department, and I showed you that when you're looking at the fake sun, you're looking at a fake sun over what is a facilitating venue. That is the Ontario Police Department, and it is revealing the demon possession of that agency. That's what that reveals. When they are stalking in the path under the fake sun and directed light, coming off, which I've documented in tons of videos of the Ontario Police Department, and tons of videos while the Ontario Police are stalking in relevant position and the people of the state are engaging in that conduct. That is revealing the demon possession of the Ontario Police Department. Okay, I want to be clear. They are stalkers, demons wearing those police uniforms, sitting around right now where I am, sounding sirens in the dark, stalking. Just like I showed you that fat face sex offender that was stalking, sitting in her car, molesting me, and then sitting in her car in the darkness for over an hour in directed light, while we have conflicting directions of shadows. My shadow pointing toward her, the shadow of her car pointing toward me. All right. You have what is the police engaging in that stalking conduct. That's in violation. They're engaging in federal stalking. That is in violation of 18 U.S.C. 22618 subsections 1 and 2. Stalking by law enforcement, that is engaging in monitoring me with communication devices in concert with the people of the state, is that which is inherently intended to intimidate, to harass, to injure. All right. And they have engaged in all of that. All right. And I documented it again today. Let me be clear. Stalking in relevant position, monitoring with communication device under the guise of inquiring about what sort of services that the San Bernardino County that is monitoring me can provide is the same exact intent to intimidate. Understand, my ability to confront the demon possessed is in no way less of any terrorizing threat. I am speaking to and revealing what is a psychopath. The ordinary targeted individual is subject to what is an unprecedented level of stalking by law enforcement, who are not doing so behind the guise of a smiley face. Understand, the entity is acting in the face of documentation which it has not monitored before. Okay, let me be clear. Let's clarify that. That was nothing but a method of monitoring. The same demon possessed stalkers engaging in that same posing of that terrorizing threat. Okay, it doesn't change. And they were subject to ongoing documentation of what is a sex offender, as I documented them. Molestation. Documenting 8 KSM 505. Molesting. While they're making a U-turn in the middle of the intersection, just stalking, sitting around, listening to every word, all right, and then comes by and touches with light, a stalker, and doing so on behalf of the entity that I am speaking about, the Ontario Police Department. They know exactly where I'm sleeping. That's why they know exactly where I am stepping, and that they demonstrate that by the ongoing demonic behavior pattern. Let me be clear, there is no form. For example, let me be clear. Let's clarify this. Let's break this down, and this is common sense. The entity is monitoring. And let me also go further. I am showing you what is a demonic monitoring system. Under the fake moon, under the fake sun, in directed light, there is no such thing as probable cause by the demon-possessed law enforcement agency. It doesn't exist. Okay? It doesn't exist. So this is understanding what the government is practicing. Those legal doctrines, those legal fictions, they don't exist. The government is monitoring you. Okay, it is stalking and knows exactly where you're at. There is no need for the concept of what is probable cause when you have certainty as to what a person is doing and where they're going and what they're doing as they're doing it, including inside of the private space. And there is no reasonable question of this. The pattern of conduct is established. That's the P.O.C. That is the P.O.C. You're talking about demons who are acting in the natural as though they are not stalking, as though they are not aware of what you're doing, as though they don't know your name. All right. That's the psychopath. That's the sex offender. That's the demon possessed. All right. That's P.O.C. It is currently 8:16 p.m. 8 WAM 609. It's currently 8:26 p.m. So having left what is maintaining presence at the third-party facilitating venue, its correct name, I was referring to it as a chiropractic office because they don't have like a real sign identifying them. But that is 235 North Laurel Avenue in Ontario, California, 8YEH095. And it is referred to as the Cedar Point Chiropractic Group, located at 235 North Laurel. All right, but the state kept its fake sun over that venue today. All right, prosecuting every actor, including the state actors that engaged in. And let's be clear, the state's fake sun is over me in the morning at the museum. It did not go anywhere. It remains over the 235 North Laurel. First of all, it went to stay over me at the Stater Brothers. All right, at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and then the state is moving its fake sun. It's not over Hope Boulevard. As I walk down Bonita and walk down Vesta into C Street, the state keeps its fake sun over me, and the state is stalking via Alaska Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, Amazon Prime, all right, and UPS planes in that same route where I am All right, that's what UPS, a series of planes, 5 planes flying directly over 235 North Laurel while the state kept its fake sun in direct light. That is a targeted conduct, and this is how you are deducing what is stalking and nothing less than stalking and using commercial airline planes. I'm capturing what is the fake sun over my head while those commercial airline planes are hovering over me. 6TPE120. And that's what I captured today while the state kept its fake sun. Understand that is no deviation whatsoever. While you have over 225 South Euclid, the Ontario Museum of History and Art, and then remaining, and that's what I captured for the duration of the day, and then acting as though the sun is setting. That's exactly what the state's pattern of conduct is, covering, changing the color of its fake sun, keeping light in the same location. It's directed light in the same location, literally moved light underneath a tree. I am not kidding. I was about to say, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. That's why I took pictures of it. You can see it. Not only do you know that that's not the sun, and now you understand clearly what is that light conduct that the state engages in. Literally defying logic and common sense. That is never, and the shadow moved up to the wall in the depths of that parking lot, way far behind the shadow of the tree on that brick wall. All right, upright. Move the shadow upright from the tree. A humongous tree that would create an abundance of shade, and it is not moving upward onto a wall, and you are not having light underneath that tree. That's what the state is doing at every single venue, okay? 8 PUF 599. And I documented the state and third parties engaging in stalking from the museum to half a block to Laurel, because that's essentially where I remained. The state kept its fake sun over me as I went west to get to Ontario Village Shopping Plaza, and then went east back to 235 North Laurel, Chiropractic Point Group, California Pain Network, where they were engaging in P.O.C. That was a venue where the state kept its fake sun, and they were monitoring. They were monitoring, and they were using that venue as a means of patrolling in and out, maintaining group presence. Those were demons. Those are demons that work there. Those are demons that were going there. Okay? And you have what is doing so pursuant to the same demonic formula. 88LX168. That's exactly what I documented today. It is P.O.C. It's currently 8:30 p.m. 8SDP429, 8WKA713, 8VXC499. I think I read this one, 8LX8168, yeah. License 90191, I'm sorry, 9019LV2. That's AAA, 6CBF027, 8UWM323. 7YMH, I can't really see that one. 8TJS 875. Uh, 7WRS 118. 6SW763, can't really see the rest of that one. And then what I took also, remember what I took a picture of the fake moon is directly over me at that same location where the fake sun was over me at 235 North Laurel, okay? AS73E40 paper, BE80Z44 paper, 8SVN516. AMR ambulance, the demon possessed using that emergency vehicle. That's P.O.C. They're in directed light. Directed light, directed light, directed light. They're monitoring. Directed light, directed light. Shadow of that vehicle. 75868S1. The shadow of that vehicle moving around it. That's a demon possessed stalker driving an American medical response vehicle. All right, directed light. That's what I'm saying. That's what you're focusing on. That's the demon possessed. Monitoring with 8SVN516. And they're doing so under the fake moon. That's right here over the RIA money at where the state's fake sun was right over me in the morning. Right here at this intersection of Holt. No longer over 235 North Laurel. Not over the Fontana Metrolink train station. Right here where AMR is using an emergency vehicle to engage in terrorism, exercising, that is that demonic conduct, engaging in federal stalking with the people of the state under the fake moon. At Holt and Euclid Avenue. All right, that is the amplification of a train. That's Union Pacific. That's amplified audible activity. It's louder than it's actually going to be. It's not going to disturb people in their houses because that's what they're doing. But they're engaging in P.O.C. Those are demons. They don't mind the nuisance. They don't mind the helicopter. They don't mind the hovering airplanes. 8NWL233 because they're monitoring together. License plate 7ZYY125 Satan. 8WEC 886 ADREAMM Satan. Okay, license 4JST026 Satan. License STHAN. See, license plates. Alrighty. 7ENY654, yeah. 8WED 859, 5WET 742, 4VBK 015, 8157082. All right, so this is Union Pacific engaging in P.O.C. They're in directed light, train activity. American Medical Response Sirens in directed light. The same conduct. And they're all demons. License 8HGF795. 7FNY656. 8RHY733. 6EJD398. 14503W2. And this is what is showing the psychopath. They're sounding their sirens and they're in the environment. That psychopath isn't going anywhere. All right? They're stalking as one entity. Just sounding sirens, being a psychopath stalker. 7DXK997, 7TTN591, 5EPS482, license 8XGV692, 8WDP262. Sounding sirens in directed light. Ontario Police, directed light, directed light, directed light, directed light. Satan 1510639, that's Satan, okay? In directed light, that's a psychopath. That's a stalker. A stalker speeding by, engaging in criminal facilitation. A demon-possessed stalker is on the side of 150, he's called, stalking with their brake lights. All right? That is Satan in American Medical Response Vehicles. That is Satan in in Ontario Police Vehicles. And here is... What is this? This is P.O.C. 1196239. That does not say American Medical Response. It looks like an ambulance vehicle. 6VEV163. It's all red. No letterage, no logo, nothing on it. 8AJG199. It is engaging in the same conduct, sirens and lights and directed light. P.O.C. 7DXK997, 7VBG703, 8UWE966, 8YQY953, BT59J86, 8SMM826, 8JGP177, I believe. Let me speak to what they're actually trying to do. I've shown you the pictures of what is the obstructed podcast, 19446H3. They're trying really hard to obstruct the ability for me to do this, 6SEC780, but that's not going to work, and I'm going to publish this. You're listening to what are psychopaths who are not going anywhere. They're under the fake moon. They're in directed light, using emergency vehicles. Those are the demon-possessed that need to be snatched out of those positions. 03625B1, 8VKZ025, 8EMC311, 8CGL548, all of them in directed light. Every single last one of these demon-possessed stalkers. No license plate on that one. All right, and the demon-possessed stalkers are using emergency vehicles while they're driving by. 8NTX153. It's also what is, again, are you stalking with peculiarized light? The flashing light, that's what they're doing with their emergency vehicles, and the grounds are covered with engineered light. 8EYA426, I believe. V611A0. 8AJC296. 5NJP, I can't see the rest of that one. 8RTW014. 8VN, I can't see that one. Let's see. 8YMB581. I think I read this one in case I didn't. 8FCW664 in monitoring inside of Zolo's BD area. Estilo Tijuana, they're monitoring. All right, license 8YMP581, 8NTX513, 6KEX865, 7SHM251, Pro Towing. Can't see that license plate. License 89221U2, 5GMF122, 70403R1. Okay, and monitoring inside of T-Mobile. And Zolos Birriera, that's a restaurant. They're in relevant position. And they're license 8FCW664, license 7UHF083. Omnitrans, this is license 6AWE443. Omnitrans is license 1. They were monitoring in directed light that was covering the street under the fake sun. They're monitoring right now in directed light, 1404991, bus number 1331. And the state is hovering in a plane over the street, over Euclid Avenue, flying east at very low elevation over this bus stop, essentially right here over the bus stop, right here over the intersection. All right, that's P.O.C. Monitoring, group stalking in the sky. That's what Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Amazon Prime, and UPS were documented engaging in today under the fake sun. License 8RYH703. It is currently 8:39 p.m. And that is indeed the demon possessed of the police department, of the American Medical Response. And let me be clear, the state is now heightening in elevation after hovering over. Oh, let me show you that. Okay, so what I took pictures of, first of all, the state was hovering at a low elevation over the street right here in front of me at the red light where I'm at Holton Euclid, and Omnitrans is group stalking in the path, monitoring with the state that's flying east right over the street. And while after it passes, the state then is, that plane is now picking up in elevation, which I was going to state, first of all, the Ontario airport is not right here where the transit is. And the state, and they are using that airplane and lowering in elevation as though they are about to land. The Ontario airport has to proceed further. And that's exactly what I took a picture of. That plane is now heightening in elevation, okay? That's what they are doing all the time, stalking in Southwest Airlines and American Airlines, Southwest, United Airlines as well, Frontier Airlines, Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, Amazon Prime, and UPS and FedEx planes hovering, all right? Hovering around, and then and then taking flight over where I am. They are hovering around. That's literal stalking conduct in the plane, waiting around, just like hiding around a bush and waiting to come out in relevant position to cross path. That's what they're doing, demon stalking with activity, and doing so in the incredible manner with airplanes. That's what I'm taking a picture of while the plane is heightening up in elevation about where the B&G Plaza is, all right? Hovering right here and hiding and then raising up in elevation again over the B&G Plaza. That's what they are always doing because, like I said, you're not taking off from the Ontario airport. You are already, if you are indeed engaged in a normal flight taking off from the Ontario airport, then you are already high in the sky, and it's not going to be audible. All right, this is common sense. The state is engaging in what is playing the tape, first of all, of a sound of a plane, the same identical sound, amplifying it super duper loud, 7UDS353. And while they are flying in a line over me, hovering, all right? They were already present. They're engaging in what is stalking, patrolling over. Those are demons that are pacing repeatedly. License, that's group stalking via airplane. 8MWD997, 6H47122, 7EOR131. All right, license 6TSU575, 3TGZ841, DISNERI, and Omnitrans loitering in relevant position, that same license plate. All right, it is currently, I didn't get that one. It is currently 8:42 p.m. That's amplification of audible activity, the sound of a train, while Omnitrans is using the bus as light activity. They are group stalking at the traffic lights. All right, these are demons using headlights, brake lights, turn signals, while they are in engineered light, stalking with light. All right, 7YKM 743, 8CAU 848, 6JXH 273, 7EDP 850, 7WSA 135, 8PEF 100, 8RAD 716, 7HBY 515. All right, that's audible activity that is occurring in directed light, revving their engine. P.O.C. See, license 8VUB 611, 8VXC 499, 5BVY 630. That's audible activity. Omnitrans just now leaving, loitering in relevant position at 8:43 p.m. And that is the 7NXE599, 8RNV450, and that is the Route 87, I believe, going southbound on Euclid Avenue right now at 843. W57110, I can't really see that one. W571LO, excuse me. 8WIZ352. 7GCD, I believe, 768. I can't really see that one though. It's 8:43 p.m. 06294L2. DABLORS. BE31V96, paper, 7PO6073. 8SMB, can't really see that one. Can't see the rest of that plate, I mean. Alrighty, license 7MSW 892. Alright, and these demons are patrolling, meaning they're crossing path in a directed light, using their vehicles, stalking in traffic. That's what they're doing. This is the entity maintaining group presence. This is group stalking. And they're doing it under the fake moon. And I took a picture of that. License 01564R2. 7L32991. Fake moon directly over the group stalkers right where I am. They are stalking together. All right? License plate. I got that one already. License 8LWG135. Right? That goes for the same demons that are driving American Medical Response, stalking, sounding sirens in directed light. Stalking, driving a police department vehicle in directed light. 8WLA175. You can't see that one. 8MHN149, 4LLV356, 5JAT175, 8RKS842, and that's exactly what they showed you, the fact that they are demon-possessed stalkers who very urgently need to be, upon prosecution, many going to federal prison for engaging in repeated acts of kidnapping and criminal defamation and criminal facilitation. 7SIP026. You have what is showing what is a demon-possessed actor, all right, psychopaths. And engaging in that kidnapping because they are psychopaths. And that is indeed T-Mobile at 100 North Euclid Avenue, engaging in P.O.C. monitoring. 6YRB158. It's 8:46 p.m. That's amplified audible activity. Sirens sound like they're right here at the intersection. License 8ROH612. 6DTB380. Under the fake moon and in directed light. 8SNN754. These are psychopaths. This is license plate. This is psychopath. 0601630B3. 8SNN754. 8HLI881. 8AVF546. 8HSP503. 8VNL880. 6, I can't really see that. You're hearing what is the ongoing use of sirens while the demons are patrolling under the fake moon in directed light, acting in concert with the psychopaths of American Medical Response. 4ZRP914. All right, and stalking with their headlights. Let me get this one over here. License plate 7HTB146. 7FYT819. Let's get 6EQD170. Let's get this little maggot on the license plate with the motorcycle 24Y8797. Or is that a 37? That's a 37. All right. License 8DBU077. 7NJP122. Only panties he's dropping is another demon-possessed stalker like him. License 7UHF083. Those are only type of panties he's dropping. 6EQD170. I'm reading something that's on a group stalker's car. Oh boy. License. So you're listening to what are sirens under the fake moon, sirens in directed light. All right. Alrighty. Those are demons. License plate. BEO 9B18, I believe, and that is paper. I read that license plate. I got that demon's license plate. It is, let's see, 8:48 p.m. 7RZG 689. 7XXA 619. 8VWR 761. 8WES 194. PSA 1506. 7SNV 049. 4ZPR 914, crossing path again. 5TRF 486. 6VBN 199. 5BJH 306. 6KFM 276. KEM 272. 8URK 125. All right, and I got this demon's license plate. They were monitoring at Zolo's BD area, loitering in relevant position, molesting with light right now. License plate. 8RKH654. Three 26142 4JFC 343. All right, the state hovering low over the museum again to heighten an elevation around the B&G Plaza area. All right, that's stalking an airplane, just like they are stalking at this intersection, just like the state in police vehicles, fire department vehicles, and ambulance vehicles are stalking in directed light. This is all manner of demonic activity while they're engaging in federal stalking. 8RFZ 952, 8BNJ 578, 6MLV 399. I think I read this one. 62111F3. Monitoring with the baby. 326114T2. 6V81246. 7SBG 495. Every single last one of them demon possessed. The shadows of the cars are moving around the cars. Absolutely impossible light. But this is common sense. I've shown you the light. I've shown you the fake sun. I've showed you what is the magnified size, the double, triple shadows. That P.O.C. doesn't stop. All right. 7MSW892. 6UKJ605. 7JBZ263. 8RUS 352. I can't really see that one. That ongoing light activity, that ongoing stalking conduct by those in that demented environment, stalking together, engaging in that surveillance that I have systematically documented today, yet again, is ongoing. And they're demonstrating demon possession by the police and the ambulance and the fire department. That's what they're doing. That same light activity is ongoing. All right. And the psychopaths are driving around in circles, sitting around right now in the dark, waiting for another moment to sound their sirens again. They're psychopaths and they're stalkers. BSDN77, BT83Y72. That same exact light activity remains, that same exact stalking conduct, and this is participating by the police and the ambulance and the fire department. Okay, 8HLZ089. These are demons. Are all together, they are demons. They are demons classified by state actors, demons classified as third parties. All right, while these demons are practicing a satanic monitoring system that's being operated by the government. All right, license. I think I read that one already. But they are all demons in the same demonic environment, acting as one mindset. License, one demonic mind. 35722F1. 8AXH216. It's 8:52 p.m. It 08952LI 8PNP517 8FVA226 8PSB146. Directed light is moving across the brick wall on the opposite side of the street. All right, behind them where there's no other traffic, where they're driving toward, there is nothing that's going to result in that light. These are demons. It's the same exact POC. 4G 52942. And you have what is Satan driving these ambulance and these emergency vehicles and the police vehicle. That's what that is. That's Satan. All right. While they are all together hoping that I stop documenting license plates. I'm not, because I want you to understand that this is Satan driving Ontario police vehicles. This is Satan driving AMR American Medical Response vehicles, and Satan driving license 6NBS 473, and Satan driving license 8JXM 570, Satan driving license 7VZM 674. All right, Satan driving license plate 8UJJ 182. Demon possessed. All right, that's what this system is. 8DTS 633. License plate. 4G 5. I can't really see the rest of it. ATTS, I read that one. 6K 42435. 5XXS. I can't really see the rest of that one. I want to say 391, but I can't really see the rest of it. License LAPEKE. Yeah. 6UJZ 551. 86787X1 56. I can't really see that one. 8YET 842. 8JND. I can't really see that one. I'll get that one in a second. 8TQA 397. Let's see. 8RX. I can't see that one. All right, this is license 8JNL098, 8KCL948. It's 8:55 p.m. Eight ROC 317, I believe, or 8 RDC 317. In case I did not read this one, 6AWE 443, 6XDT 400, 5BAP 009, 6JDE 906, 5ZTD 197, 6MEJ 470, 8. I can't really see that one. 7TXG 506, 7SLR 604, 5SXT 435, 8YQW 358, 8VFY 129. It is 8:56 p.m. Y VN 123, 7XMT 248, 8HSG 638, 8V8 3015, 8AVT 215, 5. I can't see that one. 8 ERS 258, 8 and I can't really see that one. 7 GBD 985, 7 GHF 299, It is, by the way, 8:57 p.m. XRT 803. LVN 684, 7SLC. Oh, hold on. 8XRT 803. Yeah, that's correct. All right, making sure I got that one correct. License 8RNV 450. 69935J1. 8UNP116, 6TTT392, 6LGY446. Directed light, fake moon. Patrolling around in circles, psychopaths using their sirens. 8CMF614. All right, and as I stand at this intersection, I have the same exact triple, double shadows. They are monitoring, and there's no form. Those are psychopaths revealing their demon possession to you, because I have shown you what is the pattern of conduct. They are revealing themselves to you. 8GKA621, they are demonstrating it. Satan is revealing its own true colors, all right? 5A, I can't see that. 5AXH841. That's the Ontario Fire Department. All right, and T-Mobile is monitoring, maintaining presence inside of the store. It's locked down. Guess what? The housekeepers are monitoring in relevant position. All right, mopping the floor in directed light is no form. They are still monitoring in there, inside of that venue. License 6XYT528. In case I didn't read that one. I think I did though. I think I read all of those. 5AXH841, yeah. 8JSK311, 8MYD963, 8ECW664. It is 8:59 p.m. License plate 7HUK047, 5KBE209, 8RDZ972, 6PDC133. 6NXF, or 8LLC999, I believe. Can't see that one. 8RZG674. This is BAJMA1. I don't know what that's supposed to be. He's a stalker, though. BAJMA1. That's the license plate. License 7W79282. BM51R25 paper. It's 9 p.m. 8JIJ834. All right, and you're going to remember this is called criminal facilitation and the criminal use of emergency vehicles. This is to be addressed under federal law. This is the environment that is present, and this is the state acting using its positions to engage in this criminal conduct and practicing demonic activity that is terrorism. While your shadow is surrounding you and the state is stalking with sirens, that's the hallmark of the P.O.C, and that is what is ongoing right now. It is currently 9:01. They're on the traffic cameras. License plate. (1196-269). I can't really see that one. It looks like the same license plate of the other one. 8RKW014, 7U64900. All right, 3 of my shadows in front of me. My shadow is upright behind me. 7HPJ734. That's the criminal misuse in the environment. There is no form. The environment is present. 8JIT. I'm sorry, I can't really see that one. And that is the entity acting using its, understand sirens are the hallmark. The state is engaging in ongoing stalking with the use of sirens. All right, and sirens at the drop of a dime every time you do anything. All right, 8AFG923. Doing so under the fake moon and in directed light, my shadow is surrounding, is called the P.O.C. All right, it's noise. What's the method of noise in that environment, in that engineered light? Sirens. And you are hearing them engaging in a repeated use of them while they're listening to me document minions such as 7AFK 383, 06129B2, 7YKM 743, 7LVL 928, BF99 B61, 8WQL 709, 5GK. I can't really see that one. Engaging in ongoing molestation as well. That's what they're all doing. All right. That's why I have triple double shadows. This sex offender. I'll go ahead and recite their license plate while Satan listens to me document them. 8KVY272, and their license plate is 5WKJ046, in case I didn't read that already. All right, they're all sex offenders, though. 6SHP871, including the ambulance. Vidco Foods is in relevant position. I read that one already. This is a heart, 689MEE, 6SHP871. 8XBU341, 8GCR742, 13465G3. BP97N1 19 paper 36725F2. Alrighty. And that is, understand, terrorism while you're listening to the state act directly, repeating the use of sirens. That's terrorism. All right, the state is always stalking with that sort of activity, 6LIK342, and doing so in the environment while your shadow is surrounding you. That's the P.O.C. That's the state acting directly. That is the demon-possessed stalkers of the government, acting in emergency vehicles, acting in police vehicles, fire department trucks, and ambulance vehicles. And these are literally, you're going to break down, what are they doing? These are psychopaths that are literally just driving around in circles, just repeatedly sounding their sirens out of their flipping minds, okay? Not doing so in any way, not that removes criminal responsibility. This is an insanity, remember? This is not insanity. This is demon possession. That's a psychopath. All right, that is literally on the edge, okay? Especially as I'm prosecuting and they're listening to me. They're listening to that prosecution come. 7ZAJ236, 4HGX 085, 8SJG258, 8MHP352, 4RNF331, 5DJK624. That's a psychopath that 6EVM076 has engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. A psychopath trying to conceal the fact that it is, first of all, a stalker, that it is a criminal, that it is a sex offender, that it is operating federal group stalking and monitoring. All right, that's a psychopath engaging in kidnapping. Obstruction of justice. That's what a psychopath does. Knows that it's wrong, knows it's unacceptable, all right, knows that they could get in trouble, tries to conceal it, and does so unapologetically without any remorse, derives satisfaction out of doing that which is evil. That's what a psychopath is. That's what demon possession is. Acts maliciously, all right, that's what a psychopath is. All right, you're looking at third parties submitting to the arrest of the demon-possessed police department. Those are psychopaths monitoring together. They're demons. That's the malice of the entity. That's demonic activity. That's demon possession. That is the psychopath, okay? 7PXC026. EYELVME. 6TSG866. 8XAZ322. 8SHH151, I believe. 8SHH151, yeah, I think so. 7JBM, I can't see the rest of that one. 8LGS171. 6WLN288. 8XAB794. 5LDX729, I believe. All right, 8XDX372, Stalking with Light, American Medical Response, Crossing Path Again Under the Fake Moon, 8CMX792, I can't really see the rest of it, 8SGM606, 1562884, AMR, license 0163OB3, 52566H3, 5UEK155, 8GXC443, 7099, can't really see the rest of that one, 8LFL744, 7EGG496, 7M, I can't see that one, 8LC, I can't see that one either. Alrighty, it is, by the way, 9:06 p.m. All right, Stalking with Light at the opposite end of the street, monitoring with that stalker, 8LIF596, 8NZV751. They're engaging in terrorism and stalking together, surrounding the perimeter, 7SRD730, 7VZW674, 8UZL987, 8PQY750, 8RGT605, I believe. Can't really see that one. They went out of there. We're trying to make a really wide turn. Ontario Police Group stalking with their police lights at Vine and Holt. They're on the traffic cameras. All right. This is P.O.C. That is Satan. that has heavily documented states fake sun over their police police department, and also 7UFP281, 8EQF123, also the fake sun over them while they are stalking at the Ontario Museum of History and Art. While I'm in the city of Upland, I've shown you videos comparing and showing you exactly what the Ontario Police Department were engaging in, because you have that which is not the sun that's over them while they're stalking in the path, engaging in that demonic activity with the people of the state. And that's what they're doing right now while the fake moon is over me. 8UTP938, I believe. All right, 7JHB034. Those are literally cockroaches wearing police uniforms. They're disgusting creatures. They are very violent sex offenders and kidnappers and thieves. All right, not being hyperbolic. That's literally what they've engaged in and literally what I documented. 6LXX076, 8JSK311, 7RGJ301, 8WEH431. All right, and those are very desperate stalkers. All right, stalking one person. I'm very, very important to them. They are focused on me. They are stalking right down the street with 8L58282. All right, and there's no question about what they're doing. I've already established what's wrong with the Ontario Police. 7BPT442, and they shall be disbanded. 7JHB034, 8JJY187, 85950D2, 6HQM012, 8JYF106. 7XEL806, 8BYD702, 8RRG229, 5PDD. I can't really see that one. And it is not, by the way, 9:10 p.m. All right, just capturing the images of what Ontario Police group stalking at Vine, using their lights on the vehicle, the fire department AMR group stalking in concert with the people. Understand the entity, they want me to focus on them and not keep getting license plates. I'm documenting all of it. Understand what AMR and the fire department is doing is what the people are doing. And they're all under the fake moon. The Ontario Police group stalking using their police lights under the fake moon. This is directed light that I'm surrounded by. I took a picture of what is my double shadows and directed light on the walls while the demons possessed drive by. 7HCN281. 8JQD653. And also what you're witnessing is what is stalking via traffic light. That's what they're doing. All right. That his shadow on a motorcycle is reaching way. This is a little midget. Okay. He's a little peon. His midget shadow is ginormous. Makes him feel like he's bigger than he actually is. It's reaching feet in front of him. Okay. That's directed light. 02945P1. License 8WYA122 918WRYM, 8BTC039, 8HSP503, 8CAU848, 02945P1. I think I read that one. 7BBR530, 8PGX313, 7VES503, V289YO, V89700. Alrighty, and let me show you, this is the ominous stalking conduct, monitoring together with the police, maintaining presence at the opposite end of the street right over here. That's the stalking conduct, that's the demon possessed. Engaging in the surveillance, just like I captured earlier today while my shadow's upright on the wall. 5GMS230 in the shade. Alright, while the state was keeping its fake sun over the chiropractic building, 7EPJ136. Engaging in that surveillance, Ontario Police at this end of the street at Vine, that demon-possessed stalker maintaining presence at this end of the street on Euclid. All right, they are patrolling in traffic together, both the state and third parties on Euclid, while the state is patrolling, hovering over Euclid Avenue right here in front of me. 8 BYD 702, 7JIY 735. 7, I can't really see that one. 7XFL034. All right, and that is called terrorism. So you understand how that unfolds and how the demon possessed engage in that. That's called terrorism. That's what that is. 5ZXH002. All manner of lawlessness and demented group conduct as it is executed by a government acting with the people, all of whom are demon possessed, all of them. Okay, that's terrorism. License 7NU2859, and that's what the police department, the fire department, the ambulances, that's what they're demonstrating for you. That's what the environment is demonstrating and revealing to you, what is that which is inevitable. You cannot even deny that. All right, and I could take a picture of the environment, and it's telling you about the demon that you're looking at in front of you. That's because that's what it's revealing. All right, and you have what are demons that are stalking using their emergency vehicles. That is speaking to the demon possessed who have no business in those positions. All right, that is also what my documentation also reveals with regard to the acts of obstruction of justice. It is 9:14 p.m. 7 ZVP 751, 6F44702, 7YLV 449. Zolos BD area, they are monitoring a relevant position. T-Mobile monitoring a relevant position. The state is surrounding the perimeter with light. Running a restaurant and being inside of the store of T-Mobile and cleaning and mopping is not formed, and they're all monitoring with communication devices, and they're holding their communication devices in direct light. They're monitoring. All right, just want to document that. License 6TDC523, and I also documented T-Mobile many times, directed light inside of that store, fake sun over that store, and now the fake moon is right next door where the state's fake sun is during the day, okay? They're monitoring. License 8UAR407, 8LDR038, 8RLX813, and not only the fake sun over the T-Mobile in the morning, like I captured again today, also in the afternoon, in the evening, I've captured this. The same very corner. 8T97826, 5020903, 50209D3, I believe. 5LJK909. Eight UAR407, 7YKM743. 8 ETC 675, excuse me. 8 XAS 167, I believe. And good, I documented that demon coming from T-Mobile anyway. I got her license plate. Let's see. 8 TMJ 719. 8 WSW 278. All right, so what is the method of directed light at night? In large size of shadows moving across the building. That's directed light. And during the day, you're seeing what's that concentrated light moving across the buildings. 7EKY841, 7UIG009, 8XRF293, 7DFX476, 6UFE266, 7FXP445, 7YQT 845, I believe. All right, and I captured images of the state hovering over the museum. That is flying at a downward trajectory. And then the state, what I captured was over the B&G Plaza area earlier, the plane is increasing in elevation because it's flying downward. They're monitoring, all right? And that plane is coming from where the police are, loitering relevant position at Vine using their police lights, indirected light, while the state is hovering right here next to me, monitoring, stalking in an airplane. That's terrorism, all right? What the police are doing is terrorism. What the fire department and ambulances are doing is terrorism. What the people are doing, indirected light, because they're all stalking together. This is terrorism. But I want to be clear, I captured images of what is flying at a downward trajectory. 6AWE443, 6VCW749, 8WSW278. And then I captured earlier what the state is doing as it passes me. Earlier, I captured what was that, another plane that was doing the exact same thing right now, what I captured in plane in front of me. And then as it passes and it's over the B&G Plaza area, rising back up in elevation. 7DZN864. The state is continuously doing this, what I just captured in images, repeatedly flying over at a downward trajectory, lessening in elevation. You're not landing right here at the museum. All right, and the Ontario airport is way down at the opposite end of Holt Boulevard, and they are increasing. You have to increase in elevation in order to continue to land at the quote-unquote Ontario airport. They're stalking in those commercial planes. And the fake moon is right here, and directed light is here as well. That's how you know that. 7TYN645. Omnitrans monitoring with the Ontario Police. License plate 1535754 and molesting. Bus 1364. License 7RSD275. 7BWY621. 8TGT651. 7BTJ 448. 8TGC, I can't see the rest of that one. 3NJL 625. All right, the state flying again right now. The images I took of the hovering plane over Euclid Avenue, right here where the museum is in front of me, flying like they're landing at the museum. And you can see it in my picture clearly. They're flying what is east at that downward trajectory. I want to be clear, that's another one right now at 9:19 p.m. 7JSY 184, 7BCG 408, 8GJA 377. See, 8XVY 711, molesting. 7BWY 621. 5CGH 211, molesting. 8DDD 134. They're all molesting together, all right? It is currently 9:19 p.m. and the image I captured of that demon-possessed stalker sitting on the side of the street with their headlights on facing is loitering in relevant position, remaining there, okay? Still at the same place. That's what the police are doing at the opposite end. This is the same surveillance I captured earlier today during the day while they're surrounding around the corner, monitoring with communication devices. And that is the ominous stalking activity, and that's what you will prosecute as the terrorism by the people of the state. 7SGX018. They are one and the same. All right. They are engaging in that terrorism with that group stalker that's maintaining presence. All right. So I will prosecute 7SGX018 for that. 7RBU520, the same entity. 8UTP988, engaging in terrorism with the state that's stalking with police because they're one entity, engaging in terrorism as one, engaging in terrorism while the state is hovering repeatedly in airplanes right here in front of me, engaging in terrorism as one. Okay. A sex offender and a terrorist and a stalker. All right. You are understanding what is group conduct, the nature of that group conduct while these demons are monitoring together. Okay. License, it's 9:20 p.m. And that's why I'm telling you what the state is doing, because while I'm identifying these actors, they're all going to be prosecuted for it. Nobody's getting away with anything. Nothing. They're not getting away with anything. License plate. BM55DO3 paper. 28543K2. KFB. I can't really see that one. 8RBG870. 8YDN018. 7JYZ506 in the state, hovering again over the street right here, and another plane at 9:21 p.m. That's called patrolling. License 8LVN009, 5NTW475. UGS933. All right, let's get these demon-possessed stalkers engaging in terrorism, stalking somebody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shadows in front of me. WMZ891. That's a Nebraska plate driven by an African American. That's a black Mercedes. (8LCK884), 7DDJ633. It's 9:22 p.m. 6VJX112. 8VZD849. 8LCK884, in case I didn't read that one. 6GWE199. 7YHH435. 7DDJ633, and I can't see that one. Let's see. TAYLR4. I can't really see that one though, but it looks like paper, like dark colored paper, and no front plate on it. It is currently 9:23 p.m. 5XAM377. 8LBZ382, 8KDR175, 7LCR795, 8VZD849, I think I read that one, 8SVA801, just making sure. Let's see, 6UIZ386, and this is license plates 7NRV220, 7ZTX743, 7TDN106, all right, this is license 8FTY430 and 6YRZ164. It is 9:24 p.m. (8XNT 923), 8XYA 338, 2869 1F1 6FQZ 121, 70JP 192. 7WKK 862, 7AGW 264. All right, it's 9:25 p.m. All right, this stalker's license plate 7VXE404. License 01132C1. It's 9:26 p.m. Alrighty, license 7WKK862, 1HIJAU, 8VFK829, 8JZJ903, 8WWF521. It's 9:26. 8UHK661. Let's see, and it is 9:27 p.m. It's P.O.C. 7XQS 183, 8FDT 019. P.O.C. 7XRH573, 6MQY688, and this stalker that's been loitering on the side of the street, 8P21F81. That's a white female. 8P21F81, driving a blue Honda Civic, and she drives off as I am approaching her. She has been loitering in relevant position that entire time. That's the one I took a picture of, who's been stalking on the side of that street. The moment that I walk over there, you're hearing the plane engines. That's when the state starts sounding plane engines, and that's when that white female with glasses driving that blue Honda Civic, who drives now what is east on Hope Boulevard from Euclid Avenue at 9:28 p.m. as I approach her. Understand, that demon knows exactly what I was doing, which is going to get her license. I was a paper plate. It's P.O.C. And that is a demon-possessed stalker. That's a psychopath. 625YN handicap, 4AZE190. All right, I already took a picture of that stalking activity, that surveillance. That's an act of terrorism, because that's a stalking activity that the entity engages in corporately. All right, that's terrorizing conduct. 7JWU089, that the entity will be prosecuted for, but I'm documenting that specific actor engaging in that conduct in concert on behalf of that entity. All right, and doing so with knowledge of my documentation. That's why she's driving off as I'm walking. All I'm doing is walking. She knows I'm coming to document her. That's why she remains for that entire time and then drives off as I'm walking toward in that direction. It's not a coincidence. It's 9:29 p.m. and so there are also no coincidences in direct light, under the fake moon, and under the fake sun. BSDNA 77 is an example. Crossing path again. All right. License 7PNP 574. All right, those are very demented in the mind. They're very demented. The same demented mind that requires one to stalk in an airplane. What are you doing with your life? They are hovering around an airplane, hovering over buildings to stalk. 8SDR664, 8KMB030, 50854D3. All right, and these are predators at the light. This is Satan waiting to touch all over you. 7PNS514, I think I read that one. 8TNW. Can't really see the rest of that plate. Let's see, 7YTP064. It is 9:30 p.m. 8KMF056. That white female has multiple shadows of her car, okay? That is speaking to the psychopath that's driving it, okay? And the psychopath that is stalking you in that environment. That's the indicator. It is 9:31 p.m. And get these sex offenders over here. License plate, ETC, GRG, 88YZ889, 8HXP186, I believe. And directed light, the enlarged size of vehicles on the brick wall to my right. That has nothing to do with them, the traffic that is driving north, all right? I've shown you this directed light on this brick wall. It's the same thing with directed light that's appearing all over me and all over the surfaces while they drive. It has nothing to do with that. It's totally disconnected. It's demonic conduct. 8GSZ140. BL4, I can't really see the rest of them. That's paper. License 7ZKH647. All right, and engaging in surveillance with that group stalker that was maintaining presence, all of them engaging in that surveillance together. They're one actor, one demonic mindset, okay, a demonic entity monitoring with the government. Understand, they are vicarious actors, and all of them together engaging in surveillance as that group stalker documenting, and that little coward drives off while she knows I'm about to document her pathetic self. License plate 8EIK986, running off like the coward that they are. They are cowards. All right, even when they, with a brave face, try to stand around like they don't care, like they don't know, they do, and they're terrified. Okay, that's why you're engaging in that conduct with the helicopter. Understand, that's analyzed though as terrorism. That's what that's going down to. That's terrorism. License 7ZTW893, I believe. That's terrorism. That's conduct that's designed to try to terrify somebody, and it reasonably does. All right, that's on a microphone. That's on a microphone. That's speaking to the psychopaths that's surrounding, that I'm identifying by name. All right. In the same way that they're sounding their sirens in directed light, it is letting you know that they're demon possessed. This is a demonic system. While they're engaging in the elements, it is a demonstration of demon possession. It's 9:33 p.m. License 3009 Wade 83. There you go. 8A QA 898 9091483 5 VPRS 573, I believe. Can't really see that one. And so I took another picture so you can see from the front side. hovering over that storefront of Beverly Banquets, and hovering down, hunkering over the museum, while that amplified microphone, that's a microphone used to sound the sound of a train. And you have what is crossing a path and directed light all over the brick wall, 7NVB855. And they're doing it under the fake moon. They're doing it under the fake moon. Oh, my shadow is appearing. This brick wall is about a good 25 feet away from me. My shadow is appearing upright on that brick wall. All right, under the fake moon, while the state is hovering in airplanes. These are demons, okay? Psychopaths. 8VRL619. That's 8VRL619. That is a psychopath. In that demented environment, it's a direct insight into their mindset, into the condition, all right? That's the condition. That's what's wrong with all of them. That is literally Satan flying in an airplane, hovering over the building in 10, 15 airplanes, all right? Just doing it repeatedly while I'm documenting them. Just one after another, after another, after another. Sounding the sound of a train on a microphone. It tells you about this stalker with this license plate. (8RHP925). It is, by the way, 9:35 p.m. Pay attention. You're hearing a loud motor engine. It's as loud as what is the train is. It's ongoing audible activity. This is the environment. It's occurring in directed light under the fake moon. Okay? That's what that is. License 3122721. QD9D, or hold on, let me get this. This is Nevada. Q09D40, I believe. That's Nevada. 8HLT059. It is, by the way, 9:36 p.m. Excuse me. (92996W2). And directed light 8YOH252. Shadows in front of their cars. They are psychopaths. 8G57532. Satan. Okay? Psychopaths. Freak weirdos in life. The cockroaches of humanity. 92996W2. Those weirdo stalkers are playing music while the shadow of the truck is in front of the vehicle. Absolutely impossible. Psychopaths. 7EUK750. Stalker. Stalker. This is a license plate. All right, these are hellbound stalkers. It's so pathetic. BE34P23, that's paper. 74304B3. License 8HXL663, 7SRM184. P.O.C. Whew, it is sad. This is very, very, very sad. It is currently 9:37 p.m. All right, license plates 6DYT551. Stalkers. 7XFT777, in case I didn't read that. 8UPT815. Let's see. That's train activity while I walk forward, stalking with activity. 7TKE508. I want to be clear, there is no train in motion and the state is repeatedly sounding train activity, okay? And this is the same train activity that the state is creating inside of the car outside of 630 North Fern. I just want to be clear. It's an environment. It's P.O.C. 8HNJ987. 6UBA 190. Get these stalkers. Metro 102 engaging in P.O.C. again from that parking lot. Blinding light in my eye. 4XNZ 711. Predators at the stoplight. 7XEF 626. 8YBH 344. These are stalkers that want to touch on you. 6MJV 990. They want to touch with the directed light. These I showed you what is the double shadows while that demon-possessed stalker is using her phone and monitoring with the Ontario Police Fire Department. License RALSTON 83108R1. They're predators that are waiting to touch on you with directed light. All right, that's the sex offender in traffic. While the state is creating a soundtrack, amplified audible activity, abnormal light, abnormal acoustics, abnormal people, stalkers, sex offenders. Sex offenders in Metro 102 engaged in P.O.C. All right, all of them predators waiting to touch, arriving to touch, okay? Anticipating to touch. It is, by the way, 9:40 p.m. LVZ 757 touching. All right, she doesn't even go all the way up to the light. License 7NWX 837 8XJY 603. Operation of her communication device. It is 9:40 p.m. Alrighty, 5UGZ 897, 7BTX 762, 52451T2, and this is license plate 6XRH 573. All right, capturing an image of my double shadows while I'm documenting these sex offenders that are waiting to molest. 4LVZ 757. That's a sex offender. License of the sex offender 86420Y2, 8NWX 665, 8PLL052. All right, I took a picture of that. My double shadows are appearing at a brick wall, the same brick wall, way far away. Molestation. All right, and who is molesting me? All right, because they're driving by, but they're monitoring with 15061C3. They are molesting me, okay? While my shadow is appearing, that's terrorism and sexual violence while they're monitoring together. A license plate. (60124) handicap. All right, Metro 102 coming to join in on the P.O.C. I'll get this license plate. Come on down, Satan. Come on down. Let me get this license. Come on, let me get this license. Come on. They want to come down and touch, and then they're bashful when I want to document them. That's exactly what I'm going to do. License, you want to be a sex offender, 8TAR825. That needs to be published. 8EKS070, 6ETK271, 6P47065, 80400K2. All right, and that's why I have double shadows. That's what I just took an image of right now, so take a look at that. This is molestation, and those are predators that are waiting at a traffic light to molest you in engineered light, because that's what the entity is doing. That's the P.O.C. Hovering in another plane over the storefront right here at Euclid. That's the predator monitoring with that state hovering in that plane. That's terrorism and sexual violence. 8TAR825 is monitoring with the entity. Plane engine, audible activity of the plane is to my right. The plane was flying to my left. That's called amplification. That's what the state is doing with the sound of a train as well. It's on a microphone. 7 ROA 126. And it is currently 9:43 p.m. It is 9:43. Let's see if I can get it. License plate 5LRP 536, I believe. 7ZSB 872. It's 9:44. I'm crossing the street at Euclid and Holt, where predators await to molest. That's why directed light is present. And understand, that's what the Ontario Police Department were doing in directed light, using those police vehicles. You're stalking. There is no form in that environment. That's why the environment is there. You're talking about a demon that's using their police vehicle. That's a demon that happens to be a police officer, i.e. has no business in law enforcement. 8RZS 587 6HFT 588 855 86C3 7CEH 023 7ZDY 265. The same with American Medical Response in that same exact light activity. So I'm just taking another snapshot. There's my double shadows. Those are the demon-possessed driving American Medical Response vehicles. Psychopaths sounding their sirens, just going around the block. All they're doing is stalking in the environment, all right? And doing so in planes. That's what you're hearing, hovering over the storefront. That's Satan. All right, Alaska Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, Amazon Prime, UPS, these planes, FedEx using their planes as well. But I didn't document that specifically, not that plane line today, but I have documented that. But specifically today, that's exactly what they're engaging in. While I'm showing you images of hovering, stalking in planes, that's what Alaska Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Amazon Prime, UPS are engaged in. That's what they're doing, literally. And that is Satan that is flying those planes, representing those companies. 36235W1, and doing so in that light activity is stalking. 8BKF081, 8GDF794. There is no flight schedule that supersedes that pattern of conduct. That's why the environment is around me. Using those commercial airline planes to engage in the P.O.C, it's federal stalking and the provision of such instrumentalities of interstate commerce to engage in that. And that is inherently terrorizing conduct that those companies are going to be prosecuted for. 8FOD932. And they're doing it with the government. Which is the provision of no legal argument at prosecution. The government's going to be prosecuted, and the people of the state are going to be prosecuted. You're chopping that whole system up. License. Let's see. 7VPD. I can't really see that one. It's 9:46 p.m. now. Let me get this. Let's see. 6K. I can't see that one. 7GTC 613, I believe. You're going to slice all the demons apart, all right? They act as a pack. They're cockroaches, all right? They're a pack of disgusting creatures. They're all as one. You're just looking at, in the natural, you're looking at what is appearing to be separate on the outside, because they're individuals walking around separately. They're not all connected to each other. They're wearing different forms of identity. You're looking at what is a police officer versus what is a civilian, right? And you are naturally assuming these are separate actors. And technically, they are separate, but they are of the same entity, and this is where this system is underway. These are demons. A demon wearing police uniform, a demon that is in the position of what is a third party, all right, cooperating together, engaging in federal stalking together, monitoring together, while the demon-possessed police officer is engaging in what is any form of execution of their duty with the third party. You're going to use police lights. You're going to be loitering in relevant position. You're going to be under the fake sun and or moon and in directed light. All right. And you're doing so in concert with the people who are surrounding, monitoring to that facilitation, because that's what that is. While you're stalking together, they're demons stalking together. That's what I showed you the Upland Police Department engaged in. That's what I showed you the San Bernardino Police Department engaged in. That's what I showed you numerous times the Ontario Police Department engaged in. That's the P.O.C, and they're the demon-possessed. And this ongoing environment is the direct documentation of that. And when it's presented in court, all right, and you're talking about those who are going to stand in the position of the government, I guess, and who can with a straight face, and I'm documenting this, all right, these are psychopaths. This is a psychopath environment. Speaking to abnormal and demented conduct. when you are understanding the ongoing sequence of events, it's all pursuant to what is an ongoing pattern. And then you have what is the psychopath that engages in heightening that conduct as it is documenting. As it is monitoring the documentation that's going to be presented against it in court. That's a psychopath. And that is where you have terrorism. All right? Stalking in your demonic methods as a government in concert with a people is called terrorism. It's 9:49 p.m. and that is P.O.C. All right, it's 10:01 p.m. I captured an image of the stalking conduct of the Ontario police who are stalking. This is called group stalking, being in the path. That's what group stalking is. Group stalking is where you are maintaining group presence around a relevant position. Not only are the people stalking here on the grounds of the museum in directed light under the fake moon. All right, this is the P.O.C. This is the environment that is present, and I'm showing you that is already established. I'm reminding you of that which is ongoing, and that's why I'm saying there is no forum. But not only that, you literally have what are the police that are stalking from street to street. So as I'm at the intersection of Vine, they're group stalking at the intersection on traffic cameras at Vine and Holt. Right now, while I'm on the grounds of the museum, they're in perfect alignment with me, and alignment to what is the parking lot of 214 South Euclid Avenue, and I took a picture of what are the police lights. That is the ongoing targeted conduct of the Ontario police. Their stalking activity is already established. This is a specific threat to an intent to terrorize, because they know that also that I'm documenting, and the same exact agency engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. All right, this is hostility as shown by the demon-possessed agency that is the Ontario police as well, and they're monitoring with the people who are on the grounds of the museum, and they are all together monitoring while they are patrolling those demons that I identified by license plate right now. They're all monitoring corporately. All right, but I want to be clear, Ontario police going out of its way to stalk as I am on the grounds of the museum in alignment. That's what I took a picture of while the people are stalking on the grounds of the museum. All right, they're monitoring together. It is currently, by the way, 10:02 p.m. and that is literally moving south to be in alignment with me from where I was standing at Holt. Now they're in alignment with me on the grounds of the museum. That's very precise, and they're doing the same thing as I already document in Ontario under the fake sun during the day, where the fake sun is over me, and then I went up to Upland, and I'm showing you what is at the same time the impossibility of that being the sun, while the Ontario police are doing the exact same thing that they're doing now, stalking in the path, engaging in federal stalking, practicing satanic activity. That is terrorism. All right, it is 10:03 p.m. Excuse me, that's P.O.C.